what's up, everybody? I see Henry and Jen dancing to the intro music. Sick! Happy Friday, everybody! Welcome back. With the most come back. Friday, you know it's Friday night somewhere, and the party's here on the Roaring Kitty channel. Just chilling tonight, huh? There's no crazy news to discuss today, but in my opinion, I'm sure there's plenty of folks in the channel who agree with this. The big news is it closed above $9 for the third week in a row, and not crazy news, right? But still meaningful news. And so that's why I got the weekly chart up today, but closed above 9 two weeks ago, closed above 9 last week, closed above 9 this week. I mean, 10 would have been better, 12 would have been better, 15, 20. That's always the higher the better, right? That shit goes without saying. But still, another day above, another week above 9, closing above 9. And now it appears as though, still early, but I'm starting to think that we're now forming a new base here. I actually think that it could be a little bit lower too, like I always thought 8 to 9 to 8 to 10, somewhere in like that. I like to keep a broad range for some of these things. So I was kind of pleased with where it ended up today. I was thinking of adding to the position in the Roaring Kitty portfolio when I kind of dragged my feet a little bit because I thought it was going to come down a little bit more, and it kind of it's holding right at that mid 9 range. I was like, all right, that's holding up pretty good. But I think maybe this is setting up as the base for whatever future news we might get. And but really, what the hell else is there to discuss? Huh? It's a little. It fell underneath the overbought on the weekly, but there's not much else. I tweeted a couple things which I'll pull up in just a second. But you know what I mean? Look at this too. Look at it. Gap up, gap down today, all over the place, right? And then you see the declining RSI on the daily, no longer overbought, and on the weekly, I just showed it wasn't overbought. So I was tweeting this out today, just having a little bit of fun, right? You got this Friday, you got to have some fun with this shit. So But again, I had a similar tweet. What was it, last week, the week before? I forget. But people who think that it's up because of the short squeeze or something like that, and sentiment's crazy. Like, I don't see what y'all are seeing if you think that. Obviously, my thesis is fundamentals based, right? Hopefully, most people know that by now. And also, I think the technicals are now looking super bullish, so we got that on the side. I know I'm a broken record. I keep saying the same things, but that final big element, I feel, is the sentiment shift, primarily as far as my thesis goes, that sentiment shift. But there's also this fourth, there's like that fourth like structural side where is there something going on with the shorts? You know what I mean? That has never even been a major part of my thesis, but like that's one I don't even really weight all that heavily. I'm just waiting for this sentiment change, this sentiment shift, which you so often have to patiently wait for value stocks generally, right? And in the specific case of GameStop, there is kind of a catalyst that you would expect is already priced in by a lot of folks, but sometimes this shit just takes a while, and of course that's going to be the new consoles that are rolling out. Boy, it's October now, right? It's October. It's coming up. What are we, 6 weeks away? Was it 5, 6, 7 weeks away, something like that? And then they're here, so it could start seeing some more changes in October, just sentiment-wise, right? And then there's the other stuff, and then if there's filings or anything like that, then I know that's part of it. And for some people, that's what they're focused on. That, like, there's some folks you're betting, oh shit, this shirt looks like sparkly, huh? I didn't check. I'll have to check the green. I'll check the green screen aspect in just a little bit, just maybe if it's distracting for you, but no filings after hours, huh? Is Fox here? He's gonna make fun of me for this. I gotta check. I wasn't paying attention. Nothing. So one thing that stuck out to me though, and I tweeted about this too. What did I do? Oh, you saw Reggie tweet out. This is like Reggie hasn't said much about GameStop. If I recall correctly, Reggie hasn't said anything since March. Since he's been added to the board, he's been not unusually quiet, just quiet. He's a new board member. I have no idea what to expect from him. I know everyone loves him, so I've been looking forward to him just tweeting about it, just talking about it. You know what I mean? Or because he's a big addition to the board. It looks like all the new additions are big additions. But then he tweeted about that. What was it, last night? That was sick. But yeah, what's sticking out to me now? I'm digging too deep. I'm overthinking stuff here. Let me concede that point right up front. You know my thesis. Check out the GameStop videos I uploaded if you haven't seen them by now. But now I'm just like, all right, as we digest some more information, and this is something that Justin's already talked about too. He's keeping an eye on, and something we talked about on the stream, that they had the remaining buyback authorization, right? And at first, there was so much volume, so much craziness going on. I'm like, but it's really hard to discern much of anything, make any sort of deduction here, what's actually happening, all this volume. But what sticks out to me is how low the volume's been this past week. What did it end up at today? 4.2, is that the lowest? 4.2? Holy shit. You know, so that's really low volume. First of all, I'm no expert on that shit. Yeah, this is me thinking about it too much and just there's nothing else to talk about. But it kind of sticks out to me because it was such crazy volume. And then 6 straight days of sub 8 million and especially this week of sub 7 and now into sub 5. It's just really low considering how many longs there were outstanding as far as we knew. I suspect that some shorts have closed, which will we find out in a week or so from now. I suspect that some of them closed, but I'm really eager to see what that short interest is going to be at September 30th because of all this tremendous volume in the second half of September. So then I was thinking, with this reduced volume, and then I'm starting to think, was it this the more normal volume, what we have right now, and this was more just artificially high because perhaps there were partially shorts closing maybe, but also someone buying into it with stronger hands. Now that could be any number of things. Share buybacks, of course, is something. I remember they did it last year after Q2. That's a possibility. I still don't lean that way just because of for a whole number of reasons, but the odds of that have marginally increased, as has the potential for someone buying into it. It could be a number of people buying into it, right? Everyone's looking for this big 13D, 13G. Where I'm looking just to check them to see. But you could have a whole bunch of people buying, or firms buying 4% of the company. You know what I mean? And that's all I mean is that, but they're strong holds in that they reduce the float in that regard, and that they won't be able to get lent out. And they might, if you want to close out your position, you're a short, you might not be able to get the shares from those folks. You know what I mean? So volume has dried up so much that I'm starting to think about that. So I'm hoping there's people smarter than me, like on the stream tonight, being like, yo, you don't know what you're talking about here. Like, because I'm like prepared for that. I'm like, I have no idea. I'm just speculating here. I analyze the fundamentals of the company. You know what I mean? This is that structural thing that I'm like, I don't know. But that seems really low volume. 4 million after this crazy September. So I don't know. I was letting my mind run wild. You know, that's why I posted. I'm like, people will call me out on this shit. I don't know. I think that was pretty much it though. Really, but it just seemed really low to me. And then there's no filings, which is fine. And there may be no filings that happen. Like I've said this for some other companies too. But once you have a big individual or firm taking a position, in this case, it's kind of Ryan Cohen with that 10% position. But like when Carl Icahn steps in, when he gets in big, like everyone, I suspect people just back off. They're like, all right, that's Carl's company. He's doing what he's doing. Maybe people back away. This is just speculation on my part. So I'm wondering if maybe that happens with Cohen too. People are like, all right, yeah, GameStop looks interesting, but they kind of pump the brakes a little bit too. So, even still, the thesis is the fundamentals. You know what I mean? All my GameStop videos were before. I don't even mention maybe I mentioned 13Ds because of Bari's letters and stuff like that. But like it's tangential to the thesis, but something that a lot of folks are talking about, and it's because the short squeeze is a potential for short squeeze is kind of fun to talk about. But really, what the hell else? There's nothing else going on there. I think that was it. Oh, I mentioned PBF. Maybe you know that from the Roaring Kitty portfolio. Oh yeah, I guess that's it. Yeah, ain't not much going on. So who we got here? Who's in here on a Friday night? Let's see. Henry. Oh, Henry's got a vote. Just read David Beckham just invested in esports. David Beckham involved with esports. Okay. Company co-founded by Beckham plans to become the first esports franchise to list on the London Stock Exchange. Hey, thanks for sharing that, Henry. Like, that's type of stuff I wouldn't come across that. I wouldn't have even seen that. So thanks for sharing that. Kind of interesting. A little bit related to GameStop. I mean, it's esports, right? And then I am always interested to learn more about that. So thanks for sharing, Henry. Happy Friday. Cheers, mate. There you go. And then he said, I guess it's good news for GameStop investing into esports. Yeah. Of course, that's my take too. Fuckst. I am here, master. Welcome. Happy Friday, Fuckst. I gotta be careful with how I'm saying that name. I feel like this is I got roped into it. Henry, I also read that there were more disc version consoles being sold than the digital version. Henry, I think I saw that too. I don't remember where I saw it. I saw some folks talking about that. But some of the numbers coming out, some people were talking about that too. But it's interesting, right? And it's kind of what a lot of folks, myself included, suspected would be the case. We'll see how many people are actually buying discs and all that stuff. That's the stuff that matters a little bit more. But thanks for sharing, Henry. Jen is stoked. Happy Friday, Jen. Welcome back. I saw you were dancing there. Oh, and Henry was dancing too. I'm glad you I'm trying to mix up the songs, right? I'm glad you liked it. I tried to get some dance theme here for a Friday night. Let's just chill. Let's have a good time. Especially for PS5 for the discs. Okay, Henry's sharing some info. Their volume was low today too, around 4 million shares. There you go. So Henry saw that too. But yeah, especially for the PS5. Yeah, I wonder if people want that disc for the disc for other reasons too. You know, for Blu-ray and so forth, or 4K. Okay. And banging my head back and forth. Sick. Yeah, I was too. When it's kicking up, I turn the volume up here too. It's blasted in here as well. I'm like, all right, so we can feel the same vibe. You know, we're vibing at the same pace. Tristan, what up, Tristan? Hey, how you doing, man? Daily O'Brien's sick intro song. Let's go. All right. Daily liked it too. Yeah, I'm always interested in your thoughts. Like there's all different types of songs that I got. I got some queued up now too. I gotta like get them into OBS and everything like that. But they're different styles and stuff. We'll just mix it up. See what kind of mood we're in that day. You know. Henry, what up, Roy Kitty? What up? It's so dang catchy. Oh yeah. Oh, the song or the kitty? You know the kitties too. I know Jen likes the kitty one. She had said that. Now disco music, you do it. Now disco music, dancing like having an embolism. Yeah, this one was definitely more dance themed. You know what I mean? Definitely a little bit more dancey for sure. See you next news day. Cheers, cheers, cheers. Welcome back. See you. Cheers. Happy Friday, dude. Run Kitty looking like one of those street ballers at that. Yo, look out. Who's saying I ain't? You saying I ain't? I am, maybe. Henry added more shares to GME today and will go down further. So I've been waiting. So Henry's saying he short squeeze haven't started yet. So yeah, I was saying that. I mean, that's not to say there's even going to be one, right? But so many people are talking about. But I think if there even is going to be a short squeeze, this shit hasn't happened yet. You don't see these like gap downs and all this shit. I mean, it was a quick run up, right? But I mean, but like, where's that daily? It's like kind of absurd. Oh, it was this chart that I did. This was the one I uploaded. It's like pop up and then it's down and then it's oversold so many times. Like when there's like a short squeeze, I lean toward there's not going to be much question about it. You know what I mean? It was a quick run up. I'll give folks this run up over the past 6 weeks or so. But it's tough too because sometimes with value stocks they revalue quickly. You know what I mean? But I don't see any squeeziness, and I think this pullback is somewhat indicative of that. It's more painful. You feel like if you're short, you get punched in the face the whole way up, like boom, 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 boom. It doesn't really settle. It doesn't let up too much, but I mean, it's still in the overbought range, right? So, but whatever. Okay. So you haven't seen Hugo. Is GME's earnings report date October 12th? Oh no, Hugo. It will be December. When's the quarter over? August, September. End of October? It'll be the end of October, and then I think they usually report that first or second week in December. That's what I'm thinking. I think. Henry, show the demo of the new GME. Yeah, bro and Kitty. I got it, Henry. I did. I did the face palm on the tweet there. I'm like, oh, you believe I got the wrong one? I do have it. I'll be able to toss that up today, I think. I thought it was pretty slick. There were a couple things. Is this working on me? I hope it's working. I hope it's working for me. I got it though, Henry. I got it. Okay. Fucked. Actually, no, more like Rambo. All right. Yeah, I can see that. A little Rambo style right there. Yeah, I mean, I definitely have too many headbands. There's no question about this. Is a little bit of a little camouflage, so you can't, in case I'm trying to, well, I mean, not blend it in. It's bright red. What kind of camouflage is that shit? You know what I mean? Gats, good evening. Happy Friday, Gats. Welcome back. Eduardo, happy Friday. How do you see when it is oversold and overbought? So there's the most common way is the relative strength indicator, RSI, which on stock charts, if you go down to where is it? On the indicators field and you go to RSI, but I've looked at the calculation multiple times to have it. It's a ratio of like the up days versus the down days and stuff. And what it does is when it's above, so here's the RSI chart right down here. It's usually based on the past 14, I believe it's 14 trading days. I've looked that up multiple times because I remember trying to get that right in my head. I believe it's 14 trading days, which makes sense, right? Because the market's not, it's not trading when the market's closed. But I remember thinking, why 14? 14 sounded a little bit odd when it's just trading days, because then it's like not quite 3 full weeks, you know what I mean? But it's based on the past 14 trading days, up days versus the down days. And what happens is, it kind of, remember what I said? I was going through that technical analysis book and trying to pick out things that made a little bit of sense to me, at least on like a on like a very basic level. Like RSI was on like I kind of got it. I'm still experimenting with it and testing it, right? It's not like I live or die, or there's not a hill I'm gonna die on or anything, but it's one of the ones I picked out. It's like, I'll look at that. And it's like you see more aggressive up days relative to the down days. I'm like, yeah, usually you'll see more aggressive up days. It's more aggressive because people want to own it. They want to buy it. And so when it breaches this 70 level, that indicates overbought. And when it breaches the 30 level on the downside, so between 0 and it's normalized from 0 to 100. So when it's below 30, 0 to 30, it's oversold, which means maybe it doesn't mean it can keep going down. Don't get the wrong idea. It doesn't mean like it can't go up anymore or down anymore. But other technical analysts are looking at that, so I kind of look at it too. It's one of the only other indicators that I'm looking. I look at moving averages sometime too. Like I pulled it up today. I pulled up moving averages today. Yeah, so anyway, good question. I'm still building out my technical analysis skills, but that was one of the ones that I'm like, that kind of makes sense to me, because the psychology aspect of it, you know what I mean? Like the charts and some of these indicators are kind of a manifestation of the psychology around the stock. Like that kind of made sense to me. Maybe I'll regret it. Okay, Gats. Low volume seems important. Is it related to the threshold list or coincidence? If we aren't on the list, does the volume pick back up and value? Don't know enough about that type of investing. All right, Gats, good question. One is, I'm in the same boat as you. I'm trying my best to learn. This is the thing, is that you don't need to be an expert on all things stocks, right? That's cool. But what happens is you get involved with certain stocks and maybe get really dialed in and you're really like, I want to learn more. And that's your opportunity to dive deeper into certain things you may not have known about previously. But I do that on a stock-by-stock basis, as opposed to when you're first getting started. You can't learn about everything. But now with the case of GameStop, I'm like trying to learn more about it and I'm having a hard time. What do you learn about this shit? Like you learn about it from people who know... Like, good luck Google and stuff. Like, I find it hard to find certain educational items for shit like this. And in this case too, this threshold list. One thing I'm gonna pull up. So Gats has sent me down this path. Is so the threshold list. A lot of people have been talking about this on the stream, and I keep on saying how I've kind of I'm not looking at it that much. We've been on it before. I think the shorts are sophisticated enough that if anything were going to happen, they wouldn't let it happen. But then I missed it. So I know about Patrick Byrne. It's Patrick Byrne, right? Is that his name? In Overstock and everything. And I've mentioned him. I've referenced him, even though I forgot his name. But the Overstock CEO was someone trying to burn shorts. And if you're curious about the threshold list, I didn't know that. Check out this press release from Overstock. Now, this is from 2007. This is from December 2007. But... check out this title. It was on the threshold list for 666 consecutive trading days. Now feel free to call me out, be like, well, yo, things have changed since then. Blah blah. Regulations are different. Blah blah blah. I'm all ears. I'm not going to disagree with you. But when people are saying threshold this, threshold that, and I think there was a stock on there for 666 trading days, multiple years, I think, what the F's going on here? You know what I mean? So maybe it has changed. Maybe the regulations have changed. I'm confident they are from what I could look up. But I'm almost like, what does it matter? If they're willing to let like 600, what are we talking about? 10 days, 12 days? Like at one point there was a stock on it for 666 days. I don't even care that I care, but it's not as big a deal to me that the regulations have changed. If this has happened with another stock to a crazy degree, then even if it do you really expect something to happen this time around that regulators are going to step in? I have no idea. I have no clue. If you do, let me know that if this time is different. No, I'm all ears. I'm punching above my weight class here. Things go above my head. But I see this. I didn't realize how long it had been on there. And then you can at least as it turned out, it went what he did. I'm not an expert on exactly what he did, but it did appear as though he was based on this press release too, and the actions that he took. That to a degree, he was trying to come at the shorts a little bit, but almost like he was a little bit pissed about what was going on. Not come at the shorts. I don't know what the right phrase here is, but he was like, I don't know enough about the story to even talk about it. I shouldn't say anything about it. I just know that it went to court and it appears as though it was thrown out. He prevailed. Whatever the hell he did, the court said that it was legit. And I saw some people talking about this too, and we've talked about it on the stream. Like sometimes you have management teams who were like, F this, like we're gonna do what we can to not so. I don't mean that's what I mean. I don't know what the right phrasing here is, but like they take the short interest in their stock under consideration when they're making decisions as it relates to the business. That's my best way of going about it. And like he was very outspoken about this. I remember, and here's a perfect look. He lays out the whole story. We've seen nothing even close to this with GameStop, right? And for some people, that's been a critique. And then I think I just saw this on Stock Twits actually. Someone said this. This was a good thought that part of the reason might be because didn't Patrick Byrne found this? He founded this company. He like. It was his baby to agree. You know, he felt passionately about it. And I wonder if that plays a role too. He was a little bit, I have no idea. I don't know enough about the story, but I wonder if he was a little bit more emotional about it. He cared about it and he was kind of maybe annoyed or frustrated with the situation that they were in. And it's not to say that you should be what's right or what's wrong. I'm not even voicing. I'm just comparing this situation versus GameStop situation. It could be not going down this path could be better for GameStop. You know what I mean? It's important not to think about that short interest and short squeeze stuff too much. I think the thesis is grounded in the fundamentals, right? Like I said on the last stream, I took great care not to spend too much time on the short squeeze angle in my GameStop videos that I uploaded, because it's a marginal point. This thesis is grounded in fundamentals, whereas Overstock, I don't know. I didn't know it at the time. And so it could just be, who cares? It's like a sideshow to a degree. It's one that we're interested in, myself included, because I'm trying to learn more about it. But it's a little bit beside the point. You know what I mean? But so it could be like don't even go down that path too much. But I don't know. So if anyone who knows more about it, yeah, let me know. But I found that interesting. 666 trading days, and it's been talked about on the stream quite a bit on like 10 days or something. I don't even know how many days it is. Okay. Oh, I can jump ahead. Jen, it's the beginning of December. Yeah, our earnings, Jen saying the same thing. RSI combined with Williams R percentage. I looked at Williams R percentage, add RSI and Williams R percentage to the chart. I vaguely remember reading about it. I don't remember what it is. For some reason, I didn't run with it. Is it real complex? Usually if something's real complex, I'll add it. Let's do it. Well, I don't know what that means. Here it is. There it is. I did learn it, but for whatever reason, I thought, nah, that's not really my style. You got to pick what's your style and stuff like that. You can share. I'm not gonna look it up now, Henry. But if you want to share what that is, there it is. What's that telling us, William? What's it? Excuse me, William. Henry. What's this telling us? What's this mean? It looks like it's up. Is that bullish? I don't know. You did it. Thank you, Henry. Sorry, I didn't jump ahead. Fucks. 13 Ds on Mondays only. No, that's not true. His first, Ryan Cohen's first 13. I know he's making a joke. I know you're making a joke. But even with Ryan Cohen, his first one was on a Friday. That's why people have been kind of, would the stock do after hours? I keep on thinking like, this probably not. Some folks are talking about these 13 Ds. Again, it's marginal, but some people are thinking about it. So I keep on thinking, if you don't get it, does it sell off? Let's see. It's just after hour stuff, but a little bit. But, all right, what did I just do? Okay. Henry says it's also known as the Williams percent range. It's a type of momentum indicator that moves between 0 and negative 100 and measures overbought and oversold levels. Okay. All right. Okay. It may be used to find entry and exit points in the market. So there's a lot of different indicators like that you can use. You can even just use RSI for You can use RSI for this. There's a ton of them out there, as I'm sure Henry knows. He's listed one that maybe he likes. And if anyone else has things that they like too, feel free to share it with me. Like I don't have that damn book with me, but it was the John Murphy book. Everything was listed in there, and I looked through just about every single one, except when they got crazy complex. It was like, it was too much. Then I didn't go down all the paths. But the Williams definitely sounds familiar. But if you use something, yeah, let me know. Maybe it will cause me to go. Like I'm probably gonna go look back into Williams, see if it's something. I've looked in the MACD a lot too. That seems to be a very popular one. But I haven't looked too much into the Williams since I read that. Trey helping out the stream. Good looks, Trey. Saying everyone liked the stream. Trey tells me that helps me. And Steven had told me that too. That's good. And I now know because people have been letting me know that some folks found the channel by way of searching for GameStop and via YouTube and stuff. So this stuff probably does matter. I mean, I appreciate it, Trey. Hugo, hope you're well. Oh, Gats, welcome everybody. Sick. Trey, we got 32 watching. There should be like 32. Trey keeps a close eye on that. Oh shit, that's funny. Okay, Gas, I don't think things have changed that much. Okay. Gat doesn't think things have changed that much. I think it's a sign though if volume picks back up and we drop off the list. Oh, for the threshold list. Yeah, okay. I'm pretty impressed that we're still above 9. I know you're talking more about maybe the threshold list. I'm pretty impressed it's still above 9. Here we are. It's September, still above 9. Oh, now it's October. Jeez, time's flying, huh? Hey, we're 2 months into the stream, right? August, September. Yeah, 2 months. Cheers, everybody. Cheers. Now it's October, right? October 2nd. Yeah, this is the first stream in October. Sick. I think the first stream was like early August 3rd, something like that. But like now it's like now a little bit more time. And this is the thing. The reason I think this is still, and a lot of people on the stream have said this too, but why this is a good sign is because the expected news ahead of us, I expect to be bullish. I expect it to on the bearish side of things, short of like a a suspect Q3, right? But at that point, the consoles would be out. I feel like sentiment will have changed quite a bit even by then. Plus, they talked about it. They talked the quarter down so much, gave warnings about it on the last transcript, on the last conference call, that it may be priced in. But other than that, like bad year-over-year numbers, I mean, what else is there? You know what I mean? What else is there? There's Ryan Cohn walking. If he did, don't think that's likely. That's it. So if we level off this $8-9 range, then when we start getting the sentiment change, or I mean, if there's any short stuff too, but even besides that point, then you're getting closer and closer to the incredible year-over-year comps that you're going to get. I mean, they're going to be. I mean, all of us have talked about that. We know it's coming, right? Does the market know? I mean, you think it would be obvious. Like, the new consoles are coming out. And GameStop's been selling these huge bundles and stuff, and all the accessories and the games. Like, the year-over-year comps are going to be gigantic, and maybe it just takes getting closer to that. And then as the actual news comes out, then it gets repriced accordingly. But it'd be nice if by the time that happens, we're at a new plateau. Like, if we're at 10, then getting to $15 is like it's a 50% move, which isn't that, and we're only at a 700 million market cap. We still trade below cash. I mean, it's 600 million market cap. It trades below cash. So if you're at like $10, then it's a 50% move to 15 or double to $20. But we were just at like $4. You know what I mean? That's what I think. I remember thinking 15, $16. It was like a 4-bagger ahead of us to get there, and that seems steep. Even though I've been in these deals so many times, but even still, when you say it out loud, you're like 4-bagger. But it happens quick. You know what I mean? And then, and so it'd be nice if we can level off this level again. I thought maybe it would be nice if it holds 9, but I thought this 8 to 10 level could be a new, and then 10 to 12 all in that range. Marginal analysis, right? But it's good to be holding this on the low volume too, which Gats was just mentioned in there. And again, this was here you go, the lowest volume week. 1, 2, 3, 4 in over 5 weeks. There you go. But even this was still more. Wow, this is really low. But even this was more than the summertime. Okay, just curious. You have to think you have to think some of the short interest closed out, right? You have to think that. Imagine if short interest, right? I don't know enough about this. Because now what happens is if they didn't close out, it's the short ratio that I've been keeping an eye on, right? Because the volume has been a bit inflated artificially. No, I don't want to say artificially inflated, but to a degree, because there's been so many longs outstanding because of all the shorts, right? There's a long for every short. Now it's a crazy, crazy low volume. So if you still have 120 million longs or whatever it is, and there's only 4 million shares trading hands every day, where are you going to get your share? You know what I mean? That's why I'm super curious about that. That's the one thing that sticks out. And I had said that at one point, that the volume, and other folks did too, right? It wasn't that the volume was kind of artificially high, in that the short ratio may be artificially low, and that it could be much higher. So if you have 60, 70 million shares short, and the volume's only 3, 4, 5 million, 6 million. I mean, as the stock price starts to rise, volume will pick up naturally, right? But even if it's at 6, 7, 8, you know what I mean? And then I don't know, just something I was thinking about, but I don't know enough about it. Okay, Cheyenne, thank you for everything, Kitty. But we will say cheers, Cheyenne. Happy Friday, thank you. But we will see a pullback to 8. But we will, very confident, Cheyenne. We will see a pullback to 850 for GME. I will say, even though I have an opinion on it. I don't have an opinion really, but it would be within reason to me. Like I said, I was kind of pleased it chilled at 9, but like I couldn't see it go back to 8. I don't know, it's not a prediction. It means 8 to 10 is that range is kind of they're all the same in my mind. Like I said in the last stream, like it could fall to 8, it would be the same stream we'd be having. Not much changes. If you're the day trading, short term focus, betting on a short squeeze type, this is tough for you. But it's not my style, so that's a real tough. This can be a tough stock to try to trade on that, I suspect. But as far as the longer term outlook, the longer term investors, this is chill. This is cool. It's legit. But even the pullback to 850, it wouldn't even be. It's fine. And maybe it is for you too, Cheyenne. It's been going through my mind. 8 to 10. And I saw the big sell off this morning. The market was down too, right? I mean. And it held up. It still held up well. It was almost like it sold off, and then the volume kicked in, and volume really tapered off. But it kind of looked like there was just, I don't know, maybe people buying. I don't know. You go, okay. Oh, whoa, it jumped out. Okay, we got some more comments. Sick, happy Friday, everybody. Okay. Johan, I like the vid always as I start watching. Sick, thank you for letting me know. I'm glad you liked that video. Like I said, I probably spent too much time with that, but I wanted it to be fun. Let's have some fun with this. It took me a while to get that shit all lined up, so I'm really, really glad you like it. I mean, I hope GameStop works out too, but I'm glad you like those kitties. I'm glad you like those kitties. Oh, that's funny. Okay, Trey, if we have a pullback, I would have expected today. Yeah, that's what I keep saying. Like, there's been plenty of opportunities to already get there. It still may come. It doesn't mean it's not coming, but there's been plenty of opportunities for it to be back at 6, for it to be back at 7. There's been plenty of opportunities for it to get down there, and it's held up pretty well. So I'm like, damn, okay. Because I don't envision too much crazy bad news. So you kind of need it to happen. Not need it. I don't mean to talk so strongly, but you'd kind of expect it to happen when, in the absence of positive news, in the absence of good news, as Gat said, in the absence of volume, you'd expect it to trend downward. You might say it kind of is, but we're right where we were at the end of last week. We're right there. What did it close at? 10? Remember it closed just above 10? It's at 940. Like, it stayed flat. And so, yeah. I think it seems like most of us are on the same page there, which is good. Right? You'd expect that. You'd expect that for the folks joining the stream. Okay. I'm not an expert, but a while back. Okay. Even a stock for growth. Okay, Trey, you invest in the stock for growth, not necessarily just to make a play. Are we talking about GameStop? It depends on the style. Some people invest for growth. They're always joined at him by the value growth stuff. I mean, most people understand that. It's kind of it's a fun discussion for people to have, but it's kind of silly, right? There's growth is a component of value and vice versa and stuff. But that's what and I've said this many times now. I apologize, but what you'll see is that if GameStop is viewed right now as a value stock, it's secular decline, it's a 0. Still, I see people saying that. They're saying it's a 0, which is just bad analysis. I don't understand how you come up with 0. Say it's not say it's no short squeeze. Say it's not going to 50, no problem. But a 0, the value of any security is the discounted free cash flow. You know what I mean? How do you not see? I don't get that part anyway. I still see people saying it. But if GameStop starts being viewed as a growth stock, you know what I mean? If they can align themselves with the gaming industry, then imagine the multiple that gets applied to it. And we're not there yet. But Ryan Cohen getting involved, I think that's at least part of the reason, like it was for me. Like I said, that major upside probability, though still not the base case, went up for me. Maybe it did for other people too. But now there's a chance that, if they can grow, if they might be able to grow over time. So anyway, I don't know. I wasn't sure where Trey was going with that, but a little of both. Trey, day trading does not equal investing. Try to flip a buck over a few shares. Yep. Some people do that, Trey. That's a tough. It's real. I mean, I don't personally know of anyone that particular type of a process can be hugely profitable over the long term. Doesn't mean it doesn't exist. There very well could be. But it seems very difficult for someone like me. And so I'm always surprised when people go down that path. But it does seem like many people do, and I just don't know how successful it has been for folks. Like Trey's talking about like trying to flip a buck here or there on stocks. But yeah, I don't know. For me, it seems tough just based on like this shit I see on GameStop. I'm like, but maybe people do it. I don't know. It seems tough. That's all. Okay, yeah, Trey's talking about day traders who are fine with making a few bucks instead of looking for 5x. Yeah, for some people that trade, they prefer that style too. Maybe it's people have different reasons they might be investing. They want different things out of it. And so Trey's saying that the day traders might miss out on 5-baggers and stuff. But I think that they have different, they're trying to get different things out of investing than, say, you or me. Because like I myself am often looking for 5-baggers and 10-baggers. Because in many cases I'm trying to maximize my annualized rate of return. But I think other folks might be doing it for different reasons. You know what I mean? So I try to think about that sometimes. But I also I try not to critique other people's styles too much, because like I said, it could be that it's very successful for them, or they're in it for different reasons and stuff. Everyone has their own different goals and personal values and stuff. So I try to think about that stuff. It's a lot of okay. Just learning, I'm buy and hold. So what do you honestly think GME should be? Okay, so people talking about their thoughts on GameStop and stuff. Not thinking about a short squeeze. Okay, Trey's still pissed. They're not adding any Xbox Series X inventory. They're not. Are they? Not so far, Trey. But I thought you would think that they're going to do another pre-order, right? What do you think? Before November? Okay, Gats. We know Cone has bought in the $8 to $9 range, $8.60ish. So if the drop happens, perhaps that works for us as well. So this, a drop can, like, I feel like if I didn't say this in the video or the stream, a drop can be good because then you can start buying up. If you're the company and you have buyback authorization, you can buy shares of the cheap. You know what I mean? So viewed that way, drops in the price, people often think it's bad or blah, 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 but it can be a good thing. You know what I mean? Yeah, I'm curious to see. What was that highest price that he bought at? Oh, did I have it open? What was that high price? $8.63. So for some people, and people mentioned this on the stream, that could represent a floor for some folks. That's interesting. I mean, we're right there. We're just above that right now, right? What is it we say? 9 point. Wow, we're only 9% above that. So boy, let's see what happens. So maybe that's part of the reason we haven't got that. Remember how interesting. Maybe that's part of the reason it hasn't pulled back. Remember how I was saying like 8 to 10, like I could see it pulling back to 8, and maybe that'd be an opportunity to add. Maybe that's part of it. And people said this on the stream, but okay. So if the drop happens, perhaps that works for us as well. Yeah, we still don't know what Cohen's plans are, Gats. You know what I mean? I've kind of stopped thinking about it for now. It's almost just like we just gotta wait to see. We gotta wait to see. Like if it did drop, there's no guarantee he buys, which I know Gats knows. He's just tossing it out there. Appreciate that. Oh, we're talking Xbox versus PS5. Choose your sides now, huh? Team PS5, Team Xbox. I got friends and family on both sides. I got friends on both sides. PS5 on the way. That's a sponsor me. Okay, Gats, I think some shorts have closed to take advantage of lower price. Lower price. I mean, it's barely down, Gats, though. Maybe some of those shorts were so much money, though. I wasn't thinking like the shorts are like maybe they're like the day trading types, like close out a position after a week or two. I've been thinking it's more people betting on the secular decline, in which case, you know what I mean? Because it's so risky to be otherwise. But maybe the shorts have closed, take advantage of the lower price. It just hasn't even dropped that much. You know what I mean? What is it? How much are we down? I just calculated this. I forget what I did. What was it, 11, 17 about, something like that? It's only 16% down. If you got the peak, you're only, is that right? Yeah. So it's not that. That's just to toss that out there, Gats. I'm just saying, like, it's not even down. That maybe it was just people, they just wanted a quick 10% gain. But that's what I mean. Like, you would have thought that it'll go down lower for that if people were gonna close their position. But I think some shorts have closed to take advantage of the lower price. Maybe. Seems like a risky trade to put on for a week or two. You know what I mean? That's the one that I think is really risky. But indeed, it's possible. I'm not saying it's not possible, of course. And so then when I say we're still at 9, but we're only 16% down from the highs. It's like it's crazy that we're so close to the highs and that we're down 16%. We're still in the 9s. It's like it's just for so long. It was depressed for so long that it's a paradigm shift to a degree. It's just kind of funky. Buy penny Xbox game pretty much. All right, talking. It's done very well with PC. Hey, we're on Kitty Samo. Please buy GME now. Next week we'll go up again. Next week we'll go over 11 based on what? Yeah, what? Yeah. Another bull claim. Henry says it's going over 11. Yeah, why? You know what I mean? I have no strong opinions on what it's doing next week. I mean, every passing week we're a week closer to consoles and stuff, but there's no guarantee anything happens around consoles. You know what I mean? But yeah, I suck at those short-term predictions. I don't know. GME is just accumulating right now. Okay, Trey saying PS5 disappointed. Oh, PS5 didn't bring that. I love playing some Xbox 360 games. Would they disappoint on? Oh, okay. That the techs Okay, Trey's saying Xbox is a little bit better than PS5 on that. Okay. Thanks for sharing that, Trey. Henry, based on technical analysis. All right, so Henry sees it breaking 11 next week based on GMA start is still very bullish. Yeah, it's still very bullish, but even with technical analysis, you don't really know what it's going to do in the short term necessarily. Henry's just making a forecast there, which I always appreciate, but I never have strong convictions on something like that. Like, what's it going to do? Based on technical analysis, even fundamental analysis, right? It's even worse. It's even worse with the timing. Okay. On all the consoles, we're talking this may. Oh yeah, so I'm gonna pull up the 50 and 100 day. Let's do that. I did that earlier today. I just wanted to check. Let's just check it. Are there any folks who use this? Like I said, I'll toss it up there sometimes. You know what I mean? Looking really good. Looking good. Looking good. That 50 day is really climbing, huh? 650. Oh, we're getting up to 650. Golden cross. There's a golden cross, right? If you use 50 and 100. Some of these things are subjective. Right? You can change the variables so you can see what you want to see. Is that what I do with the lines, right? Yeah, that's not the trend line. Keep on dragging it down, moving it up. Excuse me. Henry, fundamental analysis covered very well by Rourke. Yeah, no, thank you. Lots of folks. Yeah, there's lots of good fundamental analysis out there. We said the best updated technical and fundamental both are bullish. Yeah, yep, I agree with you, Henry. Technical and fundamentals both are looking very bullish to me, and I still think. Now I keep on saying the same thing, right? Psychology and sentiment still has some room to run, and then if there's anything on the short side, but that's just cherry on top. Man, I haven't played the recent Call of Duty games. You know what I was really into Modern Warfare 2, then Black Ops. Was there one more? But we used to play those games so damn much. People talk about that on the stream right now. Favorites. Oh, Black Ops 2. Okay. Oh, Trey. Okay, that's what Modern Warfare 2. That game is unplayable on BC, and then Black Ops 2. Was it? I think I played Black Ops 2. I think it was Black Ops 2. Maybe Black Ops and then Black Ops 2. Yeah, okay. I'm glad Trey loved those games too, because I thought those games were sick. Then I've kind of missed out on the more recent ones. But I used to play that shit all the time. Remember, was it Modern Warfare 2 with Rust? Remember Rust? Oh, shit, that one was fun. I can think about these maps. I forget some of the maps, but some of them were classics. Oh, damn, that's funny. See, it's different in investing. And like, if you're a camper in Call of Duty in these games, right, that's frowned upon. But in investing, it can be a good idea to be a camper. You camp. You're just chilling, waiting, right? You just camping out, waiting for that opportunity to strike, and then you pull the trigger, right? Hey, that's a good thing. You can camp in investing. All right. Okay. Modern Warfare 2, Black Ops 2 were legendary. Okay, so I got lucky that those turned out to be legendary games, and I couldn't even appreciate it at the time. Okay, Q4 2020. Yep, the upcoming quarters will be mind-blowing. I think the question is whether or not it's already priced in. That's the question. But I feel like it's not. I think people might be. That's what I keep on saying. I think people are going to be surprised by this legacy business over the next 4 quarters. I think they might be. And then the rest of it is cherry on top if they can transform themselves. But if they succeed at this omni-channel experience rebuild, it could be incredible. Coming up quick. I don't think they'll allow pre-orders. It's coming up quick. Finance. Who's back? Coming here. Swinging. Oh, coming here, swinging big. One of the rolling jokes here. Well, Eric, I know a little bit about finance. I know a little bit about investing. I think, Eric. I think. Oh, Eric. You from? Hey, Eric. Oh, first of all, cheers, Eric. Eric from Seeking Alpha, PDX. Yeah, welcome. Happy Friday. I think that's your name. Okay, coming here swinging big. One of the rolling jokes of the outperformers is also here. Oh, yeah, 102. I don't think everybody does. The new Black Ops game is going to be awesome. Oh, is the new Black Ops game going to be sick? I haven't heard any rumors. Oh, that'd be nice. Because has everyone shared what they're going to get? I missed the team stuff. Which side? Is everyone going to get Xbox or also? Oh, this is a dumb question. Are some games like cross-platform? I should know the answer to that. I've asked my family and friends multiple times now. I think you got to be on the same platform, right? I'm pretty sure to play. Well, that's how it was last time I checked. And then it's like a lot of games. Oh, okay. Thank you, Trey. Okay. So it's not like a definitive yes or no. Ooh, I'm glad, because I would have been embarrassed if it was, and I didn't know that. I did think I think someone did explain to me that it was some games were cross-platform, and I'm like, okay, sick, because it's kind of a drag. Like I said, like my family leans more toward PS5, and my friends historically were on Xbox, but that's good that now that's good that because I was trying to wait. I know maybe some folks just get both. You know what I mean? But if you got to pick one. Got to think about that. Okay. Where was I? Eric, happy Friday. Cheers, Eric. Cheers. Upward price movement. Okay, Henry's saying upward price movement to 11 plus is just Cohen buying and upgrades by 2 analysts. I know it's hard to pin these moves, Henry. You know what I mean? It's hard to pin them. It can be fun to try to do that, but who knows the precise reason, the precise rationale for the upward movement. Like all those videos were before Ryan Cohen took a stake, so I at least would have to argue that part of the reason is just because GameStop traded so undervalued. I guess that'll be a stronger case if GameStop goes up quite a bit more. Then we can say that I think maybe people are still unsure of how much more upward movement. I think it'll be more obvious if it does, you know what I mean? But then certainly Ryan Cohen taking a stake helped too. And then the analyst upgrades. Yeah, I'm not so much on the analyst upgrades side of things, but thanks for sharing, Henry. I'm curious too about what other people are saying, what mattered to them, what y'all thought was. I kind of know what I think is important and what could have driven the price, but sometimes people perceive it differently, and it could be that you were perceiving it in a more accurate light than I am. Because some of these things are like, it's subjective, it's perceptions, and fundamental analysis is one thing, but like market psychology and what's driving stuff is a little bit different, and it's hard to be super confident about some of that stuff. Okay, Ryan, cheers, Ryan, greetings, cheers, welcome, happy Friday, Ryan. Okay, an Uber, welcome, Uber, welcome, happy Friday. Almost all the big games are cross-platform. Okay, that's what I was. Okay, so all the big games are cross-platform. Okay, good. I mean, that's sick. That's sick. That's a lot more fun. You know what I mean? Oh, there you go. So Gats owns all the 3 consoles. He owns all the big 3 consoles. Okay, there you go. Sucker for a good exclusive. All right, Uber had 2 teeth extracted yesterday. I hope you're feeling better. Maybe still numbed up. Henry, if Ryan Cohen fell to 13, price went up. Sure, but Henry, if I may counter, why did Ryan Cohen buy in the first place? Okay, maybe he bought because he saw the tremendous value that many other value investors saw, and that we can attribute the move. You might say like correlation, not causation, right? They say the stock price went up because of that, but let's also consider Ryan Cohen may have bought in because it was so undervalued. And then you may say he maybe served as a catalyst for reframing how people are perceiving GameStop, but you know what I mean? Like, it was undervalued. So, like, that's how kind of value stocks work. They can be undervalued for a while, and they just need something to spark it. And so I might be okay with Ryan Cohen certainly contributing to a sentiment shift to a degree, but it's not like he's even talked about anything. He took like a 10% stake. He hasn't said much about it, anything openly besides that 13D. And then we're also getting closer to the consoles, which was always my thesis, you know what I mean? And so that's how I would counter that, Henry. Uberkicks. Thoughts on how Bed Bath & Beyond reacted to reporting positive comp sales for the first time since 2016? I thought that was a sick move. I do. I thought that was big. And talk about a nice clean break in the chart too, right? In a very heavily shorted stock, some people were saying this too. The Bed Bath & Beyond shorts or the bears I think that their thesis was very similar to that of GameStop's, and it's interesting. It's good to see this move in a stock like Bed Bath & Beyond for this reason. So I suspect that's why Uber's asking, and he's probably thinking the same as me. That's a big move. It was a big move up. What's the market cap again? $2.6 billion. This was a huge move for Bed Bath & Beyond. What was it? I mean, yeah, it's up over 25%. wow, you're talking hundreds of millions of dollars, right? That's a big move in 2 days. And for GameStop, like GameStop, it's we're not at that point yet. We're not at that point. Yeah, different business models, different levels of free cash flow and so forth. I get that part, but I'm just saying, it's interesting because I many people, and myself included, have kind of grouped them together to a degree on this, like people betting against brick and mortar retailers and stuff. I actually was less sure how Bed Bath & Beyond would perform in this new environment. So, and I've been long Bed Bath & Beyond in the past, and and these prices did get ridiculously cheap. These were ridiculously cheap. I like, even sometimes, even if I still don't have a big position in a stock, you still like to see it work out because it still validates your style of investing. You know what I mean? Like sometimes I see, I'm like, oh shit. And again, I've been long Bed Bath & Beyond, but this time around, I was tracking so many. I said this on the stream recently. I was tracking so many different stocks, and I lost track of it. It's not in the I don't even think it's in the portfolio right now, is it? I didn't even look. I just assumed it wasn't because I felt like I would have remembered. No, it's not even there. See what I mean? But even still, I had got in around that time, and I got the double. But I remember thinking at the time it could be a triple, and now that turned into be a 5-bagger if you get the right timing and stuff. But sick move, and I'm happy to see it. I'm happy to see it worked out, and you might maybe see some similar market reaction to GameStop. Although it was interesting, and I'm sure many people saw this, he didn't get a bump in GameStop at the same time like you did with some other retailers. I would have thought that GameStop would have got a little bit of a bump, nothing big or anything like that. So that was kind of interesting. Sony talking the games, just cracked a beer. Markel, welcome back. Just cracked his beer. Welcome, Markel. Happy Friday. Cheers, cheers, cheers. Eternal remembered. I'm scared. Talking games. Sick. I mentioned before, but I recall that Ryan Cohen purchased about 2 million shares sometime before mid-June, and from the backstory, he had been out of the investment entrepreneur game, mourning his father's death till June. I don't recall. So Uber, I'm sure we read a lot of the same articles. I don't recall him saying that he had been out of the investment game. Oh shit! Look at my. I don't recall him saying that he had been out of the investing game. If you have an article, Uber, because I was trying to figure out. We were trying to think about that when he bought those 2 million shares. You know what I mean? It's a little bit meaningful if you could figure it out. Sometime before mid-June, and from the backstory, he had been out of the investment entrepreneur game, mourning his father's death. Till which is JN June or January, Uber? If I missed that, I'm super curious now. If I missed that, I didn't see that he had been out of the invest. That would surprise me that he'd be out of the investing. Maybe the entrepreneur game. I kind of get that. He's just like he was just finally done with Chewy for a change. That made sense. But the investing game, as a passive investor, you might still be involved on that front. I guess if Uber, if there's a specific article you're talking about where you got that impression, let me know which one it is, and I'll pull it up. Okay. I guess he's waiting for the right moment to eradicate that. I guess he is waiting for the right moment, timing to eradicate the shorts. Yeah, we don't know that they're even paying any. No one has said anything about the shorts from the GameStop camp, from Ryan Cohen camp. No one has said anything. Or about a short squeeze, and so I don't get Patrick Byrne vibes from this team, for better or worse. Like I said, that's not to say that they should be doing that. I know some folks do say that, but I'm just so ignorant that I don't have a strong opinion about it. The fundamental thesis is legitimate, so it's not like a stock where there's nothing here if you don't get a short squeeze. You know what I mean? So I kind of don't know how much to care, straight up. And all I know is that the sentiment that I'm getting from this management team, and when I talk about the vibe I'm getting from the management team, I'm talking about their tone on their quarterly press releases. I'm talking about like the sentiment that I'm picking up on during their conference calls, the presentation they put together. When I start seeing all in their actions that they didn't buy back in the past, like they stopped their buybacks last December and didn't move forward in a significant way. I know there were a couple small purchases of bonds and shares here and there, but not much. Like. Then all right, it's not that type of a team, for better or worse. For better or worse, it's not that type of a team. So, sorry, what was I just talking about that? To eradicate the short. So I just still, it shouldn't. I wouldn't. It's not my base case, Henry. For what that's worth, Henry. It ain't. In my mind, for what that's worth as well, it ain't zero. It ain't zero. You can't see this setup with a stock. And think that it's. This is why that short, the short interest at this level, the incremental shorts are insane to me, because if it ain't zero, the probability that that management could announce something that could trigger a short squeeze, if the probability ain't zero, then it's a very, very, very dangerous trade to put on in my experience. But I'm not an expert on that type of stuff. Short squeezes, what the hell do I know? So so if it ain't so, anyway, for what that's worth, Henry. Okay, PlayStation party chat. Okay, party chat. Oh, this is a good question, Eric. Oh yeah. Oh no, I missed. Sounds he is planning something to get rid of those shorts. He is a smart guy. I wouldn't underestimate Ryan Cohen. So I agree with that. Like I just said, sorry, I didn't get to those comments, Henry. Yeah, I don't. I'm not saying I don't know that it's not happening or something, but I wouldn't say confidently he is definitely planning something. I disagree with that language, Henry. But to say it's definitely not happening, or that's not. That it hasn't gone through in his mind or something. I'm not saying that. I think, but it's just, I think you might think it's a little bit more likely than, or maybe a lot more likely than I do, Henry. It's just not my my base case right now. Eric, so this is a good question from Eric. How do you not know what's in your portfolio? Cheers, Eric. Damn. That's a great question. Eric, I encourage you to check out the what are you gonna? I know you can't check out all. It's not like you can't. I'm not gonna tell you to check out these streams. That would suck for you, huh? But there's a tools video, and even the tools video is 2 hours. But the short of it is, for folks who might be new to the stream too, my current the current Roaring Kitty portfolio has a ton of positions in it right now, like over 150. And it's because it was the nature of this year, the nature of this environment. It's way more positions than I typically have held historically. I have historically run a much more concentrated portfolios, as I suspect many individual investors do, just so you can keep up and track the positions, because shit like this, Eric, you know what I mean? Like, to not know everything that's in the portfolio. But many of them are very small positions at this point, and I've trimmed out a lot of them. Some of them are nominal, like they're just maybe a couple of shares of a stock, and some of them might still be left over from that. But the goal, not the goal, I expect to get the number of stocks in the portfolio down quite a bit. But I diversified quite heavily this year. Given the nature of the market, as it turned out, I think it was a good decision. Not that I had, I was totally pleased with the outcome of it. Like I wasn't, I still think there was areas I could have done better, but I was satisfied with what I did, how I reacted the way that I did, and this is the result of that. And so, as I was saying, I've said elsewhere, Eric, that it turned out to be, I think, good for this stream, because if I just had a stream with just a couple of positions, or even 10 or 15 positions, I mean, it would give you good insight as to what my style is. But even still, there's more to cover, more to talk about, because there's so many in the portfolio. And it just so happened, it was kind of, again, I've never had anywhere close to this number of positions before. But it turned out to be good timing with the stream, so I think that's good. But a good question, Eric, and a fair criticism, for sure. It's like 30 stocks. You have a hard time remembering, especially the beer, Eric. The beer ain't helping either. Oh shit, that's funny. Henry, maybe GME float is being reduced by GME buybacks. That explains the low volume. So I agree, Henry. I kicked off the stream by saying that when I was talking on Twitter too. That part of this inflated volume could have been buybacks. When I say strong hands, that includes buyback. It includes the company itself. You know what I mean? So I agree. It's a distinct possibility that shouldn't be. It's certainly non-zero. But the question is, how much did they buy back? What is it? 10 million, 15 million, and then so what are the market implications of that? How much does how? I mean, it's meaningful, right? It's important, but how much does the market care? That type of a thing. But I agree. I've been thinking about that too, Henry. And as this week has passed, I now assign a higher probability to that a possibility, a higher probability to that possibility. Because look at how much volume that is. And remember last year? Oh, how far back can I go? Can I go back? Oh, I can. Look at this. Let's go. Watch this. Oh, do I gotta go a whole bunch of pages though? Shit. Like, let's see what the volume was back in the day. Can I scroll? Oh, sick. 1 page. Okay, so look at this. Look at this. So I believe last year they announced, when did they announce? September 10th? Was it September 10th? I forget. Doesn't matter. And then the next day, ton of volume, 34. But then you saw 8, 7, 6, and then you saw 11, 12, 13, 12. And as it turned out, there was a shit ton of buybacks that month. You know what I mean? So in a good chunk of, so how much did they bought back? We know 22 million, and I think a good chunk of that, not all of it, was in September. And so a good amount of this volume was the buybacks. You know what I mean? And so that's why I've been kind of thinking about it this time around. And then look at the volume come back down. Look at this. And then it came back down. Then you back down to 4, 4, 4, 5. Like, and it was like flat. That's what I mean. Like expect. Don't be surprised if this happens. I think maybe people came on board with the GameStop on the GameStop train this month, expecting like, oh, this is what it's like, and it's like it ain't like that. It's usually like this. And so we may have very low volume for a while. And but I remember thinking like, oh shit, that a good chunk of this was the buyback. So I've been trying to think about that these days. And to Henry's point, it's like, yeah, good. It could have been that. But even still, given that the elevated stock price, look at what the closing stock price was this whole second half of the month, 6, 7, 8. So let's say if it was at the let's take 7. I think they had about 115 million left in authorization. So 7, that would be about 16 million shares. It could have gotten down to 50 in a best case scenario if they did buy back and they got a lower price point. It'd get them down to 50 million shares, which is big, especially with the short interest, what it is, but it ain't 25, 30 million. So, but even still, I think the market would be surprised by that, which is why I continue to be surprised by the level of short interest. But anyway, something I was looking at. So thanks, Henry. Uh-oh, it jumped on me. Oh, shit, it jumped way on me. Way on me. Okay. Blessed Spear, welcome. Hello, welcome. Happy Friday. Cheers, Blessed. Okay, Uber. IGNS on 9/11. Well, now that we have more info on some next-gen console prices, which do you think you're most likely to buy first? Okay, PS5 was 55%. Interesting. And Xbox X was 24%. Oh, okay. So PS5 was more popular. I would have leaned that way worldwide. But I'm not totally sure. Okay, thank you. Uber's going to look into that. Thank for that's the story about his father's influence. There was a couple articles where he talked about that. The one in particular was the there was one prominent one. This one. This is the one I'm thinking of. That could be the one you talk about. Okay. Henry, if float is getting reduced, wouldn't it reflect on the volume being traded? If float is getting reduced. What does that mean? You mean if float is getting reduced, as in like a firm's taking a position or GameStop's buying back on the volume? Yeah, it would be that volume. For the float to be reduced, it would be caused by volume. You know what I mean? Whether it's whoever's on the other side of it, but you would still see some of the volume there. That's why I've been kind of thinking about that volume. But then that's it. You can only think about it so much. Then you gotta move on. And then you overthink this stuff. But that's what we do on a Friday night. We're drinking a beer. Shit, that's what we're gonna overthink. That's what we're here for. But then it's like, all right, whatever. And then I just wait the news out because I'll think about this, but it wasn't all my thesis. It's just like a marginal type thing. Okay. Blessed Spear. Here's what's happening. Institutional investors are positioned short on GME via algos. When their short position gets reduced due to GME rising, they programmatically double down on their short. Why would their short position get reduced? Dude, because you say the algorithms are automatically closing out of their position because the price is rising? They programmatically double down on their short position due to portfolio rebalancing. If I had 0.5% of my portfolio in short GME, it went to 0.3%. Oh, yes, of course. Because the position is declining. He's saying that you rebalance, so you have to short more. So you're thinking of it more of a portfolio allocation standpoint. Will automatically reshort GME until... Indeed. Okay. So Blessed Spears coming out more from the portfolio side of things, which is a great point. Just sheer rebalancing. This is good. And here's a problem with that, is that you're thinking about it in the not you, Blessed Spear, right? These I've been thinking, we've been joking that is it like excuse me, robots on the other side of this, right? That if you're thinking if all stocks are equal, then it's like, yeah, you rebalance the position, blah blah blah. But at some point, it becomes dangerous, right? You know what I mean? That it can be dangerous to rebalance at that level. You know what I mean? When you're, let's say it's at 200% of the float. You know what I mean? Not Blessed, you may already know this. I'm just kind of just riffing right here, but to not consider the situation. That's why I've been joking, even though I have no idea. I have no idea that it's like. It's robots on the other side, or to your point, algorithms. You know, we're just having a laugh about that. But like, where it's hard to see a human on the other side of this. That it's just the robots just rebalancing, just like beep beep boop 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 boop. You know what I mean? And that there's no real human on the other side of this, because they would consider the situation, the idiosyncrasies of the GameStop stock. Whereas we've been thinking, Blessed, to your point, that maybe it's just an automated thing and that it's being overlooked by folks. However, that just seems so damn crazy to me. Right? Doesn't it seem crazy that could be going on? That it could actually be robots, beep beep boop, messing up. So then I think if it's not that, if it is that, then where we could be this could be an interesting situation. If that is the case, if it really is the case, and we're not just having a laugh here. That's where I think that there could be like a crazy opportunity here. But then I think, all right, I tried to like talk myself out of it. Then I think, let's assume that there is an emotional human, like a human on the side of this who understands the situation, can see the broader context, and still decides to put the short on. They give the algo the okay to keep on adding to the short. Then I think it's because maybe they're trying to control the narrative, or it's not just a rebalance. Although rebalancing is a great point to bring up. But it's just they don't want to lose the narrative, because right now this narrative has been bearish. GameStop's not going to survive. It's in secular risk. It's going to zero. Now the stock price gets out, and then it's like, let's say it is a rational human on the other side of this, they're like, we got to short more to try to control it, which too is dangerous. But maybe this is above me, that they really can do it. That they can just keep on shorting, and the short can get to 200% of the float, and it doesn't matter. And they can be on the threshold list forever, and nothing happens because of it. And so it is the right move. And then I just don't know enough about it to be like, this is really dangerous. And they're like, all right, Roaring Kitty, just shut up, okay? You don't know what you're talking about here, because this does make a lot of sense. We ain't no BB boop boops. We are human beings who know more about the structural side of the market here, and this is the objectively good thing to do. And I don't know. Maybe it is. But you bring up a great point, Blessed, is that it's just rebalancing, right? But at some point, this is my thing, is that when everything starts ticking in favor of the bulls, fundamentals, technicals, this was the big change. This is why it has started to look a little bit insane to me at the technicals breaking out, because I keep on thinking, although it hasn't happened yet in a crazy form, that the technical analysts will jump on board. And then it's like, it's just added. It's like, then everyone's jumping on board. But not yet. It hasn't gone crazy. And I don't see the crazy bull sentiment. So maybe I'm building that up too much. You know what I mean? And that. But anyway, that's a great point, Blessed. Thank you for bringing that up. Cheers. Eric agrees with this. All right. What is StockTwits? It's a social media platform for like kind of investors. Yeah, so we were just talking about social media platforms on the last stream, a whole bunch of them. I guess StockTwits didn't come up, but it's one that people talk stocks on exclusively, right? As opposed to like a Twitter or something where there's other stuff on there. What is StockTwits? Fits that block trade. Oh yeah, I saw people talking about the block trade. I usually don't think about those block trades too much. I've heard it talked about so much with other stocks too, and nothing really came of it. Okay, his father died suddenly in December, and the past several months have been rough. Cohen says he isn't itching to start something new. He's doing what few high-octane entrepreneurs ever do, taking a break. Uber. That's from June 5th, Bloomberg Businessweek piece from the article. It's too hard to find, at least for me, what I consider great ideas. When I find things, I have a lot of conviction. I go all in. So that supports the whole buyout angle, what a lot of people have been talking about, right? There's like the whole Ryan Cohen's trying to take this private is not crazy. Even though it's not my base case, I totally understand why people come in. Like, you see a line like that, Uber Kicks is quoting a Bloomberg Businessweek piece where Ryan Cohen is quoted as saying, "When I find things, I have a lot of conviction, I go all in." And so people go, all right, he's going all in here. And then there's other things too, how there's so much overlap between GameStop and Chewy, the way he talks about the business models and stuff. There's a lot of overlap there. But the leap to say that, not that Uber Kicks is saying this, sorry, I'm going off a little bit of a tangent here, but the whole, it seems to me that when I read this Uber, and maybe you have the same take, he's taking a break from starting something new. He isn't itching to start something new. He's doing what few high-octane entrepreneurs do, taking a break, right? He's taking a break. He doesn't want to start up something new, right? And you kind of get that indication too, even though it's not quoted here, but when he's taking the Apple stock and the Wells Fargo stock, and that he's even talking about it. We said that during that stream too. That was a weird article that you have an entrepreneur that he's talking about his stock picks and he's being interviewed about his stock picks, and it's a whole article and stuff. That was odd. So that kind of supports that too. He's taking a break. Like, I don't think Ryan Cohen is going to be starting anything new, although many folks would probably think about that. Although someone, I think it was Fox on the stream, had talked about how it can be an easier path to start something new rather than try to turn around a business. You know what I mean? Like, so that kind of supports the case against the takeout and that stuff. And now maybe this will come up, but anyway, so I don't want to go too down that takeout path because I'm sure it'll come up naturally, because I know there's a lot of oh, look at that shirt, huh? There's a lot of there's been quite a bit of disagreement on that stream about this one, and I'm kind of at the center of that, so I apologize for that. But he's doing what few high octane investors, taking a break from the same article. It's too hard to find, at least for me, what I consider great ideas. When I find things, I have a lot of conviction and I go all in. Here's the other thing: if I were to just pick apart this quote, Uber, is that, and I think I talked about this recently. When I find things I have a lot of conviction in, we don't know how much conviction he has in GameStop. You know what I mean? To think that it's, and people have been saying this too, and I'm a bull and I'm saying this, to think that there's a 100% chance of GameStop turning around and reinventing itself and growing along the gaming industry, to think like that's ridiculous. Just because all Ryan Cohen did was file 13Ds, is that 10%? You know what I mean? Not that Uber's saying that. I'm going off on a tangent here, but it's always surprised me. It's like there's a legitimate short thesis against GameStop. It's legitimate. It is grounded in reality. It just ain't 140%. Like, it should be like 20 or 30%. The secular risks are still there. They haven't turned it around. And just because Ryan Cohen has joined doesn't mean they will. And that's what I mean. If when I think about the high conviction type stuff, I think about Apple stock. I think about Wells Fargo. Like, it wasn't a good chunk of his net worth in Apple. That's something you have high conviction in, not a company battling legitimate secular risks, a secular decline, and hoping that you can turn around when the world is kind of going in that digital way. You know what I mean? Like, it's, I don't know how high conviction he is in this. He stopped at 10% too. You know what I mean? Maybe the plan is to buy it out and that stuff. I'll concede that, but. So just some things where I have what I consider different interpretations of some of these quotes from other folks, from a lot of folks. And then there's the whole CEO angle. I don't know where that came. That Bloomberg article. It's the Bloomberg article that's kind of it's very clearly the source of a lot of people drawing different conclusions from that. And I may ultimately be wrong about that. For sure, I might. Like, I can put these pieces together and see that outcome as well. I can. I just haven't seen enough hard evidence to support that right now. Okay, I went totally away. Okay. Blessed Spear. Institutional investors also manage thousands of positions, so they likely won't change their GME position since GME is so small. So I'm actually going to disagree with you there, Blessed, for a reason you just gave. Rebalancing. They rebalance, these institutional investors and funds, perhaps even more so than than other funds that might be involved, say hedge funds hedge funds as an example. Because let's take the index funds. As GameStop's market cap rises, it may be that they need to own more of it. You know what I mean? And I know Justin's talked about this on certain articles as well, that there's a case that the position isn't going to decline; it's only going to go up. That they want to own more of it. Just because it's so small is almost beside the point. They're rebalancing all those positions, I suspect, right? I mean, doesn't that seem like a safe assumption that they won't change their position? That seems highly unlikely. They almost certainly will. Maybe they'll trim. Certain funds might be more, hey, the price is rising, let's trim, right? Those are out there. But I think a lot of them, if it could be like that gaming ETF I tweeted about, that that GameStop was one of the best performers in that gaming ETF. People might want to own more of it because of that. Just something to consider. And some of those funds, by the way, you like Fidelity. Some of those funds, some of the Fidelity funds that own it appear to be activist investors. Just a heads up. I don't know if you knew that. Maybe you did, but we've been talking about that in the stream. How there's a good chunk of those shares at Fidelity that it looks like it's stewarded by a value investor in particular. I think something to consider. It's probably not buybacks. Yeah, I mean, I agree with you. Right now, I agree, blessed. But the odds of it have gone up for me this week because of how low this volume was this week. Juxtaposed with how much volume there was earlier this month. But the odds of it have gone up in my mind. For what that's worth. Who cares? Okay. Daily. Oh man, if those were buybacks after earnings, we would explode on the next Catalyst news. Yeah, and then maybe they announce it in December with the quarterly. That's when they've been announcing all these buybacks. And by that time the consoles are on and everything, it's kind of gone around. It could, I mean, depending on the quarter. It's a weak quarter, but even still, it'd be nice. Remember when they announced 22 million shares they bought back last December? That was very surprising. But they won't get that much this time around, which is a little bit disappointing. That's why everyone was harping on this, like, oh, buy back when the price is cheap, buy back when the price is cheap, and they didn't get around to it. And maybe but so that was kind of like they could have bought back a shit ton of shares, right? They could have got those shares down to 50 million, 40 million easily, and now I don't know. So, but even still, I do think the market will react positively to that news daily, right? Right now, the stock price is already double. It's double what it was at their buybacks. Didn't they buy back on average about $5 or $6? I had tweeted about that. And already it looks like a really good decision. We're not out of the woods yet, right? It's not like it's no victory laps to be had. But right now the stock price is at 10, and they bought back a shit ton of them. Remember, it was at 102 million. How much did they buy back? So far that we know about. They bought back over a third of their shares at half of today's price point. You know what I mean? That's great. That's great. That's what I mean. I think people were thinking, oh, you're wasting all this capital, and then the pandemic hit. You're not going to survive this. But shit, I mean, I think that they have, and it ultimately could be that those buybacks will look brilliant. It could be. It's not a guarantee yet, but already it was September and we were at $10, $11, and they did the buybacks at $6. Like, holy shit, this is looking like management did understand the whole time. And read that transcript last year. It was that was the one time that I remember I said this on the show. I was kind of surprised by how much they bought back, because how I talk about their sentiment toward buybacks right now is kind of how I felt last year. Remember, I've said this a number of times now, but in June, was it June? When they announced that they cut the dividend and everything, they said they weren't going to do any buybacks. They said that. And I was like, oh, forget it then. Like, you need to do buybacks. I mean, I didn't have a position in GameStop at the time. I'm like, well, forget it then. I'm moving on. You have to do these buybacks. That's crazy. That's just bad capital. That's bad management of your capital to come out and say you're not doing any buybacks. I don't remember if the language is so strong. And I should go back and read it myself. It has been a while, but I remember thinking, "Oh, that's dumb. Like, come on, and then 3 days later, was it 3 days later? I forget the timeline. They were like, "Yeah, we're doing buybacks." I'm like, "Holy shit!" And then they did the Dutch auction, which was weird. And then, but even then, I'm like, I don't know. And then I was like really surprised. And then in the transcript for the, and then they announced they did another 22 million in addition to that 10 or 12 that they did. They did another 22. I'm like, holy shit. And then you read through the transcripts, and they were like, we know they were very confident speaking. They were very confident in their tone, which was very unlike anything prior to then and since then. But Sherman was like, we know what's coming next year. We know what's coming, and we know the stock. I think he even said something to the effect of, we know the stock price is going to be higher, like something like surprisingly bullish coming out of them. And I remember thinking, holy shit. I remember thinking, maybe they are. Maybe they're doing this. Maybe they're going all in. And then they've kind of had to pump the brakes a bit. If only because of the environment they found themselves. They literally had to close their doors. You know what I mean? How often do retailers have to do that? Never. You know what I mean? This is such a crazy situation. But anyway, so I remember it was 22 million. They went ham. You know what I mean? But this time around, even if they go ham, it could max out at like 15 million or something. I mean, I guess the latest shares we have, if they did have a trading plan in place, but I've talked about this every single quarter. I mean, I've thought about this like every single quarter, where if they have a trading plan in place, you can buy back shares around earnings. Before, at the time, was it 10b5-1 if you got it. But and so the latest share count we have is for, what was it, early September. So they could have been buying back even leading up to earnings and stuff. In which case, it would have been a lower price point. That's why I bring that up. Oh, even still, it was at $8. Now, it wouldn't have made much difference. That's right. It doesn't matter. But so even if it's 10, 15 million, how does the market react to 10 and 15 million? I think they'll react because of the short interest. That's been my thinking, that they'll react like holy. That would have taken them. They would have been taken aback by that. I was very curious about that at the last quarterly earnings call. All right, now I just ranted. Now I'm poppy. These Friday streams. Here we go. So good comment, Daily. You got me going on the buyback angle there, huh? Is that there? Oh, he's asking about the article. They did it after last Q2. Yep, I agree. Yeah, I was talking about that, Daily. That's when they did it after last Q2. I mean, I bring that point up, but that's it. Just because they did it last quarter, not that much correlation there, but a point that I've made too. I agree with the Daily. Might have been two different articles. Yeah, Gatz is kind of, buybacks would be a catalyst, but it's tough to gauge how likely that is at the moment. I agree, and it's also, it's not besides the point. It's something that I'm very curious about. But did I even mention buybacks in my GameStop videos? Like that are like incremental buybacks, a marginal thing, just like the short squeeze, marginal. These things are. There's a major fundamental thesis here that, and everything else is just like, this is why this opportunity is so fascinating and unique and crazy, because there's this really, in my opinion, robust fundamental thesis for GameStop. And then there's this other shit going on with the shorts, the level of shorts rather, and then there's still buyback authorization with the stock price still depressed at the time anyway. And I thought, how the hell? I don't know. It's just so crazy. So that's right. So even if they didn't buy back, even if there is no short squeeze, it's like the fundamentals are looking good. You'd have to really believe. You have to have real pessimistic views to not think that the future free cash flows can support this market cap. I feel very confident that future free cash flows are going to support this market cap, and I keep on saying that I feel as though this downside is protected. And that's kind of where my confidence comes from. My confidence doesn't come from Ryan Cohen. My confidence doesn't come from short squeeze. My confidence comes from the downside protection. And that's a big part of my investment style. And I hope it's the case for a lot of folks out there, because I find it's a very important part of a lot of successful investment styles out there. And that's what gives me my confidence. The market cap at GameStop at 6. I mean, remember when it was at? It was below 300. It was below 300. It was just absurd. But even at 600, my confidence, I have more confidence at a $260 million market cap, right? But even at a $600 million market cap, I feel really confident. This company's got $800 million in cash about on their books, plus a major catalyst, and there's going to be a ton of long ass lines outside their stores right now and stuff, right? And I feel good about my downside, and then the upside will take care of itself. And then this other stuff, these things are fun to talk about, right? But even still, I feel good about the fundamental thesis. Okay, Daily, they wouldn't announce buybacks till Q3. Not familiar with the process. You can announce buybacks beforehand, Daily, but I would lean toward earnings. Every time they have some major thing, they announce it with earnings, including the buybacks. It's always been at earnings. So for what that's worth, doesn't mean they'll do it this time, but that would be my guess if they did. Okay, top 25 shareholders of GME give me enough. Okay, Ryan gets his confidence from the shareholders of GME. I know you start all else equal. Don't you want to be aligned with Barry? That's not to say he doesn't make mistakes, but with a play like this, it gives me a little bit. I feel much more comfortable being on his side. Although we don't even know if he still owns it, to be sure. The latest numbers we have are from June, but I bet that it is. Okay. Okay, they're going to buy back. Okay, I don't know about it. Henry says they're going to issue new shares when the price skyrockets. It's possible. But I don't think so. I don't think that they will. But like if the Cohen angle, and you're gonna, let's say that was the case, even though I don't think it is. If they were gonna try to compete with Amazon, they have grand growth plans. They're gonna burn cash for a number of years. They would need more cash. And if that were the case, Henry, then I'd have to agree they might issue some shares. Forget the short that. They're going to buy back shares once the price skyrockets. I mean, can you imagine they buy back shares and then they issue shares? Does anyone have any precedent for that? Has that happened before, where a company has bought back a ton of shares and then the price has gone up, and then shortly after they've issued shares? I'd be very curious about that. I don't know of any. It doesn't mean it hasn't happened, but I don't know of any. But I think that's unlikely. But indeed, if they were serious about major growth plans, they might need to issue. But that's doubtful in my mind right now. Trey, good looks, Trey. Helping the stream again. Thank you, Trey. Thank you. Appreciate that. Trade number one is Roy Kitty. Oh yeah, for the confidence. Oh, I'm happy to hear that. I mean, I make mistakes, as Trey knows, but I'm happy to hear that. I'm happy to hear that. Although if I were wrong about GameStop, it would be one of the biggest things I was wrong about. I mean, I'm already feeling a little bit better about it, right? But I remember thinking with that stock price is like, I mean, it briefly went below 3, but that was March and April was just nuts for all stocks, right? But even when it was like July and August, and the stock price was below 4, I'm like, what the hell? So I was buying, right? Because I'm like, what choice do I have? I'm buying. But I remember thinking, like, am I wrong about this? And I'm like, if I am wrong about this, I may have said this on those early streams because I was doing the streams in August, and the price was still way, like, yeah, even August, right? Were we below? Okay, we weren't below, maybe a touch in August. But I remember thinking, like, if I'm wrong about this is the biggest, I think it might have been the biggest error in my, in my stock picking. It might have been the biggest. I definitely have said that to my wife too. I'm like, if I'm wrong about this, doesn't mean I wasn't. And I was like, kind of like, you're always humbled by that, right? I mean, I'm humbled all the time. But this one, I would have like, it would have been I would have been eating a huge slice of humble pie. You know what I mean? I'm still not. I mean, I was still expecting it to go higher, but even still, at least I feel a little bit better. I don't feel as crazy that like Ryan Cohen. At least he saw something in GameStop and. That's about it, though. No one else. No one else just yet. But let's see what happens. But I was getting a little bit. I was like, oh boy, below 4. Shit. Maybe my analysis. Maybe I drew the wrong conclusion from stuff. Okay. Hey, so Henry says 800 million in cash. I'm sure they're going to use some for buybacks. But Henry, just a reminder, they've had a shit ton of cash all year. Why weren't they buying back this whole time? You know what I mean? I would ask. I have my own reasons, but I would pose that question to you, Henry. They had 500 million cash after after Q4. They've had a ton of cash all year. How come they didn't execute it then? Again, I have my reasons. I'm kind of just posing the question to you, Henry, because you seem to be saying that because they have that much cash, they're going to use it for some buybacks, but they haven't used it yet. So what has changed? Just incremental cash, that this is the largest cash. And again, we don't know that it's 800 million. I understand the sale leasebacks that occurred after the end of the quarter, but they also may have burned some cash in those couple of weeks. You know what I mean? That they could have nixed each other. We still might be at around 700 million. You know what I mean? So that's my first counter. And I've said 800 million in cash too. I've said that, but I just something to consider that those sale leasebacks a couple weeks later, they may have also burned cash at that time, and they may have it may have just been a net. They netted against each other. But just because they have the cash doesn't mean that they were going to pull the trigger this time. For what that's worth. The rebalancing, I mean, hello. Fox, hello world. Hello, Fox. Welcome back. Happy Friday. Happy Friday. Henry, why would they? Okay, Henry's on these buybacks today. I'm okay with this, Henry. Why would they stop buybacks when they know that they can reissue them at a later time? Henry, they have stopped buybacks. They haven't bought back shares, to our knowledge, in over 12 months. So why did you know what I mean? So same question. I posed the same question to you, Henry. Why did they stop buybacks over the past 12 months? Again, there were good reasons for it. It's not so much rhetorical or that it's unanswerable or anything. Like, I'm more just curious about, Henry, I just gave my answer kind of, but I'm curious about, Henry, why you think, because you seem kind of confident about the buybacks, and maybe you can sway me more toward that direction. But anyway, it's been a great evening. All right, Fox has had a great evening. What exciting 10K did you read today? All right, Fox. Yeah. No 10Ks today. Vacation today. All right. Sometimes Fox, he's reading 10Ks and participating in the stream. It's fun Friday night. King Tang. Cheers, King Tang. Welcome. Is anyone here concerned about broader market conditions pulling GME down? What downside would you see GME hit with a March level crash, possibly if Trump went on an event? Good question. And this has come up a couple of times on the stream. The market had been coming down a couple of weeks in a row here. I mean, this was looking bearish, so this topic came up. But as a value stock, value stocks can get hit with the market. You just started in March, to your point. The value stocks can get crushed on a market downturn. They can. And the same thing could happen with GameStop here, right? That the stock price could pull back. That's kind of always a risk. Granted, it may be a little bit more elevated this time around, given the unusual circumstances we find ourselves in. I concede that. But this is always a risk for investing, that if the whole market collapses, or if you get like everything was crushed, you know what I mean? Like everything was crushed in March and April. Yeah, so GME, it could happen with GME. Part of me, and I've said this a couple of times now, no one has really called me out about it too much, but it's also, there's a small chance that GameStop could be a little bit of a safe haven. And in that, there's a well-defined catalyst coming up, and they have a lot of cash on the books, and the balance sheet could support them on the downside. Like I said, I feel good about that downside protection. Maybe the market will feel a little bit better this time around than they did in March and April because of how close the consoles are. That's a bold claim. I'm not. That's not a hill I'm going to die on. But it's just something I've been thinking about. Like, I mean, if the market's like coming down in October, November, but this too is marginal analysis, right? The thesis is I'm a bottom-up investor, as I assume many folks on here are as well. So it's a concern, perhaps, for if you're a long-term investor. It's a minor concern because, again, this is a perpetual risk in the marketplace, systematic risk. It's just always a risk you need to manage. Perhaps even more so in the current environment, but maybe GameStop's unique situation can balance that incrementally higher risk with that. Maybe, I don't know, but if the market did crater, let's say, then you'd want to manage that accordingly, and don't think that you'd be safe in GameStop or anything like that. I'm saying safe haven just to get my point across, but you know what I mean. But GameStop could still get walloped, just like it did back in the day. You know what I mean? Although GameStop held up well against the market in those early weeks, it was a relative outperformer, and then following earnings, that double dip on some of the retailers, GameStop got crushed at that time, but very briefly, right? I mean, it was only below 3 for a couple of days, and then it bounced right back, boom, boom, boom. And then it was a little bit squeezy, that action, just a touch with this, like it was down, boom, 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 and then boom, boom, boom. But GameStop had held up pretty well. Relatively, again, the market was getting, and GameStop held up well around that. For that's worth. But right now, you might say, "Oh, the market cap's higher now." Blah blah blah. But anyway, okay, I'm going off on tangent. Good question though. Good question. Okay, Eric, I think the short is Rentec. They don't care what the correlation they're trading is, even if it's as stupid as ice cream causing polio. They're going to trade the core. Okay, a good point, Eric. And I view that as it could be a potential mistake. Maybe you'd agree with that, Eric. That they're not concerned. That they don't care what the correlation they're trading is. I mean, the Renaissance Technologies. What the hell am I going to say? What am I going to say? They're making a mistake. I can't even opine on their investing strategy. I can't, so I won't. But it's a good point. Okay, depends on what your worst case scenario is. Yep. So Fox chimed in there as well. As for that, if the market sells off, how GME would respond? Does the market really care if the president is ill though? I mean, was the market up today? Oh, it was down. Oh, shit, the NASDAQ really went down. Really? Oh, because I got to do this. Oh, it sold off right at the end? Yeah, oh, I thought it was up. I must have checked earlier in the day. Wow, it really sold off. Interesting. Look at small cap. Look at this. Look at Russell 2000. That's interesting. What did the rest of the market do? Oil down. Wow. So NASDAQ got hit and Russell 2000 held up. No shit. We've been seeing that a little bit past couple weeks. And some people have been saying, interesting. Oh, okay. Okay. Daily, we ain't no beep boop boop boops. We might not be daily, but if this stock price keeps going up, even right now with the chart looking like it is, and what was it, Uber talking about that monthly chart? If people looking at that monthly chart, right? Because it was month end. That monthly chart was looking terrific. You might get some beep boop 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 on your side because those algos buying on the upside, the Momo, right? The Momo style. I mean, like they start piling on, right? And they don't give a shit about the fundamentals. They don't care. To Eric's point on the short side, there will be longs who don't care. Some longs will care. Like they don't care about the secular risks and all that stuff. That's my point. Is that you could get some beep boop 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 beep on your team, and then maybe we'll need a different type of a robot for that one. But So we might not be daily, but hey, we might welcome them on the day. Maybe. Oh, shit. All right, so Henry feels strongly about the shorts. Henry's feeling strong about the shorts there, yeah. Are there any contingency plans for that scenario? Oh, for the fuck, did symbiosis? How much I think, or perhaps just for the low. All right, Fox, I'm glad. I was pretty sure. Fox, I've been pretty sure that was you, but and then, oh shit, that was funny. All right, just thanks you for clarifying. So, which is the evil fox? Yeah, he transforms back into. Is there an evil fox? There's no evil fox. Gats is kidding, or Hugo's kidding. Hugo's kidding. Chaotic neutral, yeah, that sounds about right, Fox. Chaotic neutral is definitely that's the box you'd put in. Simon, what's up, Simon? Happy Friday, Simon. Love your channel. We should do more research on other companies once this GME craze fades. So well said, Simon. I know you've been on the stream a number of times now, and I keep on saying that, and I agree. During the stream, my intention. This is actually when I do my research, and I agree with you, and I'm glad you phrased it the way you did, because like right now it's like GME is still, people are still interested in GME, myself included, oversized position, blah blah blah. But I agree, right? It's not going to be a craze for a while, as Simon is pointing out, and it's at that point that certainly we'll be doing other research. We might get to it today. Who knows? I mean, now we got more people in right now, but lots of people have thoughts about that, and we were running with GameStop. But I've been thinking too, Simon. I mean, especially if GameStop works out in like in a big way, then maybe we'll. I mean, like GameStop's the only stock I've talked about on the. Oh, this is the only stock I've uploaded videos on, right? So let's hope it works out. But maybe what I was thinking, Simon, and now I've definitely said this a number of times on the stream, but maybe there'll be different streams. Some streams where there's like laying back, just chilling, having a beer, having a fun time chatting, and maybe there'll be streams dedicated to looking into other companies. Because to Simon's point, like this is an educational channel, right? I want and some folks here are experienced investors and stuff, right? And just sharing their own expertise, which is great too. You know what I mean? So I don't want to. There's different opportunities here that I'm still trying to feel out. So all the feedback is great. So Simon, this I'm viewing like if you view this, I just had this revelation a couple of streams ago. This is like a little bit of a deep dive case study in a true like deep battleground value stock, which is kind of good in that light. But indeed, there's more to be. There's more education. There's more things to be educated on besides like other types of stocks and stuff can help round out certain styles, certain types of education, I think. So Simon, we'll get back to that. We will. I'm trying to think through this stuff. I am. It's taken me time. That's all. So I'm glad you like the channel, though, Simon. Thank you for sharing. Welcome, Pitt. Cheers. Mr. Marginal here again. The book about Rentech mentioned that they learn to let the beep boop boops do their thing, no matter how crazy it seems to the human onlookers. Good point, Pitt. So I hadn't read that book. I know about the book. I've read some of the highlights. I assume you're talking about the Rentech book. Wasn't there a couple of them, or there was one prominent one that was released last year? But yeah, they let the beep boop boops do their thing. So that's what I've been kind of thinking, is that's why I thought the cat was out of the bag once the chart was starting to break out. Not crazy momentum yet though, but indeed, maybe to your point, maybe you're saying that's why the shorts are piling on. But I would say the beep boop boops on the short side, it's not working out in their favor. It's not working out in their favor. That's my thing. Is that it's like the flip side. Now the odds are tilting in the favor of the bulls. In which case, I feel as though that's why the incremental shorts are really just nuts to me. I keep on thinking. I keep on thinking there's something to this trade I don't understand. That it's above my pay grade. There's so many things in the marketplace above me. You know what I mean? That I just like I don't get it. Individual investor stuff. You know what I mean? There's so much stuff that you just don't know. You can't comprehend because you weren't taught it, or you don't have the experience with it. So I think, all right, maybe there's something to this I just don't get, because from my standpoint, the incremental shorts are insane. But to Pitt's points, yeah, maybe they won't care about the people boops won't care on the long side. Tag along that. When I read that based on this, damn, this thing keeps riding up at me, huh? I read that based on the story. He was still on his break from December 2019 until when he acquired 2 million GameStop. Yeah, it's possible. Uber's trying to think about Ryan Cohen when he got those millions of shares. But it could. Yeah, I don't know. Who knows what he got those shares and how much does it? I've been thinking it's been meaningful. Like if he just got them in June, or did he get them a year ago or 2 years ago? I don't know. Who knows? Like I guess that was my thinking, is if he had him for a while, if he had the shares for a while, then I would lean more toward interested shareholders. You know what I mean? Like if that were confirmed, but he hasn't talked about it yet, because then he's like, maybe not. I mean, because I don't think like if you were buying out the company, then you buy up all those shares as quickly as you can, take the company private. Like, do you sit on it for a couple of years? You get control as soon as possible and start managing the decisions, right? You don't want things to get out of hand. Usually you wouldn't wait for them to potentially screw it up, because you don't want them to screw it up. So that was my thinking, is that if we did know that he held it, but we don't know. And we may never know. But we know that he did buy aggressively in August, which also supports that case. But I've been thinking about that stuff, so thanks for sharing. So Uber sharing his view on that. Thank you. Interview would have been sometime in May or earlier based on the publishing time. Oh, okay, Fox chiming in. Uber will share. Oh, nice job getting that link in there, Uber. Props. It's passing. And, oh, no, am I running behind? Oh, no. Okay, no, not too much, I think. Just rating that he bought. We're just trying to. So Fox is. I just shared my Fox heads up. I was just sharing my view. Oh yeah, Eduardo Fierro. There's a new Seeking Alpha article about GME. I saw. You see who it was? Was it Steve Mazzini? Was it Steve Mazzini? I thought I saw that on my phone. It was. He's been on the stream. Cheers, Jay. Cheers to Steve. All right. Cheers, Steve. Sick. I didn't get to read it yet. Oh, I had it up, and I was like, oh yeah, we got to check this out on the stream. So I didn't get to it yet, but Steve's been on the stream multiple times, sharing his views, and he shared good views. So when I saw it was published by, I haven't seen. Has he published other articles before, Steve? I didn't know. This is the first article. Sick. And he had mentioned, was it last week? I think it was last week, that he was making the comparison to RH, talking about the setup. And I made a note. I made a note right here that I was going to look into it. I didn't, Steve. I apologize. I thought I'm like, all right, I got to look into it, but I just didn't get around to it yet. And here he goes. He just saved me the trouble. He wrote the damn article. Congratulations, Steve. Congrats on your first Seeking Alpha article. That's sick. So I'm looking forward to checking this out. Oh, there was another one too by Kingdom Capital, who has written a number of solid articles, just like Kingdom Capital's wrote a bunch of them. Jonathan's was good, and there was one other one, wasn't there? Who's writing? I thought a number of them, right? Oh, Josh Klein's was good too. Dimitri, wasn't it Dimitri? Dimitri, didn't you not write one? I thought he had written one. There were a couple. Value Adventure. There's so many. I'm starting to lose track. But but I had read Kingdom Capital. That was a great article too. It's the cash flow, bro. Yeah, these are good. If anyone read these, I'd be curious to hear your thoughts. This one was really good. Just a good article, just a good all-around article, and like these incremental articles, like I haven't provided updated analysis, and so it's good when folks who are dialed into the situation, as I already know Kingdom Capital is, because I've read his research previously on GameStop, when they give their updated views, I'm like, this is sick. It's great for someone like me to see their analysis, especially in a nice, clean format and stuff. And then I haven't even read Steve's yet, but congrats, Steve. That's sick. 2 in the last couple days. Yeah, the newest. Yep. Okay, so they all both talk about okay. Fox. Okay, I'm sure he's interested in going all in on GME as to what all in means. That's subjective to corporate structure. It also takes 2 to tango, right? Oh, okay. So, Blessed is clarifying. Sorry, I meant change position as in reverse from short to long. Oh, okay. Oh, okay, Blessed. Okay. Oh, interesting. Okay. Change position as in reverse from short to long. Wow. Interesting, huh? And I've done that too. That can be good portfolio management. You bet against the stock. It works against you. You go long. I've done it. But you're talking about some maybe these fun. Interesting. Okay. Yeah, maybe they have. Especially the beep boop boop boop. Beepity boop boop. Especially them, right? And yet, Blessed, at least what we've seen so far is the short interest went up in the first 2 months of September. But we'll see. We'll see what happens since then. Fox, that's a very balanced, smart take. Okay, so Eduardo's reading the one from yesterday. Now, oh, is it yesterday that Kingdom? Oh, we got 2 in 2 days. That's sick. I have read this one, but I didn't get. Steve's just came out. Yeah, it just came out at 6:09. Hey, Kingdom Capital. Well, you're welcome. You're invited to the stream too. You come whenever you're up for it. We'd love to have you. I'm like as I said to Justin too. I've been appreciative of the security analysis, the security analyst longs who have written about GameStop because it's benefited me, so I've long appreciated it. Okay, so Blessed saying, Blessed saying they're asleep at the wheel. If you manage $500 billion pension, are you going to look closely at a $10 million position that's down 50%? Yeah, it's a good point. Okay, so I see what you're saying. Maybe, I don't know. Maybe you're right. If they're gigantic firms, Blessed saying if they're asleep, the shorts are asleep at the wheel. If you check out a couple of the past streams, Blessed Spear, in the little thumbnail, I've asked, are the shorts asleep? I get some sleeping kitties there because I've been kind of joking about that. I have no idea, right? What the hell do I know? But I've been thinking about that. But I wasn't so, but yeah, you just think if it's a gigantic firm, do they really care that much? You would think that they should, but we don't know who the shorts are. You know what I mean? It could be, we don't know, but I appreciate the thought. I like that line of thinking there. Like it could be a couple of funds, you know what I mean, who are very heavily short, in which case they're probably very dialed into the position. But indeed, if it's just automated shorting, maybe they lose track. You know what I mean? Like that stuff always seems crazy to me. But then that Bari letter where he's talking about people misclassifying GameStop as super leveraged because they messed up on the operating leases. When I see Bari saying that seems like I can't believe that people would mess that up. But if I said that, I'd be like, all right, I'd immediately discount it coming from me. But coming from Barry, I'm like, shit, do people really mess this up? And then sometimes you see the market go awry, right? Like that volatility fund that just went to zero overnight, and we saw what happened in the financial crisis and stuff. Sometimes the market does get it really, really, really incredibly wrong. And I think a lot of the bulls want that to be true with GameStop. And I don't think there's anywhere close to enough information to suggest that's the case. But that said, you can see the potential there that it's possible they could be wrong as far as all the publicly traded stocks out there, GameStop's the one where I think there could be something very, very wrong here. But that doesn't mean anything's going to happen about it. But you can at least see the possibility, see the potential, as I keep on saying that over and over again. I keep on saying it about GameStop's fundamental business. You know what I mean? The business model itself. I could see the potential there, but I could also see the potential on the short side of things. Fox. Sometimes I'm also known as Fox. Just the facts, please, Ed. Just takes two to tango. That they didn't change from short, and the algos kept trading. Yep. Yeah, remember short interest rose as far as GME stock is in HV hard to borrow status. Yeah, Henry's pointing out how GME stock is in the hard to borrow status, and I just say it sucks. But so what? What does that matter? What's going to come of that? What was I just going to... Oh, borrow desk. Yeah, look, and this rate's going down. People have been talking about the rate and the number of shares like this. There's almost nothing to be gleaned. For someone like me, there's just not much to be gleaned from something like that. I prefer that would be epic. Hard to borrow status. Imagine if GameStop is one to bust Renaissance. I know, right? So that's what Fox is saying. Yeah. Imagine if GameStop is the one to bust Renaissance. You know what I mean? That would be something, huh? That would be some feather in our caps if they somehow did that. But not that. I mean, people have been saying that maybe GameStop is the type of stock that it could cause a fund to go bust. Nowhere close to my base case, but that's what I mean. That's the type of stock you're like, geez, so much going crazy. But what if it were Renaissance? That'd be something. Would be epic. Yeah, right? But we could have a laugh about that. That'd be sick. It's almost impossible to find in business. Sometimes it gets punished left alone. Yeah. That's what I mean. I don't think that's why it's such a dangerous position to be. But that's what I mean. Maybe there's something I don't understand. Maybe they're perfectly cleanly hedged and all that, and that they can get out of it, and that the shorts can be closed easily. And I just don't. It's above me. I can see that too. That's why I think everyone's kind of building it up a bit too much, because I think a lot of us just don't know enough about it, myself included. Makeshift player, what's up? Welcome. Happy Friday, Makeshift. Cheers. Welcome. Glad to have you here. I keep things simple. Waste of time and energy otherwise. Occam's razor works 80% of the time. So I agree with what Fox is saying. Fox is saying he keeps things simple, waste of time and mental energy otherwise. Occam's razor works 85% of the time. I agree. It's like you think about this stuff and then you have to move on because we're just chilling. A lot of us are invested in GameStop, just shooting the shit. And like I said, this can be educational, talking through some of this. Some folks have already said how they have appreciated some of these discussions, which is great. But like for some of these things, it's like, all right, I note it. Like, yeah, all right, I see it's hard to borrow. It's on the threshold list. 550K available for the fee. There's a lot of short interest. Boom, and then I move on. And then it's fun discussion to go further than that. But as far as the thesis goes, marginal impact on that stuff. That's how I feel. Okay. I do that to keep my finger drumming, keeps my hand-eye coordination. Expect analyst upgrades. Yeah, could be some future analyst upgrades coming too. There could be that's another potential catalyst that I don't know how big of a catalyst is, but that's another thing that could be coming. A lot of potentially good news in the pipeline, right? And I think we're getting closer with each passing day. That's why it's good that the price holds up, because with each passing day, we're getting closer to what I consider undeniably bullish news, like bullish news that you won't be able to knock down. You know what I mean? Like there's the Q3 performance, right? It's probably gonna be their final one before the new consoles. But other than that, like then you got the consoles are out, sentiment is shifting, year-over-year comps, blah blah blah. Then you see a strengthened balance sheet, or they pay off debt, or they bought back shares. It's like, so each day you can just keep it together. You're like, that's what I've been saying all year too. Just keep it together, GameStop. Just keep it together. Get us to the show. And then I always felt that the rest would take care of itself. You just need to get there. And then it was becoming, again, the fundamental thesis continually kept unfolding in favor of the bulls. That's why I was so kind of surprised by the price action this summer. But then I'm like feeling increasingly confident that it was going to be that downside was protected. And now I think, all right, just keep it together right now. It would be nice just on a short-term basis. I still think the long-term thesis is intact, but it's just be nice that short-term price, like just keep it together. Don't crater, and it'll be good. And then there you got a higher base from there. Just scanning all the stuff above. Does it matter if it's Rentec or another bot shorting? Won't change most people. No, Fox, I agree. It doesn't change. It doesn't matter so much who's on the other short. What I would say it matters who's on the other side of the short, and you might agree with this, Fox, is how sophisticated they are, how big they are, how many shorts are making up or comprising that gigantic short position. Because now there's a lot of money on the line. There's a lot of money on the line, right? I mean, how many shares short times the current price action, and Justin was penciling through how much they were losing on every incremental dollar up or something like that. There's a lot of money on the line. So if they have deep pockets, they can they might have a higher pain threshold. You know what I mean? And they might be able to sustain it going up to $12, $15, even $20 maybe. But if they're smaller funds, maybe they can't sustain it, and then they have to close out just because the price is rising. You know what I mean? So not so much Rentec, but I'm interested in the size and sophistication of the hedge fund. How, are they hedged? I mean, you'd have to think that they're hedged, right? They have to be. Or they have to know something that I don't know, that they know they can get out of the trade easily. But when I see the volume declining like that, then I start thinking, holy shit, can they? I don't know. But again, so that's what I was thinking, Fox. There's no way of knowing. How could you possibly know? They're not filing. Okay, if you look at institutional funds for GME, they're huge funds. Yep, they're probably focused more on that rather than So that's why we're thinking if the market sells off broadly, well, that's for the longs. You're talking about the longs, blessed. Yep. Eric, cash on the books is meaningless for a retailer. It's all about the change in working capital. Well, I wouldn't agree with such strong language as Eric was saying. Cash on the books is meaningless for a retailer. It's all about the change in working capital. I strongly disagree with that, right? It's certainly not meaningless. It may be meaningless for your particular strategy, Eric. That could be the case. From a security analysis standpoint, what that balance sheet looks like, especially if it's cash, which is a very high quality asset, has a ton of meaning, because when I talk about that downside protection, what's on the books is huge. Now, that's not to say that it's not like, I'm not saying, Eric, and you may know this, that they can pay all that cash out as a dividend, or that it's unencumbered cash. This has come up a number of times in the stream where I don't view it that way. And I don't think many folks in the stream do, Eric. So, I mean, that may be where you may be thinking we disagree, but we don't. It's not unencumbered cash. But as far as the risks associated with GameStop, which are these secular risks that they're battling, the ability to reinvent themselves, to survive into the console, cash is hugely, hugely important for that downside protection. And thereafter, that's what I mean. So it's not like we can, even if we say that this cash is spoken for to pay for the increased inventory that they're going to have for the new consoles, to pay for revamping their business model, blah, blah, blah. But then all the additional free cash flow that they get from their business model could be free cash flow. Do you know what I mean? So I strongly disagree that it's meaningless, but But the change in working capital is, of course, important too, right? But for what that's worth, And we may be on the same page there, Eric. Maybe just a small disagreement there. Okay, Fox, you got a pitch. Overstock. We did see an 82K order at closing today, so I don't look too much into that stuff. Make sure. I did see some people talk about some block orders and stuff. I don't pay much attention to that. For me, it hasn't been. I haven't been able to glean any insights from tracking that stuff. Doesn't mean there's not something there. But I haven't seen anything on that front over the years. I haven't picked up on anything. Because weren't there 82K shares sold? You know what I mean? 82K order at closing today. Weren't 82,000 shares sold too? You know what I mean? So that's number one for why I think about that. Oh, 82,000 shares. Same thing. My point still stands. You guys think the market will keep dropping? Trey asked about, that market risk. It could keep on dropping. So manage risk accordingly. You know what I mean? Not just for GameStop, but for your portfolio. It's important to consider that. That's always a risk, but indeed in this environment, perhaps more so. Oh, talking Palantir again. Sick. I know in the last stream, folks are talking Palantir, including Fox, I think, and I have nothing to contribute. I'm glad folks are able to talk about this stuff on the chat. I think that's great, right? That's sick. Got a place to hang out, just talk stocks. I literally have nothing to say on that stock. So, but it sounded like Fox did have a number of views on that. So, that and no stimulus. Yep, people. Yeah, how stimulus can impact the market if there's a new stimulus package announced or not announced. August 11th. Pricing of an upsize. Yeah, overstock. So has overstock stock been in the news again, Henry? I hadn't seen that. I do have these things up. We were talking about overstocked earlier. Oh, you were here, Henry. But I hadn't seen the latest news. This was just a couple days ago. Yeah, this week. But I hadn't heard the latest. He's not with Overstock anymore, though. I think. Didn't he get ousted or something like that? I thought, but I forget. Okay, just scrolling through. Took the stock trading down on listing to take my last go. Oh, I don't know what that's referring to. Okay. No, yeah. I'm trying to scroll through so I can try to get caught up. It looks like people have been chatting some more, which is great, right? Let's see if I can not get so caught. I was caught up. It's 9 o'clock right now, and I'm not caught up. But people on the stream, y'all can vouch for me. I was caught up at one point, and then maybe someone talked about buybacks, and then that was it. Plus, the beer's disappeared, so that ain't helping. Oh, wow. Okay, so Overstock did an oversized. Boy, that stock price, huh? Someone on the stream was making the comparison to GameStop. As I'm like, forget that overnight immediate short squeeze or something. Like, couldn't you get something like this? And I know Steve Mazzini was talking about it with RH, so I'll get to that article. But, like, look at this. Oh, I didn't get this. I have this on my missed opportunities. I got it listed. But it went from 3 to 120. Oh, my. Just incredible. And then he's saying they just did a share. Oh, just maybe. I don't know. That would be great, though, huh? Imagine GameStop at $120. What would that market cap be? Come on, let's do it. It's only $8 billion. You know what I mean? I mean, that's high. But it was at $6 billion a couple years back. So, anyway, just saying. It's Friday night. We can prognosticate like that. Okay, talking that. Talking Palantir. You know what I was thinking? So you know how we have like different chats and stuff? Like it's too bad I don't think this exists, but maybe it should exist. Like multiple chats. It could be like multiple chats where maybe folks are talking. Maybe that's silly. But like I see some of the folks talking about a specific subject. I'm like, this is sick. But maybe it's not an issue for y'all where you're just like, yeah, like you just scroll through the chat. But then, but I was thinking like if there were multiple chats, you could talk certain things, but then it probably gets too messy. You know what I mean? But anyway, just thinking as I'm reading through this good Palantir discussion. Stimulus bills, talking the stimulus bills and stuff. Yep. at this point once they start breaking up individual. Okay, talking stimulus stuff. And y'all folks might be. I'm happy to see this. I'll read through because you might be more dialed into this stuff than I am. You know what I mean? I know a lot about GameStop right now at this point, but some of these other things not as much. Oh, am I almost caught up? Let me keep going. I'll keep going so I can get caught up. Hold on. Close to an outcome. Yeah, I have been trying to track that stimulus package news. I thought this week I had heard, but I don't know. I'm unreliable on something like this. Go. I should definitely go back. I should read this. Well, read it in the morning with the coffee. You know what I mean? Pass the stimulus. Okay. There we go. Here we go. I think I'm getting close. Oh, no. The first 2 months of September. Oh, did I? Trey calling me out. Trey said, how many beers so far for Run Kitty? Oh, shit. Did I say the first 2 months of September? Ah, damn. Oh, no. Oh, you can't even see. You see right through it, can you? Oh, no. You can see it there. Caught me, Trey. You caught me. You can't say, if I say that many words in a minute, I'm gonna have a high error rate, you know? Oh, shit, that's funny. Fox. Is Fox changed his name? Or are these multiple people? What's going on here? It could be different people. I don't know. Insider info. Yeah, I assume GameStop's been hiring folks, right? Just because of the upcoming. Now we're coming up on it, right? Now it's October. It's October. I remember thinking for the GameStop thesis, right? The GameStop thesis like all year, but because it's been such a just slogging along, not going anywhere. But I kept on thinking to myself, wake me up when September ends. You know that song, right? I mean, now I'm dating myself, right? But that's how I was feeling. I'm like, just buy it and just wake me up when September ends. Now September has ended. It's like now it's here. It's October. Here we go. I just realized that now. I had been saying, oh shit, that's funny. Consider that. Talk about Hunter again. I love the tech. Simplistic nature myself. Okay, column what got up. Sick, caught up. Oh, Green Day. All right. Oh, Makeshift Player knows that song. Makeshift. Cheers. Someone knew it. Whew. Okay. Thank you, Makeshift, for bailing me out. I'm just singing some random songs. But it was too. I mean, as it turned, although if I was awoken when September ends, I would have missed some of this rally. So maybe it was August then. At the same time, I remember thinking I thought sentiment was going to turn a bit earlier, but I mean, now with the benefit of hindsight, I can kind of justify why it has dragged along. But my thesis originally was that it would have turned a little bit sooner. That doesn't explain the sub $4 price in July and August. Like, what the hell? I thought that was crazy. Okay, so this was a good. So anyway, one highlight class, one highlight. This was a good article. I didn't have anything that I was going to call out in this. Solvency is not the issue. If you haven't checked out this Seeking Alpha article, you gotta, because it's I mean, a whole bunch of them, right? I know Justin's up there too, and there's a number of them that are really good ones. But this is a good one. You got to read this one. Next quarter won't be great. It's the cash flow. Did I have anything I wanted to call out? And then he did something new. He did attempted to forecast Q4 stuff, which I thought was interesting. Trying to assign market share to consoles, and then as other folks did, and I know Justin chimed in too. What matters to are the discs, of course, and the accessories. What the market share is worldwide, as someone mentioned too. That stuff's important. But I thought that was pretty cool. I still, and this is, I definitely included this in one of my videos. Like, GameStop's market share is like still very high. Now, you might say, oh, it's not as high as it used to be, increased competition, shift in digital, blah, blah, blah. But for a company that was trading at the discounted price that it was, that was a super high market share, I felt. If you're in the 20% range, 30% range for certain items, that's incredibly high for a business that so many people are betting against. I remember thinking, what the hell? So anyway, and then they as they pointed out in one of their, I included this one in the video. What did I say? It was the GME presentation where they say the high, was it this one? I know I keep bringing this one up. Where the hell was it? No, it wasn't that. Which graphic was it? They talk about they have the highest accessory. Is it here? Shit, where was it? It's in my video. Where the hell? Where did I get it from? Damn. They have like the highest attach rate for accessories. Something like that. Oh, man, where is it? Oh, no, that's not it. All right, I don't remember. It's there. I didn't make it up. It's here somewhere. But they have like the highest attachment rate, and so which is hugely important for a company that's being as bet against it as much as it is. And I remember thinking, what the heck is going on? I remember being surprised when I hadn't dug deep into GameStop's market share in a while, and no, you can't Command F on this Uber. It's a PDF. It's a PDF. Watch this. Oh, so much. It's not a PDF. It's HTML. Oh, I'm an idiot. I have downloaded the PDF before. No, sometimes you can Command F in PDFs. So what am I talking about? Watch this. GameStop. Boom. My apologies. So what would I say? Accessory attach rate. Thank you, Uber. Thank you, Uber. Uber saving me. Uber saving me. Wait, where is it? Oh, here it is. Here it is. Here it is. It's here somewhere. Why? It's not highlighted for me. Is it highlighted for me? But it's definitely here. First of all, look at this stuff. You know what I mean? Can I... Look at this. More games sold per console than any other retailer. Market-leading share of games during AAA release. So, I mean, these were carefully selected. Make no mistake about that. But even still, they generated $22 billion in sales in the current generation cycle. Yes, it's not the same cycle, but this is like a hugely relevant business. The largest distributed sale. This is why I included this in that latest GameStop video, that 4-minute one I put together. I'm like, that's not to say it's gonna like thrive like crazy looking out 5-10 years, but it doesn't deserve to be trading where it was trading. Right here it is. Oh, I can't highlight it. See, that's right. GameStop's accessory attach rate is significantly higher than the rest of the market. Boom. That's what I included. And so what I'm getting at is that that Q4 is going to be, because I think a lot of people are going to be buying accessories, right? I think there's, as we've talked about a number of times on the stream, tremendous demand for gaming shit this time around. The long console cycle, the better tech, the longer runway, because they announced it much earlier than they did last console cycle. They've had people have had 18 months where game developers pumped the brakes on the previous cycle. You know what I mean? That's why GameStop's, and Barry mentioned this in his very first letter, and I feel like everyone has glossed over this. Like, this was an even worse. What did Barry say? He had a good phrase. GameStop was set up to fail this year. It was like a perfect storm. Is that the phrase he used? It was like a perfect storm of GameStop was getting hit by everything, and everything looked way worse than it really was. And I totally agreed with that. But the comps looked even worse than I was thinking that they would be. But even still, there was so much downside protection that it wasn't that meaningful. And now they're through it, and now I think they're going to kick ass in Q4 after, because of the opportunity that they've had over the past 18 months to kind of get everything set up for this console. So anyway, why did I go off on that? Okay, no, I'm still pretty close to caught up. Oh, here we go. But it jumped on me. I just got to scroll up. Oh, now I went too far. Come on. definitely not for optimists. Okay, here we go. Okay, Fox. Ryan Kitty, what will make you go negative on GME? Wow, that's an excellent question. That's a very important question, right? Because anyone who says they won't, then you better walk the other way. Well, my thesis is so heavily grounded in that downside protection and my forecasted free cash flows that it would very simply be if the free cash flow that they generate in Q4, in Q1, in Q2 are well below what I expect it to be. You know what I mean? Or, I mean, some people were saying that they weren't going to generate any free cash flow. I think that's bad analysis. Maybe I'll be wrong about that. You know what I mean? Then I'd have to be like, all right, got to reassess here. I'm always reassessing with every incremental thing that comes out. For me, the thesis is so heavily grounded in that downside that if it turned out the downside, I didn't have as high, like the upside, the upside, whatever. The upside, yeah, whatever. Upside, yeah, whatever. But that it's if my downside protection starts to deteriorate, and really the only way for it can deteriorate is if I get earnings results in there are well below what I might be thinking. I'm thinking hundreds of millions of free cash flow looking out a number of months here, and I actually think, but I'm thinking in my mind, it could be way more than the market's pricing in. But even my conservative case is like I consider fairly low, and I think but then I would reassess. So that's really it. I mean, I like I said, Cohen had zero to do with my thesis. Zero. I didn't even know who he was. Him walking would have a short-term impact on it. I've mentioned that, and Fox, you've mentioned that as well. I mean, we're on the same page there. But had such little bearing. I might say that him walking, and some people would say this, it could. I'd have to lower my probability. Like I said, him joining increased my probability of the upside, so I'd have to reduce that if he walked or something like that. But it would have to be fundamentals based, where like that's it. I try to think through if you have other things that may change my mind. Like management was doing so much of the right things that I've been on board. I don't think they've done a perfect job. I don't. But they've done, like, that was my big thing. I didn't even want to get involved. Like I said with the management, when they said they weren't going to do buybacks, I'm like, all right, good luck. I'm like, good luck with everything. I wasn't going to, I thought that was indicative to me of a management team who didn't understand capital allocation. I was worried about, I still thought maybe they'd make some right decisions on the operation, the operating model and stuff. But I'm like, I don't want to get involved with this. So far, and now I've had going on a year and a half to assess their skills and making sure. Now I feel pretty comfortable with them. But if they shocked me in some way that they were doing something I strongly disagree with, but they haven't, and now we're so far into it that it would be. I don't expect that to happen in one quarter. That would take time to happen. What else? Good. It's a great question, Fox. As I know you know, that's a great question. Yeah, I certainly wouldn't. It would be very, very difficult for me to change my thesis based on Q3. I'll say that right now. I can't imagine something coming out. And the other thing I said too, which is very clearly off the table now, but a big risk for me was whether or not GameStop's going to be allocated an adequate number of consoles. And now management has confirmed that their current allotment is aligned roughly with the previous console cycle, which was very important because even though I felt confident they would be just fine going into the console cycle, I didn't know what their vendors were thinking. How could I possibly know? I have no idea. I'm out of my element with that. I'm like, shit, I hope. And then when they had to close their stores and stuff, I mean, what if there's a second wave? So many folks were talking about that. That was weighing on me too. But now we're here. Certainly if they had to close their stores again, that could be problematic. But now we're so close that it might be okay. It might hurt the upside. It could hurt the upside if they were in that situation again. But if they got like the same day delivery and that type, you know what I mean? Like it may be that they just got through the worst of it, and that even if that happened again, they might navigate okay. But again, then the upside's a little bit more questionable. I got to reassess the upside. But all I'm really concerned about with Fox, as you might be too, is that downside protection. That's how I sleep at night. As many value investors, you know what I mean? That's how I can be comfortable with. It's how I have been comfortable, and then of course with each extra 100 million market cap that it adds to it, you're like, all right, okay, I'll reassess. But anyway, I hope if that's an inadequate answer, Fox, let me know because I deserve to be pressed on this matter for sure. So let me know. Makeshift player if they kick him off the board. Yeah, I get. Fox, we're trying to maybe we'll get me on the board. I don't know how many insights that I had for something like that, but okay. Yikes. Eric, yeah, cash on the books is meaningless in a security analysis standpoint. Have you read security analysis? Yikes. Yikes. Oh, no. Oh, yeah, I have. I have, Eric. I have. And I guess apparently we've had different interpretations of that book. Okay. How about roast pen? Graham does talk about this. Yeah, okay, apparently we had different interpretations of that, Eric. I guess we did. GME seems to pump up a good amount in the month of November. Yeah, the seasonality of it. I wouldn't think, but yeah, I've been thinking about that makeshift. Makeshift saying GME is gonna pump up a good amount. I wouldn't. I have no idea. I wouldn't bet on that too much. Makeshift that it is actually going to be pumped up in November. But I've been thinking about that. Remember, as I've been saying, get closer to the new consoles, not just for the free cash flows that they'll generate, but for the sentiment shift. And I think in October, now we're October, we're getting closer, and I think a lot of people will be thinking about this stuff. And then November's going to come, and then they're coming out. So I've got my eye on that makeshift, but I don't think that that's something that you'd bet on per se. Who knows? We'll see. Hugo, no beer. Whoa, well, is this beer? I got a beer, Hugo. I got a beer. What, does it not look like beer? Okay, Uber's confirming GME on the threshold list again. Hey, Uber, I don't know if you're on the stream, but check this out. Did you see this? I'd be curious about your thoughts, Uber. Overstock being on the threshold list for 666 consecutive trading days. So just a heads up on that front, Uber. Okay. I would sell if the fourth quarter implies them. Oh, okay. So Uber's saying I would sell if the fourth quarter for Uber too. Yep. Seems low probability though. Yeah, of the fourth quarter. Yeah, exactly. Well, I agree. It's low probability too, Fox. You know what I mean? That's why I'm long. I guess that's why Uber and I are long the stock, because that's what it would take. Yeah, I mean that's that's why it's an oversized visit, as you know, Fox. Yeah. Makeshift. Well, big name games get released in November, like COD. But yeah, so what, makeshift player? How do you know how the market's going to respond in November as a result of those games being released? You know, same thing with the consoles. You don't know how the market's going to respond to that. It may not. Maybe it reacts up to before that point. And so I'm thinking about it for sure, but you don't know how the market's going to react. Market share expectations 2Q and the reality. Okay, Uber saying the discussion around their market share expectations in second quarter and the reality that their salespeople sell so and this ties back into kind of what Uber's saying here. We'll talk about their salespeople, that what they talk largest distributor sales force. So, and this is the thing Ryan Cohen's been all about too. Has Ryan Cohen? Excuse me, with Chewy. And I tweeted about this. I pinned the tweet where he talks about there's so many parallels, right, between Chewy and GameStop, where they like you replace the word pets with gaming. It's like the same business model. But their salespeople, they're experts on this. People like want to shop in a store for video games, and GameStop is the place that is dedicated to this stuff. It's not the only place you can get this stuff, right? That goes without saying. But having a field force that's expert on this stuff, and like we say, that's why it's important. They're important members of this GameStop team. The sales force, the experts on the gaming, and especially when like they're passionate about this too. And so this distributed sales force ties into kind of what Uber's saying, is that partly it ties into the attach rate too. What I was getting at too, then more games sold per console. Leading share of games, the attach rate is significant. Part of that is that the sales force and stuff, you know what I mean? So, as I know Uber would agree. But I think that is a huge. I think it's a major asset not on the books. It's not on the books, right? It's on the income statement. It's on the cash flow statement, but it's not on the balance sheet. And it's kind of, to a degree, a little bit of an intangible asset that you have that going for it. And even the brand name GameStop. Everyone knows GameStop. And parents will just go to a GameStop if you want to pick up a game. You know what I mean? You'll trust the folks there that know this shit, that can provide good advice. They really can. And anyway, when you think of it, like, which I'm just tagging along kind of what Uber was saying, is that you wouldn't expect, you'd expect, if anything, I think that Q4 is going to, I think Q4 and Q1 is going to outperform the market's current expectations. That's what I'm thinking. But indeed, but if they underperform, then I'd be like, all right, time to reassess. Time to reassess. Okay, so Uber's responded. The overstock's 666 trading days was part of the reason for the revisions that became rig show, if I recall correctly. Okay, so my counter to this was, his Uber. If this was allowed to happen before, right? We're only at, what are we at? 10 days, 11 days, 12 days. I mean, who's to say that this can't persist for longer? You know what I mean? And then they'll just change the rule or law again. That's my thing. This is why I don't think about it too much, because I just think, how confident are you? This is a rhetorical question. How confident is anyone that this matters? That it being on the list for 13 days, 14 days, 15 days, or what if it comes off a day, Uber, and then it goes back on the list? You know what I mean? Like, the shorts are sophisticated enough to understand that if there are market implications to remaining on the list this long, that they'll react accordingly. You know what I mean? That's my base case, is that it's not going to result in anything. That's what I'm saying. I keep on saying that I'm going to say stuff during the stream, and I know other folks have been talking about this, that I may look back in this and say that was a mistake. Roaring Kitty messed up. I discounted something that I discounted it too much. I should have weighed it more heavily. This is why I'm appreciative when people, even I say that I might be discounted. I like to see and hear people talking about it, because that's the type of stuff. Then I'll look back and be like, damn, they were right. They were right. And it was just because of my inexperience with a setup like this that I didn't know. I just didn't know. But I lean toward not much is going to happen. If the market can let this happen for 666 days, that even if it gets to 15, 20, 30 days, like, I just think that is anyone going to step in? Is anyone going to actually enforce these regulations? I don't know. I have no idea. You'd think so, but I don't even know. And just the level of short interest right now, where it is, and that no one's talking about it. I just think I maybe I've become inured to this setup. You know what I mean? Where I just think, man, it is what it is. But indeed, it's at that point where it switches on me, and I will have gotten so used to it. Like, people do this with price action, right? Where the price just does nothing. I partly happened with GameStop. I think the price just did not, like, I attributed this decline, at least to what I'm about to say, this decline in July and August. The price did nothing for a year. Everyone was tired. Who gives a shit? GameStop. Yeah. Same. They've read the same articles for months and months and months. And then the market's just not paying attention. No one cares. They're tired of it. Blah, blah, blah. And then, as it turned out, it was like Ryan Cohen was part of this, but we're also just getting close to the consoles. Then people start paying attention, right? But nothing changed. It's kind of like with the threshold list. Like, this threshold list has been a discussion for so long, and the short interest has been so high for so long. I'm used to it. That but feel free, please do call me out. Okay, Eric, so funny you focus on free cash flow but only look at cash. Wait, Eric, are we on the same page, Eric? So funny you focus on free cash flow but only look at cash. That's literally, you mean cash on the books? You mean cash on the? I'm not only looking at cash on the books, Eric. Free cash flow. I'm not sure we're on the. I think we're missing each other, Eric. I'm talking about cash on the books. Eric, hey Eric, if you are curious about my take, if you are, I don't know if you are, but if you are curious, I've uploaded some GameStop videos. There's one quick 4-minute one that I just a quick 4-minute one you can check out, so at least you know where I'm coming from on certain things. But there's some longer ones too. Maybe you're not up for watching it. That's fine. But I dive deep into my thesis on some of these things. But certainly, free cash flow matters, as well as the cash in the books. You know what I mean? What book value and what's on the balance sheet is certainly important. But so is free cash flow forward thinking. You know what I mean? So it's based on that comment, Eric. I think I don't think we're on the same page. Free cash flow is not just cash. You keep saying GME has X amount of cash in the books. I'm not. Free cash flow is not just cash. Eric, I think you're misunderstanding me. I think you're misunderstanding me, Eric. Yes, free cash flow matters. It's all that matters. It has many inputs, and you only focus on cash. What? I'm just not following you, Eric. I maybe it's the beer. Maybe the beer. Free cash flow generation. There's multiple components to security analysis, as you know, because I know you mentioned you read security analysis. There's multiple components of this, right? Obviously, free cash flow from the business model, the operating model, looking out a number of years. That's what a lot of folks are talking about when we're talking about free cash flow generation. How much free cash flow can this business generating looking out a number of years? But you also, I'm sure you do, are analyzing the current balance sheet where we're currently at right now, what the balance sheet looks like, what assets are on the books, when you're trying to figure out what that starting point is, right? I mean, there's assets. GameStop has assets right now, regardless of it generating free cash flow moving forward, right? I mean, they have assets right now that we need to analyze, and one of those assets is cash. So it's a component of security analysis. But the cash itself, I agree, the cash on the books itself isn't necessarily part of the free cash flow insofar as, I mean, it's the cash is being used to generate the free cash flow, right? Because they need to buy up the inventory, which I'm sure, you know what I mean? Like the cash is being deployed so that they can generate that free cash flow, right? I mean, are we on the same page there, Eric? I don't know. Okay, I'll come back. There were some other comments. Okay, not too many. Folks, why did they pick 606? I bet he did that on purpose, right? Why did he pick 666? I bet he did that on purpose, right? You know what I mean? He could have picked any. It was on there so long, but I'm sure that was deliberate. Wave Mint, happy Friday, Wave. Welcome, cheers, Wave. Cheers, happy to have you back. Okay, folks are saying FINRA fines 2 Sigma securities for regulation show violations. Okay, thank you for sharing this. Between March 21st and May 5th, the firm did not comply with the locate requirement, and I wonder what those fines were. Did it disclose? The headline is from this June, though. Oh, that's interesting. I wonder what the fine was. You know what I mean? Like, and I know this has been discussed on the stream. The fine is no big deal. Like they're just like, yeah, whatever. You know what I mean? Like sometimes you see that where it's like a cost of doing business, which is sad to say. I have no idea if that's the case here. I don't know. But something I was thinking about. I wonder how. But okay, thanks for sharing that. But I've kind of discounted that. But indeed, I'd probably do a Google search too. So, 2 Sigma securities. It is kind of interesting that you say this headline was from June of this year? Yeah, that is weird, huh? Whoa. All right, I'll look into that. That is weird. What the hell? What's up with that? I wonder if it's explained. Okay, Uber saying Rule 204, forced close wasn't added until 2008, Run Kitty. That's why the 606 didn't have anything happen. So I do understand that, Uber. And it talked about that the regulations have changed since then. So I'm saying that, right? But what would... I don't know. Do you happen to know what the rules were prior to that rule change? Like, isn't it kind of crazy that it was even permitted to get to 666? I understand that maybe it couldn't get to 666 again. But, weren't there any rules in place that wouldn't... Maybe not. Maybe there weren't. And so 600 is just like, whatever. But I know I should... Here, they talk a little bit about this here. But you're saying it went in place in 2008? Okay, I'll look more into this. But again, I start to go too far down the path. I'm like, ah. But what I'm saying. But in addition to Uber, what I was thinking was that. What happens if it's off the threshold list tomorrow? You know, it's not right now, so it's something to keep. I appreciate y'all sharing it during the chat because you might not see it otherwise. Some people talk about it on Twitter too. But let's see what happens. You know what I mean? Like I'm willing. I guess it would be nice if I were wrong about that. You know, sometimes I have an opinion on stuff. I'm like, well, I have an opinion on this. I hope I'm wrong. So this could be one of them. Where let's see what happens. But what if it's off the threshold list? Is this whole theory kaput? Because and then it has to restart again. Then I saw someone saying, does it have to be yeah, I don't know. Let's see what happens. I'm very curious to see what happens, but even if it can't get to 66, could it get to 20 days and not much happen? Like, are they that strict about it? That's my question. Were they like super strict about it? Who knows? Just because it's, I don't know. Just because, I don't know. We'll see. I don't want to opine too much on it because I concede that I'm not an expert on this stuff. And then I just think, like, the shorts are probably sophisticated enough that they know what the implications are. So if they're willing to hold it, I don't think they're dummies. But maybe, I don't know. But I do appreciate this dialogue that we have going here. Okay. Well, I'll tell you, Uber, and there's been a number of folks on this chat talking about this, on this stream talking about this threshold list. And I will look back on this and say, educational for me, and I will wish that I will have dived deeper. This dialogue is good. This dialogue is good. We may look back. I will almost certainly look back on this whole chat and review everything that y'all are saying, because it's hard to learn about this stuff. Hard to learn about marketing. But when you start getting at the margins, it's hard to learn about this stuff. And for me personally, I've said this on the stream, but I learn by experience. Oftentimes by getting my ass kicked. But in this case, it could be a good thing. And I'm like, oh man, I didn't. So that's what I mean. I don't know how much downside there is related to this. If anything, it might be upsides. That's why I'm like, yeah, whatever. I have a thesis already that's based on XYZ, and this is like, if that happens, okay. But I'm more just curious to see what happens. You know what I mean, Uber? I'm just curious, and I appreciate the dialogue. I can't stress that enough, because when it's something I don't know enough about it, even though I have an opinion, I feel one way. I'm like, oh, I could totally be wrong about this. Okay. Oh, the new demo app. Oh, yeah. Okay, well, thank you for the reminder, Henry. I almost did. Whoa, it's 9:30? Oh, shit. Okay, we're back to the free cash flow. Fox somewhere. Okay, all right, I guess Wayfair. Jordan, cheers, Jordan. Cheers. Welcome. Not too much to say about GME. Very quiet week. Story still strong. Waiting on news. Agreed, Jordan. That's all we got to say about it this week. Okay, Uber. Oh, is Uber clarifying my point? Okay. Yeah, exactly. Uber. Eric, what I was said, Uber's got me. Uber, you got me. That's what I'm saying. Both matter, right? They're both a component of valuation and security analysis, and etc. I think we're missing each other. Nope, you're right, Uber. That's it. Not just the net cash position, but the assets altogether. Do you know what I mean? The cash is the highest quality asset on the books, of course, right? But I'm looking at all the assets on the books. You know what I mean? I was looking at the distribution centers and warehouses and stuff. Net cash is important, but net assets too, right? Net asset value, right? I know Uber's saying this, but Uber gets this, but I'm just saying, I was looking at all those assets. Like, what's our starting asset base to go? And then it was like, and then I'm like, how is this trading at 200? How is it? It was like trading at 260 million. I'm like, this don't make no. You'd have to think that the company is going to squander all the assets they have. This is why I framed it in the second GameStop video, where people were betting on imminent obsolescence and management impotence. Like, that was the bet. You'd have to think they would squander all the assets on the books, in that they would generate zero free cash flow or even burn cash looking at a year or two. And I thought that was highly unlikely. So, but my starting point was that net asset value. I didn't dive deep into it in that first video, but I spent I forget now, but I think the only financial statement I pulled up in that first video was the balance sheet, if I recall correctly. I don't remember. Okay. Fine was 200K. Oh, fine. Oh, thank you. Okay, so Fox is saying that the fine was 200K. The fine was 200K for that regulation show. You know what I mean? That's nothing. So what? And you've said that before. But like, that's what I think, and I think, okay, if that's it, then what? Who cares? Like, is it really that big of a deal that if they break it? But nevertheless, I'm still curious to see, right? Of course. Eric, cash is a guarantee of future. Oh, you responded to someone else. All right, I'll let you respond to that, Eric. Net cash implies a strong balance sheet. You disagree? No, not at all. Oh. You have no cash, you have to raise cash, but that's not what Ryan Kitty's been. He's saying GameStop has X cash, so X cash should be the floor. No, I certainly did not say that, Eric. Eric says, I've been saying that GameStop has X cash, so X cash should be the floor of the equity price. I am 100% sure I did not say that, because that's not true. I do know my thesis, and I would not have said that the cash position is the floor. I said it helps provide, Brian, it provides downside protection. It is not a floor. It is absolutely not a floor. But the cash on the books does provide downside protection. So I think maybe that's us talking past each other a little bit. That's what I mean. This is good to share. If you disagree with something, that let me know. Maybe I could be talking more clearly. Do you know what I mean? If I'm trying to get my point across, I don't want to come across. How I talk isn't like it might be perceived differently by different people. So I appreciate you saying, Eric, that you were perceiving. That you were thinking that might be saying that about the cash. That's a floor. It's not a floor of the equity price. Absolutely. It provides downside. It's certainly not a floor of the equity price. Forget about it. As many of us can say, it certainly is not a floor of the equity price. It certainly isn't. But it does contribute to downside protection, but it's not the floor or anything like that. But all else equal, more cash on the books is going to provide more downside protection than less cash on the books, right? I think we'd be on the same page there. So somebody's struggling with raising cash, especially if they come across something like GME. Makeshift play. Yeah, some companies struggle with raising cash. Yeah, having cash is hugely important. Do you use enough cash on ratio? Fine is cheaper than the cost of unwinding the trade. Spitball. Yeah, that's what Uber maybe. And that's what I mean. And then so Uber's asking, is reg show fine cheaper than the cost of unwinding trade? Spitballing. We don't know, right? I know none of us know Uber, but that's been my thinking is that suppose that you don't get some short squeeze. Suppose that nothing happens on that front, right? Legitimate possibility. Then the cost of unwinding the trade may be minimal. It may be negligible. Maybe, you know what I mean? Then it's like, that's what I mean. If they can be closed orderly, who cares? Just keep the trade on. You know what I mean? That's why when I saw that short interest rolls, I'm like, there's something here I don't get. That's what I kept on thinking. That they know they can get out of it orderly, or they know they know the consequences. You know what I mean? When I see this, I think these are probably sophisticated. They know what they're doing. And I think that they're like, yeah, I can get out of this, or the cost of unwinding is less than the fine, or whatever, or the cost of unwinding isn't that big in the context of our portfolio, blah, blah, blah. But we'll see. Boy, what a crazy setup. Fox is saying, probability of being caught, X minimal fines. I literally said that verbatim. I don't think I said the word floor, Eric. I don't know. We could wind it back. We got the stream. So if I did, I'll call myself out. There's no problem with that. I've definitely said plenty of wrong things. Hell, Trey called me out earlier today saying that I said the first 2 months of September, right? Uber kicks. As initially adopted, regulations show included two major exceptions to the closeout requirement. The grandfather provision in the options market maker exception. Okay, Uber, I'm listening. Due to continued concerns about failures to deliver and the fact that the Commission continued to observe certain securities with failure to deliver positions that were not being closed out under the then existing requirements, in 2007, the Commission eliminated the grandfather provision. In 2008, the Commission eliminated the options market maker position. That explains the overstock phenomenon. The exceptions, which have since been closed... Fox is correct that the shorts will fangle their way around the rules in our pay monitor. Yeah, okay. All right. Thanks for sharing that, Uber. I was reading that. I should probably look it up after too. But you know what I mean? Then I think about stuff and I'm like, whatever. And then I just don't. At some point I'm like, I don't know how important it is for me to know this. That's when I come across things. Okay. There's also more. Okay. Markel saying the fine is most definitely smaller than the gains they make from the shorting, right? You know what I mean? Yeah, think about the gains they're making on the fees that they may be collecting from the shorting, or whatever fees, transaction costs. I don't know, but indeed, it's the fines are probably nothing. That's what I mean. So then it just keeps on going. Then there's number one is, does the rule even get enforced? And number two is, do the shorts care? You know what I mean? So. And then Fox says there are also more sophisticated ways to enable naked shorts. That's what I mean. I feel like they're super sophisticated, and they know more about this than me. That's how I feel. So I'm like, I keep on trying to put myself in their shoes. Jen says everyone is obsessed with the threshold list. I know, Jen. You know what I mean? For better or worse, a lot of people have been talking about that. But and maybe we'll look back, Jen. Maybe we'll be like, they were justified and Rory Kitty was messing up, not taking it more seriously. But we'll see. But I like it for how many times are you invested in a stock where this is even a discussion? So you kind of have to strike while the iron's hot. You got to talk about it right now. This is the time to talk about it if you're curious about it, because then if we deal in stocks down the line, then we've knowledge accumulates, right? And so we've had this experience. But even still, I'm like, well, I need to see the consequences of. I need to see it first for me to weight it too heavily. I don't know. Eric, you literally just said cash. The stock is trading less than cash on the books. You said that. Yeah, I did say the stock is trading less than cash on the books. I said that. I did. That's not floor though. I think that was without a doubt a miscommunication happening here, Eric. Without a doubt. I think like I'm saying certain things, and you may be perceiving them in a different frame, but I don't. Even if I okay. Uber, that explains the overstock. Okay, you talk about the overstock. You don't say net cash or net working capital, just cash. Yeah. Oh, no, you're right, Eric. Yeah, I mean, I'm just making an observation, Eric. Your point stands that, so Eric is saying, I'm not saying net cash, I'm not saying net working capital or anything along those lines, just lines. If I may clarify, Eric, if I were, what I'm saying, when I say something like that, the company is trading below cash, you seem to be interpreting that as that I'm saying cash is the floor. I'm not saying that. I'm just making an observation that the market cap is trading below cash. That's not to say that the cash is a floor. You seem to have made another leap there. What I'm saying is that you don't see that too frequently. This is why I point that out, is you don't see too many stocks, especially with major upcoming catalysts, trading below cash. Full stop. Forget the net asset value and the debt on the books. You know what I mean? Just for the, like, when I'm thinking about that, you just don't see it that often. Yes, there are many stocks that trade below cash, and then of course you need to consider net cash. I mean, I do in that GameStop video where of course I look at that stuff. But Eric, this is your first time on the stream, but sometimes when I'm analyzing a stock, I'll just look at a quick data point and I'll think, like, I looked at historical free cash flow for GameStop in the first 3 years of the prior cycle, and you might say, well, Roaring Kitty, what the hell does that have anything to do with this cycle, right? Which is a fair counter. And to that, I just say, yeah, that matters, but just that data point itself, it's very rare to see a stock trading at like what was it? Well, I forget what the free cash flow was, but the stock was trading at less than 1 times what free cash flow was at the start of the previous cycle. And you may say, well, that's somewhat justified because of XYZ, and I'd say sure, but I'm just saying you don't see that very high. You don't see that very often, and so your ears should perk up when you come across something like that. And so when I say something like, oh, the stock is trading below cash, in the context of everything else that's going on here, you just don't see that very often. You know what I mean? That's not to say that it's a floor or anything like that, but it's noteworthy. I many times just say, you know what? That's noteworthy. It's noteworthy that it's trading below 1 times the average 3 free cash flow back then. It's noteworthy that the stock is trading below cash. Yes, there's debt, there's other liabilities, but it's just noteworthy, and that's my point. You just don't see it that much. And when I'm talking about downside protection, there are absolutely other things you need to consider, Eric. You're right. That's what I mean. We wouldn't disagree on that. I already know we wouldn't disagree on that. But I'm just saying the downside protection is defined by other things, not just cash. It's absolutely other things there. But I'm just making a quick thing I can put to it. Hey, it's trading below cash, just as a reminder. But it's certainly not a floor. It could never trade above cash. You know what I mean? If the fundamental thesis is wrong, Eric, as you know, it may not trade above cash. You know what I mean? Because of all those additional liabilities, as you're pointing out. So anyway, I think I'm just talking quickly about stuff, and then I think, Eric, you might be picking up on it in a different way. Okay. Okay. Where'd I go? Okay. Oh, we need to show Colin so we can yell Jerry. Oh, then you could have a chat for that. You know what I mean? Because sometimes I'll see on Seek Novel where people have a good dialogue going back and forth, and then you need to wait for the discussion to go back and forth. But yeah, we could have a Jerry Springer type chat in here. I like that. Yo, it's nothing we can do about that, right? Someone was saying we should have a call-in line. We should download. I mean, this is stuff that takes me time to actually implement. But someone mentioned a call-in line, which I like, is like pass someone the mic, pass Eric the mic. What am I getting wrong, Eric? Because then we could hash it out in like 2 minutes. Some of the disagreements, like, it's just a miscommunication. I think a high short level improves. Fox, I think a high short level improves the odds of a short squeeze, but standalone it means nothing. But standalone, yeah, standalone. Okay, I know what you're saying. Okay, Fox Derek. You're talking about a Friday stock chat channel with beer. Expectations, he said. Oh, thanks a lot, Fox, huh? Oh, jeez. Yeah, I know. That's too funny. Yeah, that's too real. Too real. Uber saying they don't know anything. They're robots. Beep beep boop boop. I know, right? That's why we have a laugh about that, right, Uber? If they're not paying attention, they're falling asleep or blah blah blah. If they're just beep boop boops, then what? What are the implications of that? But that's as far as I go with it. But then they're not. Then I think they might the ship may sail. Yeah, I don't know. I'm so curious. Biggest problem I have with the reg is that the reasonable grounds to believe the security can be borrowed language. Yeah, they have it out. There you go. Hard to hold people account to the word reasonable. Yeah, they have it. Yeah, so they have out in the language. That's what they're saying. Yeah, it's all that is minimal in my opinion. It's more useful as an indicator than as a catalyst. Okay, so you do read that stuff. Who is these two different people? I guess it's two different. All right. Yeah, these are things I'm just looking at. To Gat's point, I kind of view this stuff the same way. I'm like, all right, I'll look at that and let's see if it's a learning opportunity for me. But that's it. Makeshift to short interest. I don't know. Short interest doesn't take into consideration puts in calls. I don't believe it does. Next Friday after hours, we get the 9:30 SI. Thank you, Uber. Thank you for letting me know. Now I'm looking forward to that Friday because because now the volumes, unless we get another major release, then that's it for the volume. Then like now we could probably more accurately calculate the short ratio a bit, and then we would know, was this volume, was it not shorts closing or anything like that, or a little bit more, right? I don't know. I'm very curious about that. That'll be sick though. When you read all day, you don't want to do as much off hours. Yeah, that's true. I know. I'm supposed to be doing my research, so I apologize, folks, trying to tune in for research. Yeah, we're talking. I thought we were gonna do. I thought PBF. I made a tweet about this today. If anyone's got thoughts on PBF, I thought this shit was looking mad good today. Oh, this one's looking interesting. Not mad good. It's looking interesting. It's starting to look like it was already in the portfolio, right? But then I saw the insiders adding, and I thought, oh boy, here we go. This one's starting to look. Trades like 3% of revenues. Foxed. Why do we keep thinking it's algo shorting? They have perfectly rational reasons to short the stock. So I am somewhat to blame for that, Foxed. So I've been joking about that, right? We don't know it's algos. I'm just saying it could be, right? At least a portion of it could be. But like I said, I've been trying to assume. Let's assume it's a human on the other side of this, that they are acting rationally, right? I've said that a number of times now, Fox. That if it is, then here's why they might be doing it. And but at the same time, it still could also be. Could it be robots going haywire, algos? Maybe, but indeed, it could be humans knowing exactly what they're doing. So that's why I take that. That's why I could be sophisticated, sophisticated large investors knowing exactly what they're doing. And because it's above me. I'm like, I don't know. So Uber, Roaring Kitty, I think PDX's gripe is that Roaring Kitty is saying cash, not clarifying net cash. Yeah, I didn't even mean, but I hope maybe I've already clarified that because I already talked through it. I didn't intend to say net cash. I just trying to point out, I've already answered that. I didn't even intend to say net cash. My point is just the company trades below cash on the books, and you don't see that often. Not net cash. I understand people look at net cash. In my video, I say net cash. Don't I say net cash? And on the left-hand panel, I think I list net cash. But I'm just saying, you don't even see the market cap below cash for a company with this type of setup. You don't see it too often. It's just like one of those quick data points you point out. Hey, GameStop's trading at less than 1 times free cash flow at the start of the previous cycle. You may say, who cares? I go, oh, yeah, I understand, but I'm just saying, you don't see that too often for some stocks. And then that's it. It's just a quick observation. That's all. Okay. Gats. I don't see it as it's not a definitive predictor or guarantee of anything of the future. 100% Gats. Absolutely not. They could truly squander all that cash. You know what I mean? Absolutely. Okay. Net operating working capital improvements. Oh shit, am I falling behind? Damn. I never worries can't go on forever. Though management, yes. Uber, I agree. They can't go on forever, but cash is cash getting into the console cycle, right? I agree. Some of that cash generation. But what's interesting is they generated quite a bit of cash from working capital improvements a couple quarters ago, and people said the same thing. Not you, Uber, but some people were like, yeah, well, you can't keep on doing this. You can only do it once, right? And then they kind of did it again in this quarter. But indeed, that's not true. That's not perpetual free cash flow generation, right? But as far in a company, in the case of GameStop, like getting to the console cycle with adequate cash was so critical that you got to give props to management for doing what they did. But Markel, look at JPM, for example. They have just under $1 billion fine for a spoof. Yeah, it's a little bit of a different fine, Markel. That's what I'd say. But indeed, fines can be hefty. I don't know about in this case, though. Oh, and Fox clarified. Yeah, working capital is a 1-2 trick pony. It was 2-trick pony, I think, in the case of GameStop, but hugely important for a company in that position. If any of you paid attention to precious metals futures over the summer, there was a violent swing every week. Oh, was it this summer, Markel, that they were accused of manipulating? Oh, I didn't know it was so recent. Okay. Taking the stairs up and elevator right down. Yeah. I could be on that. Okay. Let's do a Zoom call. No, Zoom calls. Yeah, I thought about Zoom calls too. Makeshift. Someday maybe. I'll add Zoom. I had thought about that. I if I don't have it written there, I definitely. Eric, I guess my expectations are too high for Roaring Kitty. They might be, Eric, and that's cool, right? There's no problem with that. We know, and Eric, I know you know this. I don't know my expectations are accurate. Like Fox said too, it may be that I need to reassess. My thesis could be proven wrong in Q4 and Q1. But indeed, maybe your expectations are more conservative, and that's just a difference of opinion. It's a difference in our analysis of stuff. And you're entitled to your informed opinion on stuff, right? And I know you've commented a bit on Seeking Alpha. I've come across some of your stuff there. I don't remember I don't remember the extent of your opinions on stuff. It's so many. There's there's been so much stuff out there. But yeah, maybe we just have a difference in opinions. I know this bears. Well, shit, Eric. Look at the short interest. There's plenty of people who have different expectations than me. So you might be, and there's plenty of value investors too. I've seen value investors. Hell, there was a bearish article just recently that was published. So yeah, it could be we just have different expectations. I think that the market is, and I don't know about you, Eric. I don't know what your expectations are, but I think the market's they're underestimating what GameStop could generate. But indeed, I concede that I could be wrong. Absolutely. Pretty much patient heads. Okay. I'm just trying to get caught up real quick. Oh, Eric, did he? Did Burry insinuate that it was algo shorting GME? Thank you, Eric. I forgot that. Do you know what letter it was, Eric? Was it the first letter? I'd be interested in those insinuations. I didn't remember them. Because there's a difference between the shorting and people were misinterpreting the figures. That's what I'd say. Because I disagree with you on that, Eric. Because if this is, I'm going to highlight what I think you might be talking about. Where the hell is it? Make command lease. Oh. Nope, it's not that. Shit. Oh, it could. Yes, so that's right. Thank you. And he did have the Barron's article too. Yep. That's right. That's probably why I'm not finding it here. Can I access it? Sick. Thank you. Oh, shit. Got it. Nope. Is this it? Do I have the wrong article? Oh, shit. Wrong article. Oh, this is from Tiger. Okay. Is this what you're talking about, Eric? This is what I thought of when you just said that. An opportunity for the company to buy back. He noted that there may be mechanical selling by quant-oriented funds. Oh, there you go. Yeah, so he didn't say shorting, but selling. All right, by quant-oriented funds because of new lease accounting guidelines. Isn't that crazy? So I've repeatedly brought that up during the stream. How I wouldn't have thought that sophisticated funds could fall victim to this. Yes, that's what you were talking about. All right, thanks, Eric. But indeed, I did forget that. I did forget the mechanical selling language. I remember him thinking that maybe quant-oriented funds would misinterpret the balance sheet, but I forgot that it was mechanical selling. So there you go. So hey, Fox, there's at least part of the reason we think that, because Barry said it. Thank you, Eric, for the reminder. You know what I mean? Isn't that crazy? That's something like an individual investor says, yeah, but like you never take it seriously. Like you know how I've been discounting the threshold list? I would discount someone saying this. I think, oh, come on, give me a break. You think you get billions of dollars on the line, billions of dollars on the line. They don't look into this stuff. This seems to me investing 101. You know what? Security analysis 101. How do you not understand how the lease accounting methods are handled, that the company's not as leveraged? Eric, thank you for that reminder. Shit. Hey Fox, what are you gonna say about that? You think that's crazy? Yeah, so then he goes on to say how nothing has changed fundamentally with the thesis, right? Technical factors driving the stock to low. You know what I mean? Like, this was a year ago. This was over a year ago. This was 14 months ago. How technical factors driving the stock to lows has created an opportunity for, yeah, substantial buybacks. Right. And then he didn't do it. Not fully. Oh yeah, I did. Yeah, the balance sheet checked out for Bari too. I do remember that. I hadn't known this before Bari had said that. The 90%, I didn't know that. I didn't know about that 90% below free cash flow positive. And then I've seen it elsewhere since. But, Just trying to get caught up. Ryan Kitty, I think Mr. PDX is saying his expectations. Oh, you talk about, is he? His expectations of my level of financial competency? Maybe. Oh, he is. Oh, I'm sorry to disappoint, Eric. I'm sorry to disappoint. I'm sorry. Oh, that's funny. It happened with others, but was paying attention to silver, gold. Okay, yeah, thanks for sharing that, Mark. I didn't. It may have happened other years, but I was paying attention to silver, gold, in the daily since I got junior. Was pretty demoralized. Watched the swings. Wow. Okay, so it was just recently this summer. I missed that, Markel. Thanks for sharing. When did Barry suggest Yalgo? So Eduardo was asking that too. Discussion with Barons. Yep. I love that Cyan used the term elite position regarding their gaming market positioning. Oh, did he? In this? Was it a different one? Oh. Where did I do it? This one? Shit. I got too many tabs. I'm tabbed out. Oh, this is it. Did he use elite? Oh, shit. Good call, Uber. So, all the time the game hub is effectively leveraged. I mean, it's maybe elite is a bit strong. That's what Uber's saying, but it is I've been saying they're uniquely positioned to benefit from this. You know what I mean? But I know elite's kind of. You know what? They're the only one dedicated game. It's definitely a unique position. I know. I wouldn't use. I'm glad Barry did though, right? But rather Barry than me. Barcode pattern on the charts. Near close. Mark's Austin was crappy money. I didn't save a pick. Uber is saying, as an employee of a company whose business is predominantly leases, I can confidently say people don't understand leases. Yeah. There's a lot of disagreement too, how they're currently being handled. There's some people who feel strongly that they should be on the balance sheet and they should be counted as debt and stuff like that. And there's other people who disagree with that. It's kind of interesting how passionate people feel about that. Al goes, IR guys love to blame stock declines on them when questioned by confused, but of course they'll never talk about algos when the stock rise. Well, I did mention that beginning of the stream, Fox, that be careful, call knocking them, because sometimes beep boop boop boop, it would be like this. They'll be on the upside. They'll be on your team. Right? Beep boop 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 boop, and then you're on the team. Then no one's gonna say shit, right? So we're not knocking algos, we're not knocking the robots, right? We're just saying the ones who are shorting, it's going through, right? Yeah, I did. Yeah, Uber. It does. Yeah, right. I didn't know that before that article though. Uber. That was the first time I had heard. I'm like, and then I was like, how does Burry know that? I was like, how do you come across this information? Was it publicly available? Had they said that somewhere and I missed it? Maybe they did and I just missed it. Oh, you were teasing me. Oh, thank you, Eric. That's a good joke. That's my type of humor. Eric. Oh shit, that's funny. Fox laughing too. Oh shit. I'm new to the channel. How are you trading those shares? Well, when you see the Roaring Kitty portfolio, this Roaring Kitty portfolio, the Roaring Kitty portfolio is comprised. These are shares. These are shares in the just so you know, none of these are options right now. So this positioning is shares. Okay, let me go on. It says anything about the algos. Two Sigma AQR doesn't care, right? Uber, thoughts on leases? You don't think they should be considered debt? I do think they're more like... All right, this is a good discussion. So Eric's asking Uber how he thinks the leases should be characterized. I do think they're more like debt. I agree with Barry's comments, though. Had the thought that either beep boop boops. I love that we're saying that. If it does like go parabolic, even if it's not a crazy source, we're all gonna have a laugh about this, right? Is it gonna be hilarious? Because we're all gonna go beep boop 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 boop. You know what happened? How do you explain this move? Beep boop 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 boop, and everyone else is gonna be like, "What the hell are you talking about?" Oh shit. I'm definitely gonna chat a bit. Oops, or traders on face value. Yep. Now time to try out your Capital IQ TV to get tabs fired up. All right, sick. Okay. You know what I get? Let me just see if I have this. I don't know if Henry's still here. Damn, I apologize, Henry. You were calling me out. Oh, it's 10. Oh shit. See, let me just see if I got this queued up. I did download the new app. So it's a good. So Eric's saying he considered them a form of debt, but Barry's comments made me question my thinking. Yeah. So I don't consider them debt for what that's worth, Eric. Not that Eric's asking me my opinion, but this is a good discussion, Eric. That's a good question. I'm glad you asked it. I don't consider them debt. They're a liability that you need to take seriously when you're, especially if you're doing liquidation analysis in particular. But I don't consider it debt for what that's worth. No one cares. Y'all got a good discussion going on. I'm sorry to interrupt. It's such a good topic that a lot of people like disagree about, and I'm interested in. Okay, you sure it's not the old version, Rory Kitty? Makeshift. Make sure. I'm like 90% sure. I'm not 100% sure. Well, what's funny is Makeshift. I downloaded it on what's today? Friday. So I downloaded, but I tried to show it Wednesday. So I downloaded it on Monday. And I'm like, this has to be the latest one. It has to be, right? And then it turns out like the upgrade for the iPhone was like Tuesday morning or something. I was off by like 12 hours. Isn't that crazy? And then I missed it by 12 hours. I'm like, and then y'all had to tell me during the stream. So embarrassing. You know what I mean? I was there shaking my maybe not to Eric's point, maybe not financial competency, but the competency, the human level of competency. You know what I mean? There's some question marks there. I'd have to agree with that shit. All right, what do I got here? Let me just see if I got it queued up. Pop it up. Do I get it up? Oh. Here, let me pop it over here. See if this works. Oh, no, I got the audio fixed because I fixed the audio last time. Let me know if there's anything... Shit. Is it just black? It's just black. Hold up. That's weird. Oh, I got it. I had the wrong... Okay. Boom. Oh, yes! Success. Okay. All right. So first, you got your profile here. You had the same icons to choose from. And on the profile, you got your lifetime points and stuff, your active points. I didn't see this in the... Now I've seen the other one, right? And then you got all your power-up rewards, your orders, order status, and all that stuff. So typical profile stuff, right? And then you got your mailbox up top where they send you notifications and shit, right? Some of you have already seen this, but I was just poking around. And then you get to explore, and then they got a whole bunch of stuff on the front page there, right? Just like they did in the other stuff. You can scroll through this. And okay, so what happens if I click on? So let me just see all these. Like this is I don't think it automatically scrolls through, but so it's going across NBA 2K. Okay, so well, let's open up 2K. So if I click this, and then I think it just opens up right to it. And then so one thing I would like. So first of all, this filter at the top right there. Like that's clutch. And the other app, like you had to go over to filter and stuff. It's like that's kind of silly. You need the filter to be right up top, which I thought was sick. But also, I'd like to have condensed. I like to have condensed versions of what I'm searching. Anyway, just a small thing that. And then you scroll down so you can see some of this stuff, and then the filter's clutch. So if you do the filter, you could do all this stuff. Get it. So you can do same day delivery, same store pickup category, that type of stuff. I thought that was sick. I didn't see that in the other one. Customer rating. I'm all about the filtering options, right? Same thing for my spreadsheets. I like to be able to filter through a whole bunch of shit. And then the sort by, right? Your usual stuff. And the other thing I noticed too is that like I would click on something, like if I searched PS5 and you go, like it doesn't, not PS5, that's a bad example, but like a Switch, Nintendo Switch, you can't see in the field, the search field, that it's out of stock. Like you got to go click into it to see, which was kind of annoying. But let's go back. Okay, but then, of course, you could do video games, accessories, electronics, blah, blah, blah. So you can go through any of that stuff. Let's just do accessories. I found it to be pretty zippy. Some people were saying it's kind of slow, but I think some things might be kind of slow. It just depends. Like, for example, Sony DualSense. Well, let's do, watch this. You know what, if I can do... video games, PlayStation. No, let's do PlayStation 4. Then if I do this, bestseller, if I click this, let me just say. Store pickup, but not available. You see the not available down at the bottom, then you can't do it. Kind of annoying. But looks kind of clean, looks kind of slick, which I think is the big part of this, right? They want it to be smooth and everything. And then you go to esports, so check this. This is kind of cool. So you see all those things, right? Just your usual. Oh, wait, hold on. Before I do that. So Game Informer, so you got the Game Informer stuff too. I do think it's important to have Game Informer right in this app. And you got all, I think this is the same as the other app. So you got it all right there. Boom, 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 all the way through. You go back. Open this back up. See how I feel like it's kind of quick. You got then you can go. Oh, let me just do deals first. Deals. So then at deals, I think the deals are just. It looks like it's just a filter. It looks like this is deals 0 to 20. Which you can always set that filter, right? Price is. It looks like it just assigns a filter to it. Maybe they do have additional deals that they post. You know what I mean? Like that should be somewhere. Okay, and then they have clothing. Like you can go through all that stuff. What else is it going to show? Toys and collectibles, video games. Okay. So that's that stuff, and then if you go to the actual cart, but it's nice seeing that same day delivery stuff, store pickup stuff. You know what I mean? People will like to have that option. So I added Mario Kart 64, of course. Talk about dating myself, huh? And then you can just do the checkout right there. Oh, and then look at that. So you get the free shipping. Oh, that's pretty good. Oh, is it free? It's free shipping on $35 or more. Sick. And I like that they see how they mentioned the power up. I mean, this might be in the other app too. It's just stuff I was just noticing as I was going through it. The Power Up Rewards Pro. So and then they track all your different points and stuff. So you have that right within the app. That's the thing that this Power Up Reward stuff is huge for customer. I mean, for customer retention. Like the people will want to shop at your store. That's why that Power Up Rewards members was so Oh my God, thanks. Yay, Hugo! Cheers, Hugo! Cheers! I'm glad I got it right this time. I'm glad I was gonna cover what I said I was gonna try to do. Hey Hugo, if there's anything in particular you'd like me to show, but this was mostly up the thing. I like the filtering is clutch. I like you got to mention that Power Up Reward stuff, and they have a whole section dedicated to it here. Where you can see like how do I earn points, and you can see all the different share my benefits, and so you can see that stuff. But just I like a lot of the exploring stuff. Oh yeah, and then you can see the points down there. Oh yeah, here you go. I didn't scroll all the way. So this is that front page. This is that home page, right? Go down. You see the lifetime points, active offers, upgrade to pro. There's that credit card people were talking about. That's sick. Top rated stuff. And then shop by console, so you can do that down at the bottom, right? But then you could so if we just do PS5, just pop it up. Let's see. So that took like a second. But I don't know. I didn't think that was too slow. I mean, I do like things to be zippy. Like I talk about my spreadsheets. Like, I mean, they were slower than this, but I care about that zippiness of it. But and I know some people were talking about like pre-ordering stuff too. I don't know if that's something that can be done easily on the app or anything like that. But it seems like it could be confusing for folks. But if you click on the PS5, like I didn't see a pre-order. Like, how do you know if it's out of stock and unavailable? See, that you had to click in there to see if that was out of stock and unavailable. Product replacement plan. Not available. Right, but more like this. I do like the more like stuff. This stuff, that's good. All right, anything else? Yo, Hugo, let me know. This was most stuff, and then everything. It's like so much of it is filtering. You know what I mean? You see the home page. You're like, all right. There's the home page. There's all the stuff that they got. Sick. And this is funny because it's such a big part of it. I'm like so big on the screening and filtering. I want to click something and have everything there. So I'm like, yeah, I like that. So and then the other thing is the Power Up Rewards. Like it's all over the place in here, reminding people, hey, do this. Hey, you can get that in the same day. And then the shipping and stuff. And I really like that stuff. And they should be trumpeting that stuff. It's so important. This is the omni-channel experience. You know what I mean? So this needs to be slick, but there's always room for improvement. So you got to iterate, right? You roll this app out, get the feedback. It can always be improved. So I'm always like, I remember people criticizing the concept stores. And I remember thinking, you got to try, throw something out there. See, get the feedback, collect the feedback. You know what I mean? Re-engage with folks like they're going to do this console cycle, and then assess, see what works, see what doesn't, see how you can improve things. So that's how I feel about this app. Unless the app was a disaster, which it doesn't appear to be. But no, I'm not some app expert. But unless it was a disaster, then it's fine. It's okay. They'll make incremental improvements over time. You know what I mean? I think that's pretty much it. PS Vita. What was the other one people were talking about on the stream? I like all those consoles, huh? I know. With these consoles, like I was looking at the Super Nintendo one, and don't they have Super Nintendos? So you don't even need the cartridges anymore. Sorry, I didn't mean to blow the mic. But now I think you can like have that stuff where it's all just. I mean, it's like the digital version of it, right? I thought, it's kind of convenient. Oh shit! Here, let me switch it back. That was easy enough, though, huh? I'm glad y'all pushed me to do that, if only, so I know how to share the stuff on the phone, huh? That was sick. And the unread messages, that's nothing. Okay. All right, did I miss anything? I don't even know if Henry's still here. Sorry, Henry. I know I was slow to get around to that. My apologies. Look, it was after 10. Henry's like, Vern Kitty, you better get to this by 10 or I'm piecing it. So this is just side discussions. Okay, cool. Oh, that's not side discussion. I'll talk about the metrics for GameStop. And makeshift give me a hard time, of course. You have to. That comes with joining the stream. You gotta give me a hard time on this shit. No shit, I agree with that. Uber saying how much value in looking at the penultimate and final console cycle years as proxies for the launch years. But that was GameStop. That was Barry's point. How it's a perfect storm. Did he say perfect storm? I meant to command F that. He did. Sick. I remember some things, not all things, but some things. Where it looked way worse. And yeah, well, you can't judge where that stock price is going to be if you want to just get to that. You can't judge where the stock price is going to be based on how it's doing right now. That's where I thought the market was like everyone. And then every time earnings would come and the numbers were bad, like we all knew it was going to be bad, the market would sell off, and then and then a lot of bears would be like, see what I mean? I'm like, whoa, come on, it's a process. It's a process. Hey, it's still not over yet. It's still not over yet, but. Right. It was always going to be a rough comp year, and like I said, it was even a little bit worse. Some of those comps were a little bit worse than I thought. Although then Q2 was a little bit better than I was thinking. So it was kind of a wash. Fox. I pitch SEC filings. I always go to the source. SEC filings plus Excel. Hey, Fox, cheers to that. That's what I do, except I'm Google Sheets. SEC filing and Google Sheets. Well, and some other websites too, right? If you want to know the tools I use, check out the tools videos that I uploaded to my channel. Someone told me that I should mention that during the stream because sometimes people don't know. Oh, and there's links in the description to this video. But yeah, that's the best. SEC filings. That's why I'm always pulling up the SEC site so much, even for some of these 13... Well, of course, for the 13Ds, but even for press releases and presentations and stuff. Gats, just the facts, please. All right. Chris and Torsten, cheers. Welcome, Chris. Cheers. Welcome to the stream. Fox isn't long. Fox is... Well, let me read the responses here first. We've tried outsourcing before. We're crazy. Thanks. A fox is typically less than 5 feet or less from snout to tail, so long that's subjective. Oh, fox. Oh, fox. Yeah. Fox, are you a dad? Because oh, man, that sounds like a joke I would say. And, oh, boy, if I... Just kidding. Oh, jeez. Okay, right, the conversion, yeah, I'm more partial to CS at the moment. Very snow, I don't know what I am. I was talking models. I like this shit. I don't think enough people talk about their model. I don't think it. Well, maybe they do. It's just not public. You know, that's why I put together that tools videos for the spreadsheet in case people here are curious about. I mean, these friggin' beasts of spreadsheets that I have. You know, Okay, just get caught up. Oh, Uber. For what it's worth, net operating working capital in Q3 and Q2 declined 29 million. Yep. Yeah, this is very deliberate, right, Uber? New management team. They knew exactly what they were doing, and I applauded them. I mean, I agree. Well, I don't know if Eric said it, but... oh, no, yeah, we said it. It was only a one or a two-trick pony, but very important for a company in this current position to do what they did. And now here we are. It's sick. But indeed, when I saw the 200 million in free cash flow, I'm like, I don't know about that. As many folks did, right? It sold off immediately. Well, initially, but then it was up a week later, so who the hell knows? Okay, almost caught up. Oh, makeshift. What do you think about the credit card, Roaring Kitty? Yeah, so what are I saw some of the terms, and is it that they get, was it the 3% back? Is that part of the credit card makeshift? I kind of forget. I had looked into it. Wait a second, let me just... What is this? Just trying to pull it up. Is that the credit card? Shop in store or online. Oh, let me pull it over. I got it here. I think this is it. Is this it? Get it today. Pay over time. Exclusive offers. No annual fee. Maximize benefits. I don't know what the. I mean, it's probably like any old credit card, right? It's probably a perk for some folks. It's probably not suitable for other folks. I think it's good. I think it's another way. You know how I interpret this makeshift is I interpret it as another way to have a captive, not captive customer. That sounds negative, but like customers who want to shop there. You know what I mean? When you have a credit card, that's what I mean. Even the Power Up Rewards membership is important for that reason, right? And tens of millions of those folks are active on that Power Up Rewards account. But if you also have a credit card with it and you're getting additional perks, you're more inclined to use it and shop there. So in that light, it's kind of surprising. Did they not have one before? This is another one of those welcome to 2020, because you should have this stuff. So I like it as an offering. That doesn't mean it's suitable for everyone makeshift, right? Not everyone should have. It just depends on your personal situation whether or not it'd be appropriate for you. But it's a good idea from a business standpoint to offer something like this. Absolutely. William, hey, welcome, William. Cheers. Happy Friday. Pull up on the big screen, sitting by the fire outside. Oh, we're outside? Sick. All right. Cheers, William. Sick. By the fire, too? Nice. Okay. Cozy. Almost got up. This coming Monday. I want to clarify. I didn't mean. Oh, William, I do remember that. Okay, I was keeping an eye out for October 3rd. I was going to be like Saturday. What's he forecasting for Saturday? I'm kidding, William. Monday. Okay, William's got a bold prediction for Monday. We don't exactly know what William's bold prediction is, but it sounds like it's mayhem, we think. That was my recollection, William. So William said, he said May 5th. Pay attention. So let's see. No, yes, you're referring to the last cycle. Yeah, the lead in. But even still, you know what I mean, Uber? Like they're in such a, it's such a different setup for this cycle. Like they're literally, part of this year was surviving. You know what I mean? So they're in a very deliberate move here. It wasn't your typical. I appreciate you sharing that though. What can we read into that, Uber? Lead in. So the Q2, Q3, net working capital actually declined that year. Net operating, for those quarters, we say 29 million? Decline 29 million. Yeah. Okay, thanks for sharing. Like, that's good research, Uber, right? I mean, Uber digging into, that's what I've been doing too. I didn't do that particular data point, but I'm digging into, what was free cash flow the first 3 years of the past console cycle? What was it? I'm not saying they're going to do it again, but what was it? You know what I mean? Look back to what it did. Obviously, a lot of people are looking at the stock price reaction, right? What did the stock price do that year? So many folks. And what I think a lot of folks miss is that value was crushing it in 2013. It was a big part of, although GameStop started moving before that leg up. But anyway, that's good analysis. Looking back, what did it look like back then? What happened? What did revenues do? A lot of people have been checking in on revenues and saying, there was no jump up in revenues, no big jump up in, you see me looking at PBF there. I'll give it a second. Okay. Date mark, almost 9/22. It keeps on jumping on me. Okay, Monday. Okay, someone said they downgraded from 5 to 3%, and also that it's not applicable to hardware. Oh, makeshift. I didn't know that was a downgrade from 5 to 3, and if it's not applicable to hardware, what the hell? That's kind of annoying that you'd have a credit card that you couldn't use it on everything there. I suspect, you can't use the 3% back that on the hardware. Okay, you can use the credit card, right, but you can't use it on 3%. Interesting. There must be, I assume people are going to be disappointed in that, right? Makeshift, as you know, but there's probably a good business decision for it that they might lose out. You know what I mean? 3% of all those console sales. And obviously, there's going to be a shit ton of console sales this year. You can kind of understand where they're coming from, but you can understand people being disappointed too. But okay, thanks for sharing that, Makeshift. I did not know that. Still, I think a good idea from the company. And again, you don't have to get the credit card. You know what I mean? Like these folks don't. Here's just some perks, but here's the catch. So it's a trade-off. Yeah, an ecosystem, right? Exactly, Makeshift. Yep. I think you're talking to me. Mr. Point. Okay, William, we'll keep an eye on that. Wait, by next Friday. Okay, so next week. William's saying a big week starting on Monday. Stock Market Videos. Welcome, Stock Market Videos. Happy Friday. Have you talked about the new GameStop app? It has some design inspiration from the new Chewy app. We just reviewed it. Stock Market Video. So you can hop back whenever if you feel like it. We just reviewed it like 5 minutes ago or 10 minutes ago. I don't remember. And then we just walked through it. But yeah, I didn't know that it drew design inspiration from Chewy app. I'm a little bit skeptical of that. That's not true. The board PetSmart CEO was there, so maybe that's interesting. I wonder where you heard that, Stock Market. But it has some design inspiration from Chewy app. Interesting. I wonder what specific aspects. Like, there's certain things that I think most apps should have or would have, but there's some design inspiration from Chewy app. Like, I doubt it would be. I don't know. Interesting, Stock Market. I mean, it could be from Cohen. What the hell do I know? But if there was formal announcement of that. But even still, people picking up on that. Thank you for sharing, Stock Market. Pre-order exclusion too. Okay, thanks, Makeshift. Okay. Yeah, and things I'm curious about, but I don't know how much it affects the credit card stuff. But is Michael Burry in the chat? Yo, Michael Burry, you in the chat? William Invest is saying, bro, Michael Burry has entered the chat. Oh, shit. That kind of sucks. Makeshift saying, isn't hardware going to be one of the most purchased things now with the PC department? Yeah, Makeshift it is. Wait, the PC department? Oh, all hardware? Oh, I thought you just meant the new consoles. Makeshift. I thought you just meant the new consoles. I'm like, I kind of get that, but all hardware? Yikes. Yeah, that's kind of a drag. It's kind of a bummer. Again, Makeshift, from a business standpoint, they probably crunch the numbers like, we got to do this, otherwise we're giving it back too much. So it's tough. I almost got up. Yes, I am. Okay, they don't have the margin to give. Yeah. So Uber is saying the same thing. They don't have the margin to give up another few percent on the hardware. They don't. It's such slim margin. Yep. 90% great. Yep. Incredibly TAM. But the only bank I'd consider pretty cutting edge. What? So the last 5 years? Okay, talk about this. Uber, Rowan Kitty Zero. Uber, it's not public right now. Someone had asked me about that. Maybe down the line. I looked into this a while back, but it's not public right now. But maybe down the line. It's too much. I thought about it this time around, like when I was trying to build a spreadsheet. And there are things that I can do. And I'm not there yet, Uber, but I hope to get there at some point. That if not all this, I got a ton of spreadsheets. I got like 3 prominent ones. And then I got all the company reports ones, but it's all the same. And then I got like 6 of these. But indeed, it would be the tracker one that would probably be the most helpful to share. I don't have as many valuations in them as I used to. I used to have like everything valued. If you watch my tools video, you'll see why. But maybe down the line I'll have something. But good question. Yeah, I was gonna say stock market videos. Did you use the Chewy app? That's what Uber's asking. Did you use the Chewy app, or were other people saying that? I'd be curious too. From Cohen, yeah. I'm saying the same thing. So Fox is saying, I think the attach rate is key. Not so much market share of consoles. The latter is determined by vendors. The former is reflective of customer preferences. 100% agree, Fox. I agree. I think that there's a discussion today about that, about the breakdown of the consoles. It's a good exercise for approximating like market share and that type of stuff. But indeed, it's from a free cash flow stance. It's that attach rate that's so critical. It is, especially because it's going to be higher margin stuff that's being attached, and so that's why GameStop having the highest, or whatever the hell it is. Ugh, X amount of everything, whatever it is, they get the highest one or close to it. Okay, sick. Caught up. I mean, now it's 10:30. You know what I mean? What the hell? I don't. Well, now I won't have time to. Steve Mazzini, if you see this stream after the fact, thanks for posting this article. I'm gonna look into it definitely. And congratulations on your first Seeking Alpha article. Oh yeah, they congratulated you too, right? That's sick. And thank you. I know you. I said I was gonna look into it, and so you saved me the effort here. But this is great. Let's hope that you were right too. From our discussion on the stream, I remember when we looked into it a bit and just discussed a little bit. I remember thinking, let's hope you're right, Steve, because that'd be sick. So I'll look into that. Is there anything else to touch on? We talked about the overstock stuff. We talked about most things. I didn't get it. So the only other thing I was going to touch on is that I tweeted it today, but PBF was looking interesting. So PBF I added to it, FYI. PBF is now the third position in the portfolio. Starting to look interesting. What's the market cap? 70. Oh, so it bounced. I'm actually already up with it one day. Who cares? But it was like a top 10 position, right? And then it was getting crushed. And then I'm looking at the chart and I see the buying from other people besides Carlos Slim, which I'd been waiting for, or the Slim. I don't know, the Slim group. It looked like there were other folks following it, but I think it was all related to Carlos Slim. And I saw them following, like a good chunk, over 500K. I'm like, what the hell? So that's why I pulled up the fundamentals, and then I'm seeing this, and I'm like, this. And then the market cap too. That's like a solid market cap for a company with 25 billion in revenues. I'm like, oh shit. It's a refiner, right? It's yeah. Look at that. It was up today. Can we say it was up because I tweeted about it? Just kidding. But start to get overbought. I'm like, all right. And then it was at support a little bit. I'm like, all right, time to pull the trigger. But like, and then it could keep going lower. Time can pass, but I need to dig in deeper. I want to dig in deeper to make sure I'm not missing anything. But then I'm like, I might go heavy into this. I'm not there yet. But one thing I pulled up too, if you pull up the bonds, you got to search it by name here. PBF. So some of the bonds are selling off, but for this whole time, they're not like I'll be dealing in bonds that are like, I mean, not often, but in the 20s, maybe 30s and 40s. Look at this one though. So this was 2025, 2028. That's kind of far out, but like 2025 is kind of near. So I'm like, oh, these are already at 76. Don't forget, GameStop was at 70. And then look at the sell-off here, huh? From early September, boom, 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 boom. And so the question is there something here that's a permanent issue here that I need to weight more heavily, that I can't just rely on historical fundamentals? And then right off the bat, and I'm like, all right, well, let's see how the insiders are interpreting this. You know what I mean? Like, boom, boom, boom. I think I had seen it already. So I'd seen all this Carlos Slim stuff, right? And then there was a different firm. I think it's all Carlos Slim stuff, right? And then I saw boom CEO, and all this week, right? All this week they're saying the same. Maybe they're saying the same stuff. But then, and then so I saw that. But then I posted that, and then I what is those where is it? Oh, it's here. So then I just quickly pulled up the metrics, right? Now it's in the portfolio, but like then stuff will happen, and then I start to get even more interested. Like I haven't even been paying attention that much. I did a good job, and I said this on the stream. I make tons of mistakes on my trading, but I did not add. I don't think I added this whole time on PBF. Like I didn't trim either, so I was an idiot. But like it came here and I didn't add. I didn't buy. It was I kept on waiting. I kept on waiting, and I didn't buy here. I didn't even buy there. And then I bought here, and I thought, yes. Every once in a while, it works out. And so I added, I might be wrong, but it was this time where I'm like it never really got over. But like here, it was like, I don't think so. I wanted a clean breakout or something. And then I'm like, all right, let's add. And then now we're at support. Now I'm kind of hoping it keeps on going lower. You know what I mean? Top three. It's the third position of the portfolio, right? Third position right now. And but it's 2.5%. You know what I mean? Like my big moves are when when this stuff goes crazy cheap, or it drags on for a long time, and it gives me time to go heavy into the position, right? And now it's 2.5%. That's not. Now I get to dig in deeper and see if I'm missing anything. Look how big the revenues are, though, right? Look, it's this might be the biggest company revenues wise. Oh, my conditional formatting doesn't go all the way down. Look at that. It stops right there. What the hell? For all of them. What's up with that? I probably wasn't prepared for so many days. Nope. It's just not working. I like my conditional formatting. I'll tell you what. It's kind of weird. What the hell? Why is some of it working, but not all of it's working? EH. It's just not working. Shit. See? You make the spreadsheets too complex. They don't work sometimes. That's fine. Just colors, huh? Who cares? It's just colors. I'll tell you who cares. My 2-year-old daughter, she'd care. Oh, that's not... okay, UNFI is a bit bigger. See what I mean? That's what I like about UNFI. $26 million in revenue is huge. Huge company. It pulled back after earnings. But it's holding up okay. I was kind of like, I think I said it in the last stream. Let's see what happens from here. Not a strong pullback just yet, but I should dig back deeper into this one. Okay. But you see that? See $4 million bought back when and all those Slim purchase, huh? You think Slim's messing up? Maybe people think that's a risk too. Sometimes that's interesting because people say, "Oh, he's taking this big of a position, plus it's Carlos Slim, blah blah blah," and then other folks might not want to get involved. And I think that could be an opportunity for an individual investor to be like, okay, I maybe providing like this, where I might say it can provide downside protection, right, Eric? Where I'd say, I mean, obviously Carlos Slim himself isn't downside protection, but it contributes to it, where there might be someone willing to step in and buy the stock and make sure that it can navigate uncertain waters. That's what I mean. You know what I mean? Whereas there's so many other stocks out there, I'll look and I'll be like, what's protecting me? You know, what's protecting me? Do I got a strong balance sheet? Do I got a management team who is heavily invested in the company themselves? Is there a fund who's really being an activist fund who's involved in trying to push management in the right direction? Like, do I have anything supporting me? And there's lots of stocks out there where there's nothing. I'm like, oh boy, I'd be nervous holding that shit. At that point, it's hard for me to go heavy. But this is the type of a company that I could envision me going heavy. I'm not saying I will, but it has the type of characteristics and the attributes that I'm like, oh, I could see this. Do I have will wisdom? No. Oh, I do. Do I have it? And so this is a refiner, right? So watch. Oh, I can. So then when I was checking, you check out the refiners, right? So they check this. So I got all. So first of all, you see this is XLE, energy sector's been getting hit, right? So then it's not just PBF. So I'll pop that up, right? But like, wait a second, what's going on in the industry? I need some context here. What's happening? And so I'll scroll down and everything. So it's not just PBF. It's like an industry type thing, right? And so there could be other potential plays here too. Blah blah blah. This is crude oil. I've been watching crude oil. Natural gas. So natural gas has been taking a hit too. That's one of those potential multi-year plays for me. Could have been trading that one a little bit better, like trimming and adding, you know what I mean? But here's a PSX. So this is all. So then you see Valero, right? So Valero, similar looking chart. So this isn't. So then I'm like, all right. So this is. I mean, I can pull up just the refiners too. Though, watch this. If I go to industry, I actually didn't do this yet. We're doing good analysis now. Where's refining? So check this. So here's all the refiners, right? See, this is a good example. I'm like, what's happening in this industry? So I go, boom, pull up all the refiners. Let's go. Okay, so we're going to get similar things here because I always start off with like high-level context, not just the market stuff, but sector and industry stuff, so I'm going. And I'm like, okay, they're the same things, right? Crude oil, gasoline. Here's gasoline because we're in the refiners now. You're kind of curious. That's their output, right? The input, the cost is the crude oil. This is why refiners trade a little bit differently than other energy plays because their input and outputs are kind of inverse to a degree. And so, yeah, well, I won't get into that right now. Okay, so natural gas is popping back up today. Hope I'm not missing out on anything. Okay, there's PSX. There's Valero. But look, ugly charts. That's what I'm noticing. MPC. So I can dig into all of them fundamentally. I bet a lot of them are looking cheap, but I want the most cheap, right? But all these charts are looking rough, and a big part of this is the energy, right? But here's HFC. So this one was in the Roaring Kitty portfolio too. I like this one, and I actually did trim this one much more than I did. I had my two refiner picks were HFC and PBF, and I had quite a bit in both back in the day. And I thought PBF had more upside because it was a little bit riskier, and so I'm like, I'll keep this one on because I saw similar things back then as I see now. But so I sold most of my HFC. It's in the portfolio. Eric's gonna call me out, but I think it must be a nominal position. I think. Maybe I kept more. Oh no, I got a little bit in there. It's not totally nominal. Like nominal is a couple shares in there or something. I kept it in there. But so HFC looks good too. Sick. See what I mean? See, going through. See where charts are helpful. Charts are helpful. I say screening and timing and stuff. This is sick. I think HFC, Holly Frontier is a little bit of a higher quality refiner pick. I mean, the highest quality are things like the Valero and the other ones and stuff. But for me, I'm like, ooh, and check out the market cap, 4.3. So it's bigger too. You know what I mean? That's why maybe there's a case to be made. I should have kept HFC and sold PBF on the quick because PBF could come down more because it's riskier. But I don't know. So here's another one. CZZ. This chart looks a little bit better than the other ones. This one looks rough. CVR, 1.8 billion. So what I mean, this one looks even worse. So that one looks the worst of the bunch, huh? Wow. Scary. I mean, at least PBF hasn't reached this level yet, but this makes me think, I wonder if we're potentially at an inflection point. You know what I mean? Like the bigger ones, they're holding up okay. HFC, similar chart with this one. But then I think, okay, this one overshot. This could be the riskiest one of the bunch, maybe. I would have expected this more from PBF, though. CVR is kind of legit. 1.8 billion, you know? Look at this. INT, similar. I actually don't know INT all that well. 1.5 billion? What? United States. It's aviation segment, distribution related. All right, a little bit different. Aviation, marine, land transportation industries. Okay. Some of these are unusually classified as refiners, so that explains. This one's not your traditional type of refiner. They're providing it to different. Okay. DK was in the portfolio. Okay, sorry, I had a third one. Oh, I forgot. DK I sold out. That was one that Carl Icahn got involved too. Check this. Back in the day. March. Right in March. I remember I bought that one. I'm like, right on March 18th. March 18th he bought it. So he filed March 19th. Was I already in it? Oh, no, because no. He was already, he announced, I thought he announced his DK exposure earlier. Didn't he? Because I could have sworn I was in it in earlier March. And then maybe then he was a Form 4 fold filer, and then he had to file his update. I think I knew that he was involved. I think I knew. Oh, I definitely knew at some point that he was involved. Let me close out some shit here. What the hell's going on here? All right, refiner's looking interesting, huh? Refiner's a little bit of a different play, like, right? Then I kind of like it for that. It's a different play than it's energy, right? I get it. But just like as I don't think GameStop is going to zero this year, I don't think oil and gas is going to zero next year. Wow. Oh, there's PBF. Look at that. That market cap's antiquated, right? 880. It's a manual effort to update it. Don't get me started. Hugo, did you check NNDM? I didn't, Hugo. I didn't get around to it. I didn't get around to it yet. I got it noted, Hugo. Oh my God, I am. Are you kidding me? This one's at 55. Oh, this was a big position for me. Sorry, Hugo. Oh, Hugo, wait a second. It wasn't up again today, was it? You're kidding. Don't. Oh, okay. I thought you were going to come back and say you missed out. It came back. Yeah, okay. You're kidding. Okay. I thought you'd come back and say it's $5. Nice going, Roaring Kitty. I'm like, oh, Hugo. The chart does look interesting, though. It still held its own. Let's see what it does next week. All right. I can get bullied by price action, Hugo. I can get bullied by price action. I can get bullied by guests in the chat, too. So it goes both ways. I can't believe this bullshit chart. Are you kidding me? Oh. 55. I was bullish on this. Is it even in the portfolio? Roaring Kitty portfolio? 55. I sold out before all this hit. Where the hell's my notes? This is a missed opportunity. Did it pop up? It was first of all, it was a big winner for me. It was a double. I missed out on a second double. That was it's partly because they do like biofuels and stuff too. It was more than a double. I got it at like $10. I got crazy lucky on this. I nailed it last August. Watch this. It was at 10 for like a day. Look at that. I got real lucky on my timing on that. I'm like, sick. And then I started selling out around this time. Right around here. I think I was out of it. I think I got out of it this whole time. Then it sold off. What did it do? And then it sold off with everything else. And the chart was still looking good. Part of it too, and part of my reason for the sales was it was right there, right? And I was kind of thinking like, oh, I don't know if it's going to break through. Let's see if it breaks out. And then it didn't, right? But it was a chart that was looking kind of interesting. And if I did what I did, remember if you saw that tools video, I said how there was a critique of mine. I wish I was tracking which charts were looking good. I wasn't GME dialed into this, but I was tracking the tax credits and stuff. And so what could I have done? I would have got. It's not up that much. It's not up that much. It's a double. I missed out on a double. All right. I'm less upset about it. I got lucky on that. I got lucky on my timing on that one. Real lucky on the down. Look at that one day. It was a lot of stuff. If you remember August 2019, a lot of stuff was getting crushed. A lot of value stuff was getting crushed, and then it was like 4 months. You know what I mean? Like I'm like, this is sick. Done. So I got 150%. I probably averaged about 25. I'd say 25, 26. I might have sold above 30. I think I was out before March, which is good. And look at it, retested here. See what I mean? Everything's a test. I don't know what I'm doing. I don't know. But I see this, and I see I dropped the ball a little bit. Not a big deal. It doubled. There's shit up 5x, 10x that I got listed on here as a missed opportunity. That's the stuff that's the real educational stuff. But gee, I'm just a bit surprised by that. Look at all these other charts. And another one that I was long, like, has crushed it. Wait a second. What's corn done? What's corn doing? What was this? From February to April. No, okay, so it kept running up. Corn's an input for them, so I've been watching. But it's still kind of cheap. But that helped. Damn. All right, whatever. I don't even know. I don't know AMRS 383, CLNE. A lot of similar looking charts though, right? So it's on PBF ain't by itself. Oh, we talk about nickel. What's this? Oh. Okay, so this one, but I was looking at this one too. GPRE. I was watching GPRE. Oh, but they didn't start. Missed opportunity. Why didn't I buy? Because I was buying too much. The insiders didn't start buying until this time, though. They were a little bit. They didn't start buying until late, as I recall. Don't tell me they bought in the fours. If they bought in the fours. Okay. See? Okay. This one's okay. Because they didn't have insider buying, it really weighed on me. Because I knew Todd Becker was a buyer in the past. Check this. No. This is only no. Watch this. See, Todd Becker was a buyer back. What? Oh, that's not that much. And then he was a seller. I thought he bought more than that. What? Oh, I could have sworn he was buying back in 2012 when the stock was in the gutter. Yikes. But then he was buying. I knew he was buying. He was buying right there in 2015. But then he didn't buy this time. You know what I mean? Like, he was an active buyer. So when I see that, I'm like, why isn't he buying this time? You know what I mean? What's different this time? And he didn't. And so I didn't pull the trigger. I definitely looked. And then he just bought a whole bunch of the 12 to 14 range. And now I'm like, that's not my type of play in the 12 to 14 range. But sub 5. Missed opportunity. Whatever. Keep on going. Different type of refiner. Roaring Kitty, what has been your biggest win? Good question. The biggest wins tend to be on options, right? I mentioned that in one of my in my investment style video or one of them. I talk about that. The biggest ones tend to be in options. But if you're talking straight stocks, that's a good question. I got to think about that. Biggest win? So far, the biggest win coming out of the quickest win was Camping World. That was a 10-bagger coming out of that was a full outright 10-bagger that was one of the biggest positions in the portfolio too. It was sick. But do I have I don't know from a stock, like everything I've been classified. I got a number of 10-baggers on the stock. I gotta think about that. Who's that? Eduardo? Good question, Eduardo. Let me think about that. I mentioned in that investment style video. In a regular old market, I'm looking for like 3 to 5 baggers. That's what I'm looking for. Like PBF, I'm looking like the potential 3 to 5 bagger right now. I'm like, oh, could that be 3 to 5 bagger? Like doubles, I'm like, ah. Sorry, REGI. I'm like, at first, I'm like, wait a second. I was just kind of, there was a position I was in. And I sold like 30. What am I getting up? So whatever. But then in like a bear market, I'll be looking for like 5 to 10. I'm looking for 10 baggers. So I in my head, there's a number of 10 baggers that I've gotten. Some that I didn't get, but I was like I was very dialed into, but then didn't pull the triggers on there. But I'd say 10 baggers, but there may be like some 12 baggers in there or something. But 8, 9, 10 baggers. It's hard to get more. Now that I think about it, it's a good question, Eduardo. I don't know if I get much. Have you had a 15 bagger on the stock? Nah, that's a good question. I gotta think about that, Eduardo. Like. That you're doing a really questionable business at that point, like a business that's going bankrupt. But then many times I don't deal in those. Do I have a 20 bag? I don't think I do. I don't have any 100. But that's the thing. Options, forget about it. Long calls, like the long calls. That's where if you find if you. Then that's a whole different discussion. But I think, Eduardo, you're more curious about the stocks per se. And I think generally they're maybe capping out around 10 baggers and 2, which makes me think. I mean, there's definitely significantly higher gains on some stocks, right? But maybe I don't deal in those. You know what I mean? There's 20 baggers out there, but I don't know if I have too many 20 bagger stocks, which means that must be a function of my investment style and my buy criteria. You know what I mean? Like biotech, like a crazy biotech or a crazy startup, an IPO or something that looks like real sexy and something. I'm not going to touch. I generally don't touch those. Or a real company that's on the cusp of bankruptcy, like on the cusp, and they don't. Still, how do you? It's rare to see 20 baggers though, right? I mean, you just saw it for Overstock, right? We were just talking about NLS. I was in Eric. I was in it. Eric says NLS. I was in NLS. I was, and I didn't buy it on the dip though. I was in it. I was in it last year, and that was one of my. Now I know, but I didn't get it. Did you get this, Eric? I didn't get this. Wait a second. Yeah, Nautilus, right? I got this, Eric. I got this. Did you get this one? I didn't get this. Because I was unsure of the business model in COVID, which turned out to be the wrong. I couldn't have been. I was starting to get nervous because they were leveraged, and I was like, "How'd you get a 20 bagger on this? You get a 20 bagger? Hey, how'd you get a 20 bagger on this? Is this it? Do I get the right ticker? If it was only at $2, no, it went below $2. I know it went below $2. I bought in December and sold in June, so not. But the equity is up almost 20x. Oh, you bought in December, nice. So you bought back then and held, nice. I didn't hold. I think what I did, Eric. Hey, Jose Diaz, cheers, welcome, happy Friday. I think I trimmed here, and then I got like stopped out. I think I was like when this started breaking down, which was a mistake, right? Eric, you don't know, but there's a number of times I get stopped out of stocks and I don't even realize it. I know, and I know you just made fun of me for that, but I give myself a pass in March and April. But generally, I'd agree with you, Eric. And in this case, I almost certainly looked back into it though. But the leverage and the situation, I would say I could have done a better job with it, trying to analyze which stocks are going to be good performers in this environment. That was something that I felt looking back. I'm like, I should have tried harder at that. But that's not really my. I try to be better next time. So I didn't capture this, which was disappointing. Thank you for the reminder. Oh, I got it in there, Eric. I got it in there. Boom. Oh, can you see that? Is it big enough? Oh, I can make this bigger. Look at that. I've already put it in there as a. There we go. I already got it in there. That's funny. Like it was a small win, right? But it could have been a huge win, right? Isn't that the case with so many of these? So I didn't get those. Bummer. But Bad week coming into 9. Oh, for GME, Jose, yeah. No, it still looks, GME's still holding up okay, Jose. That's what we were thinking. I think it's holding up okay. So PBF, oh, Adams, that was one I looked at too in the past. Doesn't that have a really solid margin of safety? Don't they have like a lot of cash? A lot of cash on the books? PEIX. Oh, wow. Are you kidding me? This one's not up like this, is it? I looked at this and... Okay, so this... Oh, you're kidding me. You're kidding me. Oh, this sucks. Okay, first of all, this is a good example of a 20-bagger. This is what you get. Is the company looks like it's dead. I looked at this and I was like, oh, super leveraged. I don't know if they're going to be able to survive. But I remember thinking like, so when the whole market's selling off, if you're really trying to maximize your gains, you got to put some money in what many would consider dog shit. And some will go bankrupt. Some will be zeros. Doesn't matter. The other ones will be 10 baggers, 20 baggers, sometimes 30 baggers, like crazy shit. This is a good example of one you'd put in that pile. You wouldn't allocate a whole bunch of it to it, but you just put, and it hit my radar gun right here. It hit my radar gun because this chart, look at this chart. Damn. Oh, is Jordan still here? Jordan, check this line. It hit my radar right there. Look at this. This is bullish. That's my type of, look at this. Shit. And I looked at it again. I remember looking at it. It's a good screening tool, the charts. They're a good screening tool. Something changed. The company looked like it was going, you see what I mean? This is why, like, fundamental investors will shit on charts, right? Myself included back in the day. Not anymore. Not as much. Like, this was, the market was telegraphing us something to us. And it wasn't, it was like in June, in July, like, it's not to say this works every time, but even still, you could have got in at 75 cents and it was a 10-bagger. It's not in the portfolio, is it? No, it definitely isn't, because I would have remembered this. I looked at it because I was looking at this is an ethanol, right? I looked at the REGI, I looked at GPRE, and here was the big one, the sketchiest one of all of them. Damn. Oh, I gotta say, this isn't a traditional missed opportunity because it was super difficult to analyze. I had a tough time, and I didn't, based on strictly the fundamentals in my spreadsheet. I didn't dig much deeper than that because I was moving too quick. This is a different type of, there's a whole bunch of different types of missed opportunities here. Some of them are different types. It depends on the trade. Ah, that's annoying. Is that all of them? That's all of them. All right, so now I get a little bit of a feel for the refiners a bit. Jose, am I buying? No, well, I don't make any recommendations here, Jose. No recommendations. Education only. Because so much depends on your personal financial situation, your whole portfolio, yada yada yada. I have no idea the short-term price action of GameStop's, and as all of us are, we're not 100% sure we're right on the long side. We don't know, so I wouldn't make any recommendations like that. I would say, and I think in many people here, GME does appear. It looks like it still may be undervalued, but that doesn't mean it couldn't sell off next week. You know what I mean? I don't know, Jose. So. I will say, yeah, you said $9.95. Short term, I don't know, but my long term thesis is still intact for what that's worth at right now. But that could change. You never know. You never know with this stuff. Anything else? Okay. All right, so I got to dig. So I'll dig back. I'm going to, like, PBF is the one. There's other ones in here that could be 10-baggers in the portfolio, right? Sandridge is a potential 10-bagger from the lows. It was down right around here. This is when I was getting interested. I figured it was around 125, 130. I figured, yep, this could get to $15. Look at this chart, too. It's getting interesting. Speaking of charts. That's real steep. I don't know. Carl Icon's involved with this one. I think the downside's minimal on this one. I think I didn't catch this, but I like that's a potential one. So there's some in here, but PBF's the one that's like, that's not 10-bagger. Don't make no mistake. Oh shit. But I don't know how heavy I could go into Sandridge, but I could go heavy into PBF. Like the revenues, the size of that market cap. Like Sandridge is 60 million market cap, but you start to get a little bit nervous. That's the one way I manage risk. So I prefer smaller cap companies, generally speaking. But when it's a large cap companies, I can go risk on. You know what I mean? I got a little bit of support. Maybe you disagree with that, but that's how I view it. Like the sheer level of revenues and stuff, and then the insider buying and then in the industry, like refineries, and I got a lot of operating leverage potentially, and I like some of the metrics. The metrics look good. They look compelling a little bit. Look at all the green. Look at all this green here, huh? Look at the insider buy. I love the insider buy. Look at that over the past 12 months. Is that right? 147 million? You kidding me? Carlos Slim. Is that 147 million? Holy hell! Look at this. Yeah, past 12 years. Look at this. He was going heavy in the 30s. He was going heavy in the 30s. You know what I mean? That's why I had went as heavy as I did. Now he's been going smaller, but that's because the position. I think he's got like 20% or something. So I got to dig into this one. Make sure I'm not missing anything. Like my concern here will be liquidity risk. That they don't have enough cash. There's going to be a little bit of a liquidity crisis for the company. You know what I mean? Like I gotta read the press releases. Did they do any bond issuances or even equity issuances recently? Like Carlos Slim buying into it offers a little bit of support. But do they have enough cash to survive an extended downturn? Even big companies get pushed into bankruptcy. Make no mistake. You can go bankrupt, $500 million market cap. So this one is it's credit risk. It's credit risk. But then you see the insiders buy. See what I mean? That's why the insiders are good. The insiders are buying. You know what I mean? Not a ton, not crazy. 500K, it's not nothing. It's just a quick check. It's a quick heat check, you know? But yeah, look at the book value. You know what I mean? Look at this. $20. These tend to be what I would consider higher quality assets, right? Higher quality assets potentially than GameStop's assets, except for cash. You know what I mean? But like people are always shitting on their inventory and even gaming for the buildings and stuff. But they have decent assets. But these are these are complex, sophisticated assets. You know what I mean? That's why some of these when you're an exploration E&P company, oil and gas reserve, how sure are you what those values are? You know what I mean? But refineries, that's the thing. If we're off of gasoline and oil in 5 years, that's concerning for a refinery to a degree. But I doubt that. It's the secular risks, right? It's the secular risks of the industry. It's still an energy play to a degree. But look at that. Look at that book value. You know what I mean? $6. I think my buy was at like in the 550s for what that's worth. Yesterday. And I said 3% of revenues. Book value is 3 times higher. Look at any simple free cash flow. Kind of burning cash right now, but it's lumpy. These businesses are lumpy. EV to EBITDA. Was that 5? No, 0.19. 0.19? Earnings yield, was that 40%? Yeah, I don't care about earnings. What? That doesn't look right. Earnings yield's 0.4? It's negative. These look off. I don't know. I missed stuff. Yes, thank you, Gats. Gats was saying none of this can be construed as financial investment, but merely discussion. Yes, yeah, that's right. I know I try to put disclaimers everywhere. Thank you, Gats, for saying that. Just general discussion, education. And not even just education for me. There's folks in here who know more shit than I do. You know what I mean? They're sharing their expertise. Just education, no recommendations or anything like that. Just so many the nuances. It matters so much. Fox, what's going on with UNFI? Yeah, they reported earnings and it sold off a bit. I don't think it was as compelling as bullish. I don't think the market perceived it as bullish as I think they may have been hoping for more. That's what I was thinking, Fox. I still haven't dug in deep. But also the CEO. I started the CEO stepping down over the next 12 months. Stepping down as CEO, but he's still going to be chairman. But the CEO has been a part of that company for quite a while before the merger and was crushing it. And I was disappointed to see that. I think that may have taken the market a little bit. Surprised the market a little bit by that, but then it's still the whole Amazon thing is still outstanding, even though it looks like it's going to be renewed, their Amazon contract, but it's still 5 years out and stuff. But Amazon is a potential competitor too. People have talked about it. I think the market is just digesting earnings. Let's see what it does. Just like with GameStop, it's oh yeah, he said where's Justin? Right. Yeah, no, yeah, Justin was. I was talking to Justin about that. I still like it. It still looks compelling. Oh, it's down one part. I think it got partially stopped out. It's not top 10 anymore. I must have got partially stopped out. I got to dig deeper into that too. But that's the thing. I don't know how much more upside was that I was. But I like that type of a business. Like the business model looks interesting to me, and it diversifies well with the rest of the portfolio. When you're looking at a stock and you think about diversification, of course, you're thinking about different sectors and stuff like that. But that's how I was thinking about UNFI too. I kind of food distributors. Look at all that. Like that. It's kind of a nice one to add to my portfolio, the Roaring Kitty portfolio. I mean, and it kind of. But I like the potential free cash flow. I didn't appreciate how much it was going to be crushing it in this environment. You know what I mean? I think they're doing a little bit better than I anticipated. I was long back in the day, but I hadn't got back heavy. So this is like I'm getting my toehold again. I'll look into it. If it gets cheaper, maybe I'll dig deeper. But I think the market's digesting earnings. Okay, Roaring Kitty winked the eye when he said that. Oh, I don't even remember what I said. I forget. Hey, Robert. Cheers, Robert. Welcome. Anyone in bio know anything about that? No, I don't know that, Kevin. Eduardo, what percentage is heavy for you? So that's a good question, Eduardo. 100%. Sometimes I'll have super high conviction in a play. I'll go way heavier. I'll go heavier than I should. I'm trying to manage this Roaring Kitty portfolio differently. In fact, I actually ended up adding to my GME position just in the nick of time. Then I got stopped out of a portion of it, which I haven't added back, but I will. If the stock price pulls back, I'll add to it in this Roaring Kitty portfolio a bit more. But I'll go. Eduardo, I don't even think that's a good question for me to answer because I'll go super heavy into a position if I'm really confident, and I don't think that's good advice to give. It just depends on your level of conviction and the opportunity, and but generally, if you're doing it, like you don't want to. I know I'm not a good person to ask that. You see GameStop, even in the Roaring Kitty portfolio, I wasn't intending to go this heavy into a position. Part of it is because it's run up so much, right? It's it's over a double, but I thought I was making an exception because I'm really dialed into it and juxtaposed with my conviction and stuff. But I think in general it's good to be diversified to a degree, but it depends on what your goal is. If your goal is trying to maximize annualized rate of returns, sometimes going heavy can be a good thing. But again, that's not a recommendation for you, Eduardo, as I know you know. But it depends so much on the circumstances that I hesitate to even say it's a good idea, even though I have done it. I don't know. Sorry, Eduardo. Like you want to make sure that you're experienced and that you really feel high conviction in the outcome. And but if you're trying to maximize returns, you know what I mean, and you got a potential 5-bagger, a 10-bagger on your hands, you don't want to go too small. You know that's why sometimes I'll get like a triple on a stock, right? And I'll be like, it's a kind of a net loss because I should have gone heavier into it. You know what I mean? Like I say, but sometimes I'll go real heavy. Okay, talking to I know. Energy is boring. Yeah, all right. I think energy, you can have tremendous opportunities in energy. You can. But indeed, it's boring. And I think what they're getting at is, it's like it's a lot of the same risk. It's like no, you could like pick any one of the stocks across a whole bunch of them and just invest it. It's so much of the same risk. Like I pick PBF, right? But if energy starts turning and oil prices start rising, PBF will start to rise too. Even though it's a little bit of a different because it's a refiner, but they'll all just go up together. You know what I mean? So in that case, I might agree that it's boring. But I also have had tremendous opportunities in energy. Those cyclical industries that are up, that they're down, the market is like, I don't want to touch this. There is and I see some value investors who are like, no, thank you. No, thank you. I'll pass on that. And I'm like, yo, there's tremendous opportunities in energy. Some of my biggest wins have been in energy. Energy and materials. But it's tough. I mean, it's tough. I think you just you got to be careful with your selection, right? You got to be careful with buying in and stuff. And I mean, I have a heavy energy exposure right now, but oil prices are below zero. What are you gonna do? I'm up on some, right? That's why it's so big. I mean, if they come back, I'll look dumb, right? But okay, I gotta catch up. Oh no, I'm not that far behind. I regret every stock I missed. I won't sleep. Oh yeah, you can't worry about the misses. I don't know, PDP. Holding Tesla back. Talking Tesla, talking EV. Okay. Good chat. Oh yeah, Hugo's got some thoughts on that too. Right. Hugo's been invested in one, right? BYDDF. Hugo's been talking about that. Eduardo, what's your percent in GME? Well, in the Roaring Kitty portfolio, it's 27% for what that's worth. Oh, so this column right here is the allocation in the Roaring Kitty portfolio. So which is way higher than everything else, right? Like crazy. Yeah. Oh, is it tough for you to see? Is it tough for you to see, Gats? Oh, y'all gotta let me know if this is tough for you to see. I don't like that. Oh, if this is tough for you to... Oh, you guys... Okay, some of you can see. I definitely don't... I mean, this is... I had to change all the... I mean, I was changing the spreadsheets for other reasons, but one thing I was trying to be cognizant of is making sure y'all can see it. So I can zoom in. I might even be able to zoom in a little bit. Well, hold on. Let me keep reading. Run Kitty, take a look at TH. If you like energy. This is interesting. Oh, this is like CVEO. This is like Civio. Is this like Civio, Foxed? You say camps in the Permian? Is this like Civio? CVEO? I haven't liked that industry. I've been long Civio in the past. Oh, how did I not know about this one? Oh. I haven't loved the industry lately. This has got tremendous margin of safety or something, Fox, but it sounds like Civio. Civio's in more in Canada, but same thing. It's where if you're a miner, if you're drilling, whatever the hell you're doing, you need some place to stay nearby, right? And you sleep here and you live in these houses. It's not much of a... I mean, you got a little bit like Civio, but very focused on the oil industry plus the ice facility. Okay. Whereas Civio's a little bit more diversified across like oil sands and stuff. Is that what you mean? I mean, Civio's dedicated. It sounds like what Civio does. I'll compare. Thanks for the heads up. What's the market cap? 126. What's Civio? I just reviewed Civio on this. I didn't review. We didn't do a deep dive or anything, but same market cap. We didn't do a deep dive, but I looked into it. I'm like, I don't know. But you know what? I was thinking about it, Fox, is, well, there's a couple plays. I saw Buffett was back into Suncor. Berkshire Hathaway was back into Suncor. And so I was looking at some oil sands play. What's BET doing? BTE was one way I was looking to play oil sands. All right, so this has come back a little bit, huh? Sick. They got some oil sands. Or I think. I'm pretty sure they're oil sands. But then Civio, too. Civio is a way I could play it, too. And I kind of held off. I was striking my feet. Seems like it was a good decision because those are real. I mean, those are at the margin, right? But it's less so for the Permian, for sure. That's why TH sounds interesting to me. Plus, this chart looks very interesting. Looks better than Civio. Oh, no. Civio looks like it's doing okay. Any buying? Any buying on either of these? Wow. Dodson had bought more back in 2015. Yeah, he bought 300. Why is he only buying 100? So I don't like to see 100, then 34. I don't like that. Martin Lambert's buying a bunch, but he's a new director, it looks like. That's my guess. New director, so he was loading up. These could go up significantly. If energy turned, these are the types of plays. These are the ones, these are levered plays. You know what I mean? Like, they get crushed. I remember Einhorn was long Civio. And I thought Civio looked really good, like, in the boom years of 2013, 2012, 2013, 2014, even 2015. Civio, I believe, got spun off from, I don't remember who. Was it Oil Sands International or something? In their pro forma data in the 10K, I was like, holy not the 10K, the S3 or whatever it was. They were crushing it, but it was the boom years. And then the energy got hit in 2015, 2016, and the business got crushed, and it got crushed way more. I got a small gain out of it, but not, I mean, it may have been a small gain. It may have been a double. Let me see. Yeah, it was below $1, and I never got, I got a double out of that, but I was expecting way more. I don't think I held to the triple. And I was disappointed then. I was, kind of pissed. I'm like, this is supposed to be a big play. And because energy, it never really bounced back. Those boom years, it was such a boom. It takes a long time to get back to that. You know what I mean? That's why there's a discussion to be had about whether or not there was a commodity bubble. I talked to some folks I respect who don't think it was, and I find that surprising. And I like commodities, so but when you have crazy boom years, it takes a while to get back to that level, and now here we are again with energy getting hit. So that's why I'm like Civio, and now even this TH. Are they buying on TH? Nah, not shit. This ain't shit. Interesting, they're about the same market cap, huh? Market doesn't give a shit. No articles. I like this. Is this in my spreadsheet? I may have to add it. It's kind of crazy. It's not often I come across a ticker that someone might propose like Fox, and I don't have it in my portfolio. Not for an energy play. You know what I mean? I'm pretty. Well, I haven't been recently because of all that's going on. But energy, materials, industrials. I try to be on the ball with that shit. When the hell did this? How did I not? Maybe it's in there. Maybe I have it. What's it called? Now I need to know. Target Hospitality. Now I have to know. I don't. Wow. Permian play, huh? Lots of good Permian plays, but they're all, it's all the same risk. It's all the same risk. It's like, which one's going to go up the most? You know what I mean? Add to spreadsheet. Add to Unity. Hugo, oil and gas is fun when you invest in a company that focused their production to PQ. Is that Permian? Like Civio, but very focused on plus ice facility. Fox, I'm going to copy your language. Thank you for sharing. See, this is helpful for me. If people have notes or even metrics or something to get my attention, you know what I mean? I'm more inclined to dig in deeper. It's like how it is with myself. So I haven't shown it too much here, but when I tag something, I'll make a note. Because it's not enough to just go by metrics. But if I put a note, and I said this in my tools video, but if I go through the effort to make a note, even if it only takes 60 seconds, but I get some checklist things I can do, it's more meaningful to me. So it's the same thing for other folks. So when they're sharing, I'm like, if Fox says this, take a look at this. It's like Civio, but focus on this. Oh, I should add your other note too. There was Permian. Did you say Permian up there? Nice. Fox, I'm surprised you're recommending an energy play. Well, you're not recommending it. You just said take a look at it, which I appreciate. But I didn't expect an energy play coming from you. Excuse me, you're not a play. I didn't even expect an energy ticker to be sent by you. I want to be clear because you're not you're not saying check it out, but the amount of fund flows exiting the oil industry makes me think this is the last hurrah. As in the next go round. As in the next go round, Fox. Like, I don't think it's over yet. But when it's not about profits but about philosophy, the money's not coming back. Oh, y'all disagree? Okay, this is a good discussion. There's going to be lots of opinions on this. The oil and gas stocks, is PQ Permian? I think it'll take a lot of impairments before they get there. I'm very cautious in that area. They all will. All right. Good discussion. We don't talk about that too much. I think many folks aren't interested in energy. I like this chart, though. I like Civio's chart, too, to be honest. Look at this. Look at see how oversold it was? Which is not crazy, right? So it was just at $5. This chart. So I like Civio in that, I mean, it's turning around, right? The chart's kind of turning around. Sold down to the 47. It's not even up that much either. This chart, though. Jeez. Huh? Back it out. Whoa. Whoa. Oh, that ain't good. Oh, the insiders aren't buying? What? Oh, this looks like shit. Suck. Oh, see, this is why it's not on my portfolio, by the way. Yeah, like I can be pretty sure if a ticker's not on my portfolio, why? It's because it either just IPO'd or something like that. Oh, I don't like this chart. I don't like this chart. I mean, they got hit. Bad timing, right? But why aren't the insiders buying? Does anyone own this? Oh. Oh, did they take it public? Ugh. I don't like these plays. Ugh. They own 63%. They probably took it public. I mean, I say take it private. I meant take it public. And then they're getting out of it. No one's going to touch this. I mean, it'll be a big winner if energy turns, but I'm trying to look for downside protection. No, I got to look at the fundamentals, but just trying to get a quick check on shit. Chart looks interesting. I get the industry stuff, right? But they're two different looking charts though. But it's not even up that much. You know what I mean? It's just barely. That's the thing. Civio never got friggin' that friggin' cheap. You know what I mean? This has been a dog. I'm glad I've stayed out of it. I've stayed out of it this whole time. I'm very pleased with that decision. I've also been on other ones that didn't work out, so it's not like other energy ones that didn't work out. Oh, PQ is petrochemistry. Thank you, Hugo. Thank you, Hugo. At Fox, I love how everybody thinks there's a type of stock where like Roaring Kitty has an opinion, gets too low. No, Fox. Where's the Greek reference? I meant the Greek reference. In my defense, Fox, you definitely spoke up. You definitely spoke up with a bearish tone toward industry, did you not? If you didn't, my bad. You know what I mean? I don't know what type of stock you would like. I just thought you had said that you were kind of bearish on energy. You know what I mean? Maybe not. Maybe you didn't say that. I'll make a note. Foxed. I'll make a note. Don't. Oh, wait. Why am I? What's going on here? Why'd that color change on me? It's kind of weird, huh? I'll just add it right here. Don't presuppose the stocks that Fox likes. There you go, Fox. So then next time I'm like, I wonder if Fox likes that stock, and I'll be like, oh yeah, I left that note for myself. Don't think that you know shit. You know what I mean? Oh, I got you, Fox. All right, sick. See, I remember that stuff. I don't remember a lot of stuff, but I remember that stuff. Mainly, I'll tell you why, Fox. You know why? Because of how much energy exposure I get. Oh, shit. So, yeah, that's all I meant. I don't know what stock you do like, Fox. I just know that you were bearish on energy, so I didn't think you'd ever even say, hey, take a look at this energy stock. This Fox and Fox stuff, jeez. Otherwise, you could scold us. We only serve up the prime cuts to you, sir. Otherwise, you could scold us. Oh, shit. That's funny. I don't ask for much. Just a stock that I can buy and sleep well at night, even if it goes down 50%, because I believe in the long term it'll go up 20x. Yeah, no shit, Fox. I know you're making a joke there, but jeez. Fox, what would it take for GameStop to make you feel that way about it? Oh, yeah, embarrassed energy. I don't know where I'm kidding. I don't know where I'm kidding. Expressing downside risk so that it could be overall part of the thesis isn't really bearish. Oh, what did I say? I don't remember what I said. Expressing downside risk so that it could be overall part of the thesis isn't really bearish. I forget what I said. Okay, so if GME goes down 50% from here, it'll be easier to go up 20x. Jeez. For me, GME is a special situation. I invest because I have an edge. That's all. Yeah, what's your edge, Fox? The Roaring Kitty channel, right? It's pretty clear. Ignore me, Roaring Kitty. I don't know what I'm typing. Hey, same for me. You ignore me. I start blabbing all over the place. We're in the same boat. Friday night, the hour. What hour is it? 5th hour? 6th hour? 5th hour? It's 5th hour. Hey, oh, AA is in the Roaring Kitty portfolio too. It was a big winner, but I looks like I dropped the ball on trimming. Did I trim? I don't remember, but I did see it was up at 15. See, Roaring Kitty's got the edge. He's the cat whiskers. I was thinking we could do like a special handshake. You know what I mean? You know, in the NBA, like you get this. LeBron's got that sick handshake. We could do like the whiskers. You know what I mean? Or after you make a 3-pointer, you know, they put in go and then put it in your pocket, like in oh shit, the game's going on right now. Can you dress up for the Halloween special? Fox, you know I'm gonna. What, are you kidding me? Hell yeah. I don't know what I'm gonna wear. Oh yeah, I could be. Oh jeez, of course you'd be a black cat, wouldn't you? I guess I'll give it some thought, right? Think about that. I mean, it's October. We could have like Halloween themed shit. I mean, themed. What the hell am I talking about? Oh yeah, but the thumbnails for the videos. I could do those ones. I want to see you in a furry costume. Oh, Roaring Kitty channel, 5th hour, Friday night. This is it. Cheers, everybody. Get that go. Oh man, I'm gonna need something. I'm gonna need a stiffer drink. Fox, I'm gonna need a stiffer drink down here. You should have fake charts with GME going down 80%. The horror, wow, furry fetish options all but. Whoa, that's like an April Fool's thing. You know what I mean? That'd be quite the April Fool's prank. That would be funny. Oh, jeez. That's 200 dislikes on your channel. You know what I mean? Well, on this one, I do see some other YouTube ones out there. Not security analysis ones, but I see that type of talk. Like, oh boy, I'd get booed. I'd talk about booed. Oh, the humanity. Yeah, I get that. Oh, the humanity. Yeah, I certainly hope not. Like I said, it would be one of the biggest things I've been wrong about. I'm like, oh shit. Hey, Fox, what is your edge in GameStop, by the way? Is there an edge? I mean, we know it's not the Roaring Kitty channel, right? Shit, but what is the edge? Is it psychological? Is it fur? Who doesn't love fur? Yeah, exactly. I wonder if the Roaring Kitty channel. All right, so it is. Yeah. Thanks, Fox. Cheers to that. Cheers to Fox. Cheers to Fox. That's the edge. Cheers and drink. Maybe we should keep it on the DL. You convinced me to buy in at 7, 8, 9, 10. I'm sure. I'm sure you're not serious. Yeah. He's laughing. Oh, jeez. I even bought a Magic 8 Ball. Oh, well, we asked it, didn't we? Ask it. Oh, we said next week too. We asked. Yeah, asked it. Someone asked if it was going to squeeze by the end of next week. I forget who asked that, but we looked. And 8 Ball at first it was undecided, but then they said yes, it was gonna. Not a recommendation, right? 8 Ball, not a recommendation. Even the 8 Ball says that. Of when to sell them, right? The 8 Ball will make another appearance at that time. Today it told me to sell at $970 and buy $939. You could be serious, Fox. I don't even know your style of investing. Who the hell knows? Who knows? Fox, like magic. Do your live stream. We'll tune in. I want to see. I want to see how you're thinking about these moves. 943 would have been nice even. Shit. I got the Magic 8 Ball with 2 decimal points. Yeah, right. You could probably, I'm sure there's probably, if we Googled YouTube, there's probably custom 8 Balls out there, right? Where people put stuff in there, or custom anything. I also got what else I got? Well, if you saw the other video, I don't know if no one saw those videos, right? No one else saw the other videos on the channel. Who cares? But I got another Uno deck here. We could use the Uno deck. So if the market starts working against us, we're prepared. We're prepared for this shit. You know what I mean? Wait a second. Are we prepared? All right, now I got to break it up. So like if it starts moving against us, the stock goes down, we could just play that card. You know what I mean? Reverse it. Just reverse that shit, and then it goes back in the short's face. And then if it gets to like a certain price point, and we think, oh, that's a nice price, $10 is nice, but how about 12? How about, oh shit, you can't see that. How about 14? How about 14 for a stock price? You know what I mean? So you can play these cards, but I'm very selective about when I play them. And then sometimes if short squeeze starts getting close, you play this shit, right? But that's very special. You know what that means. Is that the message from the card? So sell short, is that the message from the card? This is a long only deck. This is a long only deck. Oh, this is a green one, so you can't see it. Look at that. Sick. It's a long only deck. Ask again later. Yeah. Oh, Hugo. Okay, an arc. Okay, Hugo. A Roaring Kitty. Keep an eye on NNDM. They are expected to increase their revenue times 4 this quarter because of the new product, and they have military support. No, I got a green screen. I mean, I don't even know if Fox is joking with me anymore. I have no idea. Fox's comments are such that it could go either way. He could be totally serious. He could be joking. I'm like, damn, I don't know. That's his edge. Because the market is like, wait a second. Is this guy long or is he short? And that's Fox's edge. You don't know. Like you say, he's selling at 970. He's buying at 940. The market doesn't know. They don't know how to react to him. They're dodging. It's going all over the place. Same thing with his comments. Who knows how to interpret them? Hugo, man, you're really on that NDM? All right, Hugo. I just don't have much of an edge there. An ARK Invest could push an NDM price because of the hype, and they always create on stocks. All right. Hugo doubling down. It's now it's in the notes, Hugo. Hugo doubling down on NDM. I mean, on your not your investment position, just your commentary on it. I respect that. Okay, Fox, if GME goes above 10 consistently, got to upgrade. I know. That's what the analysts do, right? Trailing. So sell short. Would you say, Uber Kicks, Fox, how early would you say the incremental Ryan Cohen news could come based on their September conversations with management? Could be months. "56% of the time I had JK when I'm JK." Yeah, I know. He doesn't even have JK all the time. You don't know. Fox's edge. Eric. He says Fox's edges. He has no skin in the game. Only fur. Yeah, I know, right? Fat tail. That's funny. Yeah, Fox had been saying that it could Playboy will be back. I heard that. I heard Playboy's coming back to the stock market, right? And they got the right ticker and everything like that. That's sick. I mean, such a famous brand, right? Some of these famous brands, like Lego. Remember we talked about Lego? I wish Lego were public. Playboy's gonna be back to the stock market, but they're not gonna allow naked shorting in the stock. I'm pretty sure it's allowed in GameStop, but there will be no naked shorting of Playboy stock. Absolutely none, or maybe exclusively. Maybe exclusive. No, there will be no more naked shorts in GME. You can only naked short the Playboy stock. Uber, hey Uber, do you have any predictions on what that incremental news is? Now you got me thinking. I don't know. Wonder your thoughts. I mean, could come based on their September conversations with management. I agree with Fox though, and Fox said this before. This stuff could take up time. Digging up trash bins to earn their 20%. It depends on what conversations they're having, right? Because if they're it depends on the conversations. Because if they're robust, meaningful, long-term conversations and stuff, like it could take quite a bit of time, right? Could also be, we don't even know if there's anything going to come of it, right? Who is going to talk about it? Well, we would know if it's an official role or if there's official decision. Okay, Uber's out. All right, cheers, Uber. Have a nice weekend, dude. What would be interesting is not just that news, but any news to be released around December. You know what I mean? Or on the quarterly earnings call. You know what I mean? They announce everything at that time. That's what I've been thinking about. But I don't expect anything. Actually, I don't expect any. I'm not expecting any news right now on that front. What do we got? 11:40. Uber's calling it. All right. Are we? Is that it for our Friday night? I think that might be it. We got to research other stocks here. We got 20 people. Hey, cheers, everybody. We still got 20 people here. Uber's out. Have a nice weekend, Uber, dude. Great having you. Great having you as always. Always great additions to the chat. It's sick. Always making us think. Yeah, we got to do some other research today. That was sick. It could be. Look at this volume. I mean, just final thoughts there. It could just be quiet for a while. You know what I mean? It could be nothing on GameStop. It could be. We'll see if people keep tuning in. You know what I mean? But there could be no news. Now Uber's got me thinking about. There could be no news here for a couple of weeks or even months. What would they announce? Someone was saying, well, how come they didn't announce the app or something, a press release or something like that? But a Ryan Cohen thing, if anything. I suppose that could come sooner. Certainly no buybacks or anything. But yeah, it could just be quiet it could be a quiet October or it could not. I don't know. What the hell am I talking about? Now I'm just... Oh shit, I never even pulled this up. I pulled up the Overstock thing. I saw Michael Pachter was talking about this. This was on October 1st. Kind of calling out... He's talked about GameStop before. Kind of comparing the digital and the physical things. If y'all want to check that, it's kind of an interesting one. But yeah, won't read it now. I keep that open though. I meant to read it. I gotta read the Seeking Alpha ones too. All right, we touched on the Overstocks. Holy shit, you're still alive. Impressive. Bless Spear. Yeah, well that's we get the beer, we get the conversations, we got 8 balls carrying us through Friday nights with the power of that stuff. Carries us through it. Carries us through that shit. No, it was blessed. Thanks for stopping by today. It was great having your thoughts here. I gotta keep this open because I'll check this shit out later. Nice balance with you too. Yeah, you have a nice weekend. Well, I guess I'll roll it up here, round it up. Let me X out of everything. But all right, that's it. I suppose that's it for today. Thanks everybody for tuning in. Cheers, everybody. Cheers. I got to read Steve Massini's GME article, so I'll pop that open. Do I got it up? I'm opening these up for myself. Long GME. Blessed wish. Cheers, cheers, cheers. Have a nice weekend. Blessed. Have a nice weekend, everybody. Thanks for Oh, is it up after hours? The all important after hours? Oh, I snuck right in there. I thought it was down a little bit, huh? Who cares? Have a nice weekend, everybody. Thanks for tuning in today. I hope you had a fun time today, or educational time, or got some news on GameStop, or whatever. But have a nice weekend. We'll be back on bedtime reading with Uncle Kid. Everyone, sit back. Let me read you this. Let's read security analysis, since everyone was talking about that today, and also that would surely put you to sleep tonight. You know, a little bit from Benjamin Graham, Mr. Graham and Dodds. Graham and Dodd. Eduardo, thank you. Eduardo, thank you. Good questions today too. I know some of those good questions, stuff I should cover, huh? Yeah. But can we also do margin of safety? Yeah, I know. There's lots of them. Hugo, have a nice weekend. Have a nice weekend. Got some message you, Fox. Yeah, I know, huh? That would put us all to sleep. Margin of Safety is a good book, though. If you could track it down, if you can find a way to track it down, Margin of Safety is a good book. I did like it. I liked it a lot, actually. I like the way Clarv describes some of those things, but it certainly put us to bed. Good night. Thanks for the stream. And, of course, Gats. And thank you. You have a nice night, too. Have a nice weekend. It was great, y'all. We're chatting all this stuff up. This stuff's great, this conversation. I've been checking in after the fact and kind of checking out some of the commentary. Most of these books are dated. Indeed, some of them are. Some market has moved on so much. Certain aspects, Fox, right? Like there's certain aspects that you're like, ooh, the foundational but dated. All right, you got it, Fox. See, I knew we were gonna do the same. Yeah, certain aspects are dated, but it's foundational type stuff, like the market psychology type stuff. I know you know all that, but and then I get to some part. There's some part where, hey Fox, where Seth Klarman was kind of like shitting on index funds. This was like in the early '90s, and I'm like, ooh. Howard Marks stuff is pretty good. Yeah, that's one of my. I gotta put together that list. Some people have been asking me for books. I like that. The most important thing was that was a good book. Same thing, foundational type stuff. But he does a good. I think it's a good early read for folks. I'll put that list together. I like Howard Marks stuff too. But I was into Clarv was like kind of shitting on index funds back in the day. Oh, that didn't age too well. Of course he'd shit on it. Goes against his work. This was in the early '90s too, though. Yeah, it goes against his work. But he said how it's gonna like fail and stuff. The easy arb stuff is done, right? That stuff. That's why some people are saying like value investing's different, but I don't think that, Fox. I don't think it's different. Value investing no longer works. I think the issue is people's definitions of it, and everyone's just like, oh, low price to book, therefore financials and energies, boom. That's not working, so value investing's dead. And I think, oh, that's not it. Now, as an active investor, you have to go activist. Well, what about as an individual investor, though? What about an individual investor? Look at PG&E. PG&E, huh? Is that the insurance in California? Yeah. I mean, yeah, if you're larger, you got to do that stuff, Fox, right? You got to be an activist investor, try to shake shit up. But if you're an individual investor, I think you'd agree with that. There's still lots of edges to be had, and some of that foundational. It depends on what you think your edge is. What I think it is, yeah. Notice how Fox doesn't say. It depends what your edge is. Yeah, patience. I was definitely going to add patience in there. Sure. Patience is one of them. Industry knowledge. Yep. Magic 8 Ball. Oh, yeah. He's going on a tear, people. Fox going on a tear. Yeah. Technical analysis. Yeah, technical analysis. My ability to stare at the charts and have them go wherever I want. I'd say that's the filings everybody reads. See, Fox, on the contrary, I actually don't think many people read those 10Ks. Meta readings of filings. All right. Fox, I think, you know how I overthink this stuff. Maybe you, the actual experience being on a board. I like to keep on going, Fox. Don't stop. Don't stop, can't stop, won't stop. Rockefeller Records. People you know. These are legit. Yeah, keep having Magic 16 ball. Yeah, I know, right? Maybe. And of course, the conviction is key, right? Conviction, which of course is, as you know, Fox. Like I'm not telling you shit you don't know. No matter how good at the idea of volatility coming, yeah, the ability to withstand the volatility, they're all kind of tied at the hip. But one of the will you hold or fold? One of the top things, Fox, in that that investment style video or the buy criteria, the top thing, or one of the things is confidence. But they all cross. Confidence is in your analysis. Yeah, Fox. I was just saying. Did we just say that at the same time? Your confidence, right? It's such a big variable for me, but so much feeds into the confidence. It's all the same discussion. You know what I mean? Like insider buying and downside protection and how much I've dug into the fundamentals, what the chart looks like, and blah, blah, blah. So it's a lot of the small things that feed into what the confidence is. But indeed, I agree with you. The level of conviction in actual, I mean, that's the thing. As Fox, as you know, you might have perceived conviction where there shouldn't be any. That was kind of what I was talking about. The problem with people who don't know their own work is that they don't know when to buy or sell. No, that's right. That's right. Oh, yeah. I agree. That's right. Oh, I completely. That's this is your conviction point. What Fox is saying is like, yeah, if you don't do the work yourself, and you don't have the conviction in your analysis or in the thesis or whatever the hell it is, and you sell out or you don't hold long enough, it messes up your returns. You know what I mean? That's why and that's the thing about my frequently my critique of technical analysis is you can't get the conviction from technical analysis. You can't get it. I can't get it. I only get it from the fundamental analysis. You know what I mean? And other stuff matters too. I don't mean it's the only stuff I look at, but like true conviction, where my biggest gains, that's not straight from technical now. That's always my critique. It's like a bolt-on thing. You know what I mean? And that's why fundamental is so key. Same issue with options too. Oftentimes, well, that shit's true. That's true. I mean, it's just. I mean, especially on the volatility front, right? Time decay, timer is ticking. You got that right, Fox. Leverage as well. Yeah. A lot of similar things, just magnified. You know what I mean? It's like a lot of the same, just magnified. It's similar things, but can I say it a third time? Just magnified. You can't imagine things happen on a schedule. No, of course not. Look at GameStop. As you know. No, I know. But that stuff comes with experience, Fox. You know what I mean? That's why some of this, like when it comes to education and stuff, there's like, here, try this, try that. But not even just the confidence in the fundamental analysis, but like not even the confidence in the fundamental analysis of a company, but the confidence in your own analysis. You know what I mean? Like maybe this is the case with you, Fox. Maybe you too, Fox. But like I was confident in my analysis in 2014 and 2015 and 2016. I would have said I'm confident in this play. But now I'm like, and then you mature as an investor and you develop additional skills, and now it's a different type of a confidence that you hold more dearly. You know what I mean? Or you know how tenuous it is, or it can be, so you're more careful about throwing that word around. Oh, I missed that. That was why I bet everything on Tesla. Yeah, right, Fox. I have been bullish on it at times. Popular commodity you have become. Yeah. And it's good to talk about this stuff with other people, right? That's why this chat will be good too, to even look back on. You know what I mean? Like shooting shit about this stuff. I mean, 80% of it is jokes. But even still, I know David was doing this. Yeah, you have become a popular commodity. Shit. I heard James Bond's being delayed a year. For what that's worth. Really missed a chance of a lifetime though in March just by Tesla weeklies. No shit. Well, yeah, I mean, potentially a chance for a lifetime across many stocks, right? But Tesla weeklies, I know, right? What a huge. Not just Tesla, lots of them went up significantly. Lots of them went crazy. Just crazy opportunity. I think so. That's why you see a lot of options in Barry's portfolio too. I mean, not Tesla stuff, right? But yes, and over time leverage. So what Fox is trumpeting is process, right, Fox? Trumpeting process, and that's the thing. You learn the wrong things. You kind of learn. That's a process is everything. It's the process. That's what Fox is saying. It's like even if you get that big win, even right off the bat, what happens after the fact? You know what I mean? Are you done? Are you one and done, and you can just take that money and run, or are you thinking like, well, what if I could do it this? What if I do that? And that's really, yeah. Obviously, I agree with you, Fox. Right? I mean, the process is what matters. Put in CDs and retire. Yeah, that's right. If you can do that, if you make enough on that very first one, you could just be done with it and just move on, put it into CDs. But I think that I don't know. Well, the process is everything. So Fox, if you see me, well, you haven't seen me. We talk GameStop the whole damn time. I was gonna say, you see holes in my process, you let me know. That's the problem nowadays. You can't. Oh yeah, you won't make enough from the CDs. Sure. I mean, I get what he was saying though. You know what I mean? Just lower risk stuff, even bonds. I know, but then you'd say inflation risk and. Yeah. And the market changes too, and you don't know what. Well, I don't know. I still think value investing is going to persist. I say that in one of my videos. Thanks to monetary policy. I know. Yeah. That's why process matters, though. Yeah. Because if you get the right process, then you make the money, and then that's exactly what Foss is getting at. But right. Otherwise, you got to keep on going. That's what Fox is saying. Like you got to keep on playing the game. You know what I mean? It's maybe even difficult to walk away from a psychological standpoint, but even financially, you might have to keep going. You know what I mean? Interesting. But I see, and you kind of see some people doing it in some places. You get nervous that it might be learning the wrong stuff. You know what I mean? So that's what I'm trying to do here. Like with education, I mean, my style is not for everybody, right? But if you may glean some certain aspects and be like, oh, I approach it this way or that way, but like comments like from Fox are critical. They're so huge, and it's process. But I think that takes a while to appreciate. Every crisis means more liquidity, and yeah, it will never end. I know. Yeah, it's a big discussion. Yeah. Yep. Cost is borne by retirees and those on fixed income. Those fixed rates of return, you know what I mean? Inflation eats away at it. So that's an edge too. There you go, Fox. Youth. Right. Following in Japan's footsteps. That's what I mean. I was surprised. Everyone think, oh, the rates are so low. There's only one way they can go from here. I'm like, have you seen Japan? Have you looked at Japan? Have you seen what's happened there? I know it's not perfectly the same. It's been close enough of a comparison for me personally. Not that I'm an expert on this stuff, but I thought, what? It's more like China. If there's no skin in the game, like corporations, then you get inefficient. Only upside, no downside. Yeah. Yeah, right. I hope people scroll down to see Fox's thoughts on this. This is good. Right. Yeah. See that with banks for sure. What's the end game look like? I know. In timing thereof. Yeah, it's difficult to analyze, you know what I mean? Talk about the edge, talk about how it's easier to be bottom up investor. I mean, this stuff impacts all investing, right? You know what I mean? I get that part, but even still, I focus so much more on the bottom up type stuff and the fundamentals. Start there, and even though this stuff is super meaningful, my name was Paul Volcker Reborn, and I endorse this message. Yeah, you know, so many folks endorsing that message these days. All right, I'm gonna roll. Oh, we got more viewers. Okay, have a nice weekend, everybody. Now I know you're kidding, Fox. I know, but still, good thoughts. You're still sharing some good thoughts there. I like sharing your view on some of that stuff. Unless the whole damn thing was a joke, which it could have been, and I'm just being direct. All right, have a nice night, Fox. Good chat with you tonight. And have a nice night, everybody else. Have a nice weekend. And there's nothing to track on GameStop this weekend, so you just chill, just kick back, catch up on your sleep, and we'll catch you back here on Monday. All right. Okay, what do I got for, I got another song here? Let me see. Here we go. I'll search for people. Okay. All right, peace out, everybody. Have a nice night.